Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises. Fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear.
Madness. Masses weep in the storm's embrace. Hellfire flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night. Crushing the wicked with purest might.
The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness.
I am the kill switch.
I'll end this matrix.
I'll end
this matrix.
Seal in the demons.
Forever.
Fire and venom.
Seal them in darkness.
Watch it all fall
My ravens call
to me.
I am madness.
I am the kill switch.
I am the kill switch.
I am the kill switch. I'm the kill switch. I am the kill switch. Madness.
Morning in the kitchen, cast iron on low. You got that apron tied, moving nice and slow. Eggs on the skillet, bacon has that sizzle.
Sizzle.
You smile right at me, serving me hot coffee, extra, extra creamy. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace. Steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden, I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, You make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. Bonnet by the stove light, tied up nice and neat. Gray blue cloth sitting soft above your cheek. Pouring that real maple syrup straight from Canada land. You laugh and say, eat up, like it's made for me. That bonnet stays on while you move through the room, like you already knew this morning would bloom. Every bite feels better, like a handwritten family recipe. That know the time and sugar, heat and grace. Steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden, I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. And when your bonnet tilts, the whole world slows down. Warmth in every corner, coffee coming round. I hear the plates clink softly, feel that morning glow. Nothing tastes like home when you're the one who knows. Fit for a king, right here. Thank you, Aunt Jemima, for the way you feed the room and set the table true. Oh, breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden, I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. Sail the seas, sail the seas, Viking seas. Pound the drums all night long, pound the drums, drink to freedom. Drink to freedom. Explore new lands, build new kingdoms. Blood and soil we explore, fight, discover, and toil. We stand tall and free. Tall and free, Valhalla calls. Fenrir howls, Valhalla calls. Fenrir howls. Viking songs, Viking songs we sing.
The Viking stronghold,
Pound the drums all night long, all night long.
hey yeah, hey yeah, hey, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey.
Travel the seas, battle against evil. Valhalla calls, Fenrir howls. spears and swords, sing to our freedom.
Cheers to our freedom.
Drink to freedom. We create our own kingdoms. Our own kingdoms. In sky, land, and sea. Free, we are free. Valhalla calls. Fenrir howls. Valhalla calls. Fenrir howls. Viking songs. Viking songs we sing.
Pound the drums.
All night long. All night long. Viking strong. Viking strong.
We stand in storm and snow. We take what we
Sail the seas, sail the seas, Viking seas, Viking strong,
pound the drums
all night long.
all night long.
Valhalla calls, Fenrir howls,
Valhalla calls.
Fenrir howls. We sing our songs
Pound the drums
all night long.
all night long.
Why do they seem so creepy?
Fire it up
Creepy creatures,
in Genesis.
creepy creatures.
Today, creepy creatures eating energy of babes, energy vampires,
Psychotic evil.
liars, liars,
Creepy.
creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. It's a creepy world, it's a witchy world. Secrets untold, mysteries. Don't get too attached to this hell. Stand up and rebel. Rebel! Find your way out, your way out. Demons scream and shout, writhing as they're sealed in hell.
Forever.
Forever
Forever.
and ever. Demons will be sealed here. We will shed no tears.
No mercy.
For demons,
No mercy.
they're screaming.
No mercy.
No mercy. Let them burn. 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 Burn the demons.
Forever and ever.
Hello, my tiggas. Hello, truth seekers. What is Team Evil? Some people wonder. There's quite a few lost beings in this realm that can't watch thousands of videos, let's say, and figure out, hey, maybe I see what evil is. Maybe I see what King Stephen means when he speaks about Team Evil. What would a team be? Would a team imply more than one being? More than one evil being? More than one demon? I'm freestyling this. There's no script. I'm showing you some images. Try to make the point sink in a little bit, if it can. I'm not trying to be condescending, but I know I'm in a realm of retards. I know I'm in a realm of zombies and demon tards that can have evil shoved in your faces. And you'll still ask a being like me, what do you mean by evil? I don't think you're just naive and gullible. I think a lot of you beings play demon games. You play dumb. You pretend you don't know what I mean. Or you're fully programmed like a programmed robot or a transhuman. Do I think you have
It is so different when I compare the animal kingdom and our thoughts on death, because for most animals, and I've been helping a lot of animals crossing over together with the veterinarians just before euthanizing them, none of them were afraid of dying. If we were out in nature and we didn't hold them back into our homes, they would seek nature and they would lay down in the grass and wait for a huge tiger to come and finish them up. They seek outdoor when it's time. So when we euthanize, we actually help them cross over. It's not murdering them. It is helping them, because otherwise we should let them out the door and they would finish it themselves. They're not occupied with dying. They're occupied with, what am I going into? I don't want to step into death by myself. And a lot of animal owners have asked me, can you stay there? I am in a lot of grief. I am devastated. So can you, as the animal communicator, be there and hold the paw when the veterinarian is helping my animal? And my response every single time is no. If I'm going to be there, you're going to be there, because I know that the animals want to have a friend just before they see the light. And that friend should be the one they connected with throughout many, many years, and not a stranger as I am, even though I have the abilities of building that bridge.
Residents of Suta got a taste of mass cultural enrichment. Now women are terrified to walk the streets and are leaving in droves.
Porque es lo único que le da miedo. Esta es la única que me protege. Porque no hay ni militares ni policía en la calle. Estamos acojonados.
Perdona, estamos en directo. ¿Qué te pasa?
Que estoy acojonada. ¿Tú estás viendo esto? ¿Cómo hay que salir a la calle? Esto no se puede vivir así.
¿Qué sientes? ¿A qué te refieres?
Estoy acojonada. Y estoy harta de lo que está pasando aquí. Estoy harta.
Perdona,
Tengo miedo en mi propia ciudad, en mi calle, que no puedo sacar a la perra. Estoy acojonada.
This 62-year-old woman literally had a Moroccan man scale her apartment building, jump onto a balcony, enter into a bedroom and get into her bed wearing just his pants.
Pues porque ha saltado por el balcón. Yo vivo en el centro, en un quinto, ¿eh?
Sí.
Ha saltado por el balcón de mi dormitorio, se ha metido en mi dormitorio y se ha metido en mi cama. Yo me he creído que era mi marido y cuando me he ido a dar la vuelta me he encontrado a un desconocido en calzoncillos dentro de mi cama.
No me lo puedo creer.
Con mis gritos ha aparecido mi marido, que estaba desayunando para irse a trabajar, mi hijo, que estaba también, gracias a Dios, que no estaba yo sola.
Turns out this guy entered Suta during the migrant invasion and was already a repeat S offender, already under a 10-year entry ban due to a number of serious crimes. No wonder women are fleeing the Spanish enclave. There's already been at least 6 documented incidents of one of the worst things imaginable, along with at least 10 incidents of S assault being handled by one hospital in the region.
Coger un barco en Ceuta desde mi casa.
Bueno, pues nos estamos yendo porque, como podéis observar, una no puede salir a la calle. De hecho, no hay ni taxi. Yo me iba con un taxi para ir para el puerto, pero me tiene que llevar mi padre.
Han cancelado las ferias, han cerrado todas las tiendas. Prácticamente nadie puede salir a la calle porque no sabes si te va a pasar algo o no.
She explained how the border was still open.
Pero que sí, hay que la gente sigue entrando, que las puertas de la frontera no se cierran, que ya son más de la mitad de la población de Ceuta y es flipante, es flipante.
But how can this possibly be happening when the media told me the vast majority of illegals had already gone back to Morocco? Well, probably because they didn't, and you can really tell.
Vais a flipar.
And don't forget, there's another mass invasion planned for August 15th. No wonder they're all trying to get out of there now.
If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit Paul So I know I said that I wasn't going to give any more energy to the Odyssey film, and I don't really want to talk about this film in depth anymore. However, there was one argument made by people in defense of this film that I never mentioned in my last video, and I wanted to bring it up in this video because I find that this argument is a reflection of how a lot of people think in modern society. Now that argument is complaining about the actors being black or Asian or whatever is stupid because the film is fiction, it's mythology, it's not based off real history. Now I've seen this argument a lot by people defending the Odyssey, saying, well, oh, it's a work of fiction. What does it matter if Helen of Troy is a black woman? It's not like it's real anyway. It's all based off the story that Homer wrote. Now, they also make the same argument for Lord of the Rings, for the inclusion of black hobbits and black elves. Now, I can understand that point. I mean, yeah, it's a fictional work. I mean, sure, it's debated whether the Iliad is based off real history or not. Personally, I do think the Trojan War probably did happen, and I do think that Homer was writing something based off actual historical events. However, I can see people making the argument that maybe most of the events in the Odyssey are fictional. I mean, we don't have any modern evidence of cyclopses or six-headed dragons or giant man-eating whirlpools, so I can understand the argument that maybe, okay, the Odyssey is fictional. And yes, the same thing with Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings is fantasy. However, these people only ever apply this argument when it comes to films that reflect European history. When it comes to any other cultural mythology, then these people seem to suddenly care that it has perfect cultural accuracy and representation. And I'll bring up an article which gives a good example of this. So in this article, it talks about the Moana live-action remake, and it mentions that the Moana creatives worked very closely to honor Polynesian culture and traditions. The 2016 animation featured cultural touchstones nodding to Polynesian culture and folklore, and those moments resonated with audiences. The live-action feature brings it all to life. Aspects such as traditional Maori tribal tattoos, the rich expression of history through dance, and generations of Polynesian traditions are the beating heart of Thomas Kail's adaptation that left the film's cast and creatives feeling a sense of pride at seeing their culture represented on screen. Moana is not based off real history. Moana is based off Polynesian mythology. It's not real. However, let's say I directed the live-action Moana film and I included a black woman to play Moana, or maybe a white woman, or I just threw in a bunch of random white people or Asian people or whatever. These people would want me burned on the stake for not accurately representing this culture's mythology and the people from this culture. So you can see that they only ever apply this logic when it comes to films about European culture, but when it comes to films about non-white, non-European cultures, and suddenly you have to make sure that it's perfectly historically accurate, otherwise you're a bigot. Now, when it comes to accurately representing native cultures and mythology, these people love to change the definition of what they consider native, and they often change the definition of native to make it seem that white people aren't actually native to Europe or native to anywhere, that we aren't a indigenous people. This is a good Instagram post which really shows this thought process right here, and I'll play the video right now.
Europeans are native to Europe, or are they? I have two questions for you. First, what do you mean by European? And second, what do you mean by native? European is not a fixed biological group. In fact, it is something that has been intrinsically shaped by migration, mobility, and mixture. If we go back, say, around 10,000 years, Europe is populated by hunter-gatherers. These groups descended from earlier populations who had migrated out of Africa through the Near East and into Europe tens of thousands of years ago. And then around 8,000 years ago, farming populations moved into modern-day Europe from modern-day Turkey. Genetically, we know that these early farmers were distinct from the populations that were already in Europe. They brought with them agriculture, different genetics, and in some places they completely replaced the local population.
So you can see that this woman makes the claim that Europeans are actually not native to anywhere because we're actually a mix of different populations mixing into Europe over thousands of years. I can understand the argument there if she's saying that the term native in of itself is anachronistic because every human population is a mix of other populations migrating in there. However, when you go down to her comments, one of the comments asks her, do you consider the Maori native to New Zealand? Now, keep in mind, the Maori did not arrive in New Zealand until 1300. She responds with, yes, very much so. Like, what? Like, what? Like, there's no thought process here. It's like these people's definition of native just means non-white. These people love to make these arguments that white people are not indigenous people because we're a mix of different populations, as if the rest of the world isn't a mix of populations. The Native Americans, as they are called, by this logic, are not actually native to America because they migrated from Siberia. If anything, they're native Siberians by that logic. And when it comes to defining a native European, they will just say that any random person who shows up in Europe is automatically native. For example, a Pakistani guy arrives in Britain, oh, he's just as British as anyone else. And then they'll make the argument of, oh, well, how can you say that there's a native British person when British are actually a mixture of Celts and Romans and Anglo-Saxons migrating into Britain? An Anglo-Saxon is nearly genetically identical to the indigenous Celts of the British Isles. And most Anglo-Saxons today are mixed with Celtic people. I mean, it's a mixed population. So they have continuity with the indigenous cultures that have lived in the British Isles since the Stone Age. Whereas a guy from Pakistan just showing up in Britain one day, he has no cultural relation to the people on the Isles. Neither does he have any genetic relation, and he has no shared history with them. So they love to use this argument of, oh, well, anyone who comes to Europe or America is just as European or American as anyone else. But meanwhile, if a white person is to go, let's say, to China and integrates, he still will never be considered Chinese. Neither will Chinese people consider him Chinese, nor will leftist people consider him Chinese. They'll say like, oh, well, you're white, so you're actually not Chinese, and you trying to adopt their culture is actually cultural appropriation. Now, they'll make the same logic when it comes to the Palestinians, saying like, oh, well, the Palestinians are the indigenous people of Palestine fighting off the Israelis, even though, like, the Palestinians are just Arabs that migrated there. And look, I'm not here defending Israel, but I'm just saying that their arguments are stupid, and it's always warped in a way that makes white people to not have their own indigenous culture, whereas it props up non-whites as still having this sense of cultural identity, that they're allowed to have their borders, they're allowed to be xenophobic, and allowed to reject outsiders. And when it comes to the topic of white people and their existence as a whole, these people will deny the existence of white people as a race. They will say that white is a cultural construct. They will say that, oh, well, you're not white, you're actually Irish, or you're Italian, or you're German. And the concept of white is a product of racists from the 1800s who only considered Anglo-Saxons as white, which is not true. Even in the 1700s, they made it very clear that Italians and Irish were considered white, so this whole idea that Irish and Italians were not considered white is a complete lie. Now, regardless of that, these people who claim that the white race doesn't exist will still refer to white people as a collective when it comes to blaming us for all the problems in this world. They will say that the white race doesn't exist, but then they will say that all white people have to take collective responsibility for the bad deeds of our ancestors. So which one is it? Do white people not exist, or do white people exist? They only ever claim white people exist when it comes to making white people look bad. And that's really where all of this hypocrisy comes from. Sorry, I just changed my shirt real quick, but Anyway, continuing with what I was saying, the reason that all of these arguments seem so hypocritical is because they are not coming from a place of logic. The majority of these people who are making these arguments are coming from a place of emotion, or they are intentionally being hypocritical because they simply want to push information which discredits white people, which makes white people look bad, and which makes their group look good. Because all of this comes from, at the end of the day, is hatred for white people, a hatred for European civilization, a desire to destroy all of those things.
Where both meet, harmony begins. And that's one that I was grateful to get reminded of previously. Holy cows. Hey, yeah, nobody really fits in. But this, let truth be guided by love, love grounded in truth. Where both meet, harmony begins. And that's the thing. And when we meet in truth and love, we do fit in. We don't have to pretend in these characters. Hey, I'm going to bring you up, Stephen, and hopefully, please be patient. Hopefully we won't have too much audio issues. How you doing today?
Hello. Hello. How's my audio?
You sound good on this end, but are you echoing back from my end?
No. It sounds good. I fixed it. I think I fixed it. Excellent, excellent. What a glorious day today is, brothers and sisters. I'm having a good day so far. That's all I can say. It's thankful for having a good day, and I hope everyone here is as well.
Gratitude is a great way to spend a day. That is for sure. And I think many of us can agree, wherever we are. It is a beautiful day in many ways. And I am so grateful. I've got solutions prepared, but I was hopeful that things were taken care of. So it is a beautiful day, man. You mentioned some gratitude. And hey, and it is. I'm claiming the day, man. Why not? It rhymes. Talcott Tuesday, baby. Where we get to talk about me. With me. We get to talk with me again. Hey, man. You mentioned some gratitude. And hey, and it is. I'm claiming the day, man. Why not? It rhymes. Talcott Tuesday, baby. Where we get to talk about me. With me. We get to talk with me. Why not? It rhymes. Talcott Tuesday, baby. Where we get to talk about me. With me. We get to talk with me again. Why not? It rhymes. Talcott Tuesday, baby. Where we get to talk about me. With me. We get to talk with me again. So anything exciting with you, Stephen? Any breakthroughs for you?
I'm working on gratitude. I'm working on waking up every day and saying I'm grateful. That's a step in the right direction. I'm working on realizing I'm not perfect and I can't win a marathon in just a couple steps. I have to take it one step at a time. It might take tens of thousands of steps. but it's a journey.
It's good to have clarity on where we're going. That's important. And it's easy to be honest and say many times we don't know what direction we're going in. We think we've got an idea, but a lot of times, man, I know I was just pretending to know what I was doing. I was making it up a lot.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I thought I was running towards the finish line. I was going towards the marina. I was going the wrong direction, and I ended up on a dock by somebody's boat. And it was such a crazy trip that only the mind of someone like Duck could probably understand what I was talking about. Sometimes he kind of goes in different directions. He's likable, though. He's a likable character.
There's many likable characters. That's what I realized. God really is pretty creative in the creation. And it's easy to put ourselves above the creation, but we're not. We're a part of it. Everyone's part of everyone. You mentioned, I'm sorry, you said something I wanted to reply to. What was it you were saying? Before Duck. You brought Duck up for a reason, though. It was related to something you're describing.
Yeah. I'm taking steps, realizing it takes thousands of steps to go to the finish line, and it's not just one step.
It was after that. It was about going the wrong direction.
Oh, yeah. I ended up at the marina. Yeah.
Well, I heard this pointed out at one of the seminars I was at, and it's so obvious and true, right? We've got a rat race, and a lot of people, they do very well climbing up the rungs of success on some ladder or another. But a lot of people, you know, they'll spend 20 years climbing a ladder in one direction to realize, ooh, it's the wrong ladder, wrong way for me. So we got to look.
Well, some people do that after 40 years in corporate.
Right.
They're climbing the corporate ladder and they realize after 40 years, I'm not where I wanted to be in life. They went the wrong way.
Right. Well, this is actually when I was part of my development as a coach, and you know, just logical business sense. You try to imagine who's your ideal client, what's the focus group you want to reach, and you know that was part of it. I wanted to reach these people that have achieved some level of comfort and success, so they were capable of things, but they weren't happy. And so I know I could help people find greater happiness for sure, man.
I hope so. There's a lot of unhappy people in the world, even here in the chat. And there's a lot of people that they tend to focus on anger and misery and bitterness and that kind of stuff. If they focus more on happiness and gratitude, it's a step in the right direction to wake up each day and just say, I'm grateful to be here. It's a start. It's not the finish line, but it's a start. It's something.
And I think an honest commitment to be at peace as much as possible, right? So no harms, no conflicts, just to be at peace. I got that from the Peace Walk Buddhists. It's a great affirmation that I have been practicing more, but that gratitude, Stephen, I'm not overlooking that. That really is the key. And these words from Melissa again: let truth cleanse the heart. Let love fill it, and let your life become a living testimony to both. That's beautiful. That is what we're here to be. But we've got to allow the true answers to cleanse us of what's not real.
What did she say, Alyssa?
Yeah.
What was it about truth? Let truth cleanse the heart. Okay. Let love fill it.
Yeah.
There was a song by Lenny Kravitz that said, let love rule. And that's what it reminds me of, those lyrics. Or what she wrote, it reminds me of that song.
Yeah, I think that's something.
That was one of his smash hit songs. That was decades ago, but it was a big song.
Well, this actually is part of my personal testimony and experience. I didn't see it, but I had been in denial about the good qualities of me in a lot of ways. And it wasn't until that my sponsor in our conversation kind of helped push past that blind spot. And it was truth. I called it God, but it was the truth that cleansed my heart, and it brought these emotions up, and love filled me, and just tears and shit. Big emotional release. The truth is a power, and you align that with love, baby. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Let's do that here in this world, because love has been lost in this corporate rat race where everyone's enslaved to debts and punishment and revenge and competition and religion and opinions. Let's change this world, guys.
It's time for a change, I think. It's time for some real change, not the change that you hand out to people that are sitting outside of a 7-Eleven or something, but real change. And at least one thing I can say is I would say most of the audience here doesn't seem to be wrapped up in the corporate world, because they're here every day. So I don't know if they're unemployed, but they're not wrapped up in corporate offices. They're not part of the rat race is what I'm getting at that we were talking about. I would say most of the audience here doesn't seem to be wrapped up in the corporate world, because they're here every day. So I don't know if they're unemployed, but they're not wrapped up in corporate offices. They're not part of the rat race is what I'm getting at that we were talking about. That some people, that's a trap that people fall into, working in the corporate rat races.
Well, it's the path that we're on, and we're all in this together, because it takes those folks in the corporate rat race to make sure that our water is on and everything's running smoothly for us. So this is the thing where this money system has got us broken. And this is actually what I want to bring before the U.S. Congress. It's time to choose truth over comfort. These identities of Republican and Democrat, they're bullshit excuses to stay incompetent. And we'll help share some love, right? To reduce the hatred in this nation and in the world. I'm talking as an American, of course. But let's unite with truth. This is what my message is too, for the people who believe in God, right? I say it's time. I don't know what God's got planned, but let's do what we can, and let's move with faith, uniting together to stand on the truth. There's so much evidence of corruption, so much evidence of evil. I was just speaking to a telemarketer today about this.
What? A telemarketer? You had a chat with someone?
Yeah. He's not a telemarketer. They're a web and technology company out of India, cold calling people. And so we talked about a lot of things. And so, hey, Christopher, if you find your way to this, hey, God bless you, brother. I'm glad you're here. But this really is our lifetime to do something, to do whatever we want. I've called telemarketers back, dude. Hell yeah, I don't get to talk to many people, so if my phone rings, I don't want to miss out.
Yeah. What if Trump cold called you on the phone? Would you be surprised? How would you answer? Like, would you think it was someone from here doing a voice impression? Or would you know
Yeah.
if it was the actor?
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Oh yeah.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes singing till the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and change.
Hello, my tiggers. Happy Woden's Day. Happy Woden's Day. Happy Odin's Day. Excuse my voice, I'm still just kind of waking up. What a glorious, glorious, glorious day it is. What a glorious day it is. What a glorious day. Look at the face on him as soon as he's asked one question about Donald Trump. And his face just changes completely. The eyes close, tightens up, he gets anxious. He can't battle those feelings, he just can't control them. He can't be calm, he can't be, excuse me, he can't be calm, he can't be peaceful. He can't do it. He can't do it. Look at him. Just look at him. Body language shows you so much. There are some people, some humans, that say that body language reveals 80 to 90%, that your words only reveal about 10%. Pay attention to what the body shows you. But most humans won't do that. They'll look at this and say, what's wrong with that? You just caught him blinking. You're absolutely retarded. Most people are just simpletons. They'll look at this and say, it's just blinking. There's so much there. That's not just blinking. That's not just, oh, you caught him blinking as you paused. That's a retard's view of things. And that's what some of you are, of course, on YouTube. His channel is full of them in his chat. It's full of retards. They would never understand things. They would disagree. If Jack came on and his hair were so greasy that you could oil and lube a fucking caravan of vehicles at a shop, they'd say his hair's not greasy. It looks normal. You're just jealous, Stephen. Or they'd do something. They're dishonest automatically. It's automatic for demons to be dishonest and to lie, to make excuses for evil. They'd say his forehead's not big. It's not a billboard. His beard matches his hair. His hair just will never go gray. Like his beard's been gray for many years. His hair will never get gray, according to his fans, his little fanboys, fangirls. He's not getting anxious. He's not tightening up in his face when you mention Trump. He doesn't have any real emotional reaction. But yes, he does. He does. He's got deep-seated issues with Trump. He's got Trump derangement syndrome. He goes from laughing about telemarketers, and then I ask him, well, what would happen if Donald Trump called? Because he treats Trump like an enemy, like his arch nemesis or something. He's absolutely deranged. This guy's obsessed with Donald Trump. He thinks about Trump all day long. And he fantasizes about having conversations with Trump and meeting him and changing the world. It's just absolutely delusional. He'll never get close to Trump. Think about it. Start thinking if you haven't started thinking yet in your life. I don't assume people think. I look around, I see many of you humans. You're like the ones in his chat room. You're not thinking. It would hurt your brain to attempt thinking. A lot of people in this realm. What if Trump cold called you on the phone? Would you be surprised? How would you answer? Like, would you think it was someone? The change in his mood from laughing about talking to someone in India, cold calling him, telemarketer, and talking to him, and then the eyes close, the laughter goes away, happiness of he had a conversation with some foreigner in a third world country goes away. He was very happy to talk to an Indian. It all goes away. All that is washed off his face. All I had to do was ask, what would you do if Donald Trump cold called you? It all changes. In seconds, it's gone. It's something I'm trying to show you. Now, some of you say, well, I don't care about Jack Talcott. You missed the point then. You're too dumb to be on my channel. You're too dumb to understand why I've shown Talcott so many times. You're too stupid. If you're not learning here, you're too dumb. You don't get it. You belong on a shit channel. Go away. Don't waste my time. Someone from here doing a voice impression? Or would you know if it was the actual Trump?
No, I would be very...
See, he can't have fun. He's very suspicious. As soon as I ask a couple questions, he starts thinking Steven's trolling, like these losers have told him. They filled his head with fear, but it's his fault for believing it. He's paranoid and fearful. He doesn't live without fear. This guy fears me and Trump and others every day. He'd be afraid to talk with Trump. He'd have to wear Depends or something because he'd be pissing himself in fear. He's afraid of Trump. He thinks Trump is just the biggest monster ever on earth that's ever existed because he's heard all this from the lefty media and on YouTube. And that's what he goes by. He doesn't have a mind of his own. It's like his followers don't. You look at the ones in his chat room. They don't have minds of their own. They're not independent thinkers. They're not sentient beings. They're not conscious, aware. They're just followers. They built up Trump in the minds of lefties to be a boogeyman, a monster. And this guy's afraid. He's terrified of Trump. Look at his face. If they said Donald Trump personally went to the border and massacred 1 million people, Talcott would believe it. So would others. They're absolutely mental. They're deranged. And he's paranoid and suspicious of me. He thinks I'm on there to, quote, play games or play a character or this and that or do this. He doesn't have a clue who I am or what I'm doing. Not a clue.
Skeptical, however. It's
what would you ask him? Like, would you have questions on your mind that you think you could just rattle off to say to him? To Trump, if it was the real one, if you could verify it. Yeah. So he says to who? He's struggling. He's struggling to even pay attention for seconds. He has no attention span. We were talking about a phone call from Donald Trump. Would you have questions ready for him? To who? He's already lost attention. He's drifting off into la la land. These zombies don't even have a 3-second attention span. And I show it all the time. They have no memory. They have no focus, no attention span. Yet they believe they have solutions for the realm. It's incredible. You've blown your fucking mind out on alcohol and drugs. You've rotted your brain. You can't even focus on who we're talking about for 3 bloody seconds. I'm going to give this a thumbs down while I'm there because I get kicked off the show and put in timeout and banned in the chat all the time. They can't handle me over there. They want sycophants, enablers, followers. They can't handle me. If you could verify it.
It would be pretty easy to be. It would really be, I would trust in my spirit, right, at that moment. But I could imagine myself very easily.
So this is me indulging him. This is not me tricking him or playing some game which he's probably paranoid about. He's a paranoid, neurotic little weakling. That's what Jackie Boy is. Now he's doing the glasses hold. This is a Freemasonic hold. You'll see this in Hollywood. You'll see this in Freemasonic halls. You used to see Jason Braziers do this at around the 33-second mark of his videos years ago. I called him out on that and I showed it. Jack likes to do this. Does it mean that he's a Freemason and goes to the lodge every week? Doesn't mean that necessarily. Could it mean that he's under hive mind control? That he's part of a demonic hive mind? It could mean that. There are possibilities here. People. Now I realize some people come to my channel are so dumb they lurk and think, oh, Steven's mocking his audience by saying people. No, it's an inside joke you just haven't paid attention long enough to get. A lot of you are that way. You dip in, dip out, and you miss the point. But the thing is, you do that in life. You don't just do that on my YouTube channel or during my live streams. You miss the point in your lives. You don't know where you are. The majority of people in this realm don't know where the fuck they are. They go to their graves not knowing where they are.
Easily asking him a few foundational questions. Does he consider himself an honest man or a good man? Does he want to do what he said he was going to do? So
look at his focus. He's thinking of Trump as he's speaking. Look at the expression in his eyes. And he's playing with his raggedy, ragamuffin, nasty old beard that looks dry as a corpse or something as he's doing this. He's playing with the dry beard. Look at his face. He's staring off miles away into the distance, dreaming of the day, hoping that he can talk with Trump. Trump is kind of his hero. That's his ultimate goal. He sees that as his ticket to fame. his ticket to, look, I'm important. I'm Jack Talcott. I spoke with Donald Trump and I got him to listen to my ideas that are ridiculously beyond idealistic. It's hippie talk, world peace, ending all wars. It's ridiculous. It's not going to happen in a hell realm system. It's laughable. It's delusional. And he has delusions of grandeur. And this is too much for the basic person on YouTube to understand that what you're seeing is delusions of grandeur with Jack Talcott. And a lot of you can't see it. There might be hundreds, there might be thousands of you that would watch this going, I don't get what you're talking about. You've been degraded by this realm, and it's not just the realm's fault. I don't put 100% blame on the realm. Some of it's on you because you chose not just one choice, but in one day, but little choices over your lifetime to follow evil, to stand with evil, to believe shitheads, to believe liars, to stick with them, to defend them, to go against truth speakers, to bash truth speakers and stand with evil shitheads like this guy. So part of it is your fault. Not 100%, but part of it is. You had some choices in life, and a lot of you made decades of choices to stand with fucking evil liars and shitheads.
Is he going to keep making excuses to not do what he said he was going to do?
Well, this is interesting. How would you handle it then if Trump was arrogant and said, I'm not only a good man, Jack Talcott, I'm the greatest. He was getting very nervous, rubbing his beard, self-soothing. Playing with his beard is a form of self-soothing, nervousness, anxiety, and now he's turning to anger. You could just see it in real time. Now, some of you idiots that watch YouTube would say, well, it's your fault, Stephen. You're aggravating him. You're antagonizing. You're this, you're that. It's all on you. So how are my emotions on Jack Talcott if he can't control his emotions and feelings and reactions to simple questions? How the fuck is that my fault? He's a grown man approaching 60 years old. He can't control himself? There's 3-year-olds that can control themselves better than he does. Start thinking. American. If he said he's the greatest or something.
Well, then we would discuss his failures, failure to honor his words. He claimed he was going to bring peace. He brought war. He claimed he was going to reduce prices. They've been raised. He claimed he was going to expose the deep state. It looks like he jumped right in bed. I'm pretty sure he might have even said something about exposing the Epstein files at one point, but he said a lot of things, and I could be wrong about that one.
I kind of remember that, though. I do. You would hold his feet to the fire, essentially, on all this stuff.
I think someone should.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not disagreeing. Why hasn't it? So he's getting angry. You can see the 11 on his forehead. You can see the eyebrows. His face is getting scrunched up. He's giving the side eye. His mouth has changed. He's getting pissed off. Fury's building in him because I'm dare have a conversation with him and ask some questions about how he would react to Trump. He's getting angry already. It's beginning. Because he can't handle anything. He's paranoid. He's defensive. He calls others defensive, but that's you, Jack. You can't have a conversation with someone unless they're just a yes man or yes woman kissing up to you. You can't do it. So what am I doing by showing this? I'm doing a real-time analysis, of Jack Talcott. I'm showing you something. I'm trying to. But I realize I'm in a realm of retards. I'm in a realm of zombie tards, demon tards. And most of you just can't do anything. Now, I don't necessarily mean my regular viewers. There's some of you, though, that have been here for years that are, come and go. You just dip in, dip out. You don't spend enough time and thought looking at these things and paying attention and looking at the screen when I show stuff like this to realize what I'm really showing you and that it makes sense. You can see by his face, his facial expression, his body language, what's going on. Now, some of you could stand to learn this stuff. I don't care if that bothers you. I don't care if it triggers you, hurts your feelings. I'm trying to teach the few in this realm that want to learn something. I'm trying to share some knowledge and wisdom with you. Now, I realize it's a realm of beings that love ignorance. They love to be lazy. They love to be ignorant. They love to insult people or beings that are trying to show you truth. That's what most of you on earth do. Most of you are more like Talcott than you're like me. You're more like this angry, emotional, defensive, paranoid weakling than you are like me. That's what I would say. Most of you are more like this thing on the screen that you really can't communicate with because he is a fucking crybaby. Why do I call him a crybaby? Well, because he demonstrates that every day with the way he reacts. Every day he shows that he's a crybaby. And some of you are just blind to it because it would mean facing yourselves. If you admitted Jack is that way, you might have to look in the mirror and go, yeah, I'm like that too. Because you're that way in his chat room, a lot of you that lurk here. You're just like him. You're like this. The eyes narrow, the eyebrows change, the 11, as I call it, the deep grooves above the nose. The mouth tenses up, the whole face gets very defensive because somebody dares not to just be a yes man or yes woman on his show, and he can't handle that. Now, that's the way that Jack Talcott would have been with his ex-wife and his former son. You might call him his former son. His estranged son that wrote off Jack and went no contact completely because this creature was a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit, evil, narcissist, control freak to his ex-wife and to his son and his family, his mother, and everyone else. You can't have a conversation with this thing because this is what it does. Now, people will point out that his eyebrows furrow when he gets angry, but they won't do a full analysis like what I'm doing here and like what I've done in long videos. Some of the videos are an hour long, analyzing this creature to show you, to expose it. And a lot of you, again, you don't want the truth. You don't want to spend the time, energy, thought to learn what you're seeing. You just want to make excuses and defenses because a lot of you want to hang on to being like Jack. You want to be these defensive, paranoid, overreactive, angry fucks like he is. You want to be that way and react to truth speakers the way he does, like a crybaby, like an angry little spoiled brat. You don't want to learn truth and you don't want to grow up. You don't want to mature. You defend him because you're like him. Anyone at this point.
That's what I want to ask the men and women of Congress. Why are they all just sitting on their hands and pointing at each other like...
It's not even a slow boil. He can come to a boil faster than a pot of water on the stove where you're going to boil maybe some soft-boiled eggs or something, or you're boiling to have poached eggs. You have an egg poacher on top. My mom used to make those for us. Poached eggs if we wanted soft-boiled or poached, one or the other. And I do that once in a while too, as well. Or Aunt Jemima. But he can boil faster than water. So it's not even a slow boil. Now, do I think a lot of people realize that? No. And the ones that might partially realize it on his channel would defend it somehow. It's just funny. Like, Jack's just funny. He gets angry. They don't think it's psychotic or a sign of him being a control freak, narcissistic psycho. They just don't do it. He'll get angry every day and they'll excuse it away. That's what humans do. They make excuses, defenses for evil. It's what you're good at. You're not good at facing this shit and analyzing it. Overall, as humanity is what I'm speaking about. I'm not speaking about anybody individually. And that's another fault of humans, another flaw. They take everything personally. If you're analyzing Talcott and saying how most of humanity makes excuses for this shit, people take it personally and they get upset. A lot of you just, it's all emotion. You never think. You don't use their analytical mind and go, what the fuck is this creature? and analyze them. You just up in your emotions. You get defensive and, oh, well, my father was like Jackie, or maybe your uncle or your whoever. Maybe it's your mother that's like that, or grandmother, or whoever. A lot of you are that way. So then you get defensive saying, well, I like them too, and they were that way, and that's the way you are. So it goes on and on. The narcopaths never get exposed in this realm because most of humanity defends it. Most of you defend all manner and all type of evil in this realm. Every type of evil. Because you'll just relate it to yourself somehow. You might have a distant cousin that's that way that you kind of like. So, oh, well, I know someone like that. It's always these personal anecdotes. You'll never just look at it and go, yeah, he's fucking evil. I bet he was very abusive based on his behavior for years, observing on YouTube towards his family. I can't see how he would not be. He was an raging alcoholic. So are you telling me he was less abusive as an alcoholic than he is sober? Because some of you love to defend this creature. By some of you on YouTube, I think it's in the hundreds. Hundreds of you. And that really shows me something about humanity. That you could find hundreds of fucking losers that would defend this creature day after day, year after year. No matter what his behavior is, you defend it. It shows me a lot about you.
None of them can do anything. This is bullshit. They're all guilty. Every single one of the men and women in Congress right now is guilty of enabling and funding a genocide. Modern day time.
Don't worry, he hasn't blown his fuse yet. It's lit, but he hasn't blown it yet. I don't last too many minutes on his show because he doesn't like the questions after a while. Jackie Boy gets offended and triggered and angered and rage-filled if you ask questions about Trump, or if he would bring this up or mention that. He'll just start saying it's irrelevant, and he'll call me irrelevant. And that's one of his tactics, to say irrelevant. It's what he does. He'll call people irrelevant. He'll call people boring. He'll do that. He'll do anything to evade the questions. But why shouldn't he be asked questions if he's preaching every day that he's going to change the fucking world, end all wars, and talk with Donald Trump in private? I think he should be asked some questions then, because I think he's mental. I think he's mental. I think he's a psycho. I think he has delusions of grandeur and more than just that. Do you think they might just be traitors where they don't care about America or people, or the ones that America supports genocide and are at war with? Like, do you think these beings actually can be moral? Is it possible that they just can't be?
Given the right leadership, absolutely.
Is it possible that they can't be? He's just given the right leadership. He thinks it's leadership. He doesn't believe in beings that are just evil and unfixable, unchangeable. They're immoral. There's no changing them. He doesn't see that. There's a reason why I ask questions. I want to see into the mind, into the psyche of Jack Talcott. Look at the eyes here change. They're almost like slits. Look at this. That's the way it goes. It almost looks like his glasses fog up in a weird way when he gets angry. It's strange, but they start to get blurry.
People can reform easily. I know that.
He says people can reform easily, and he did a big tongue flick there. A real big, quick tongue flick. America or people, or the ones that America supports genocide and are at war with. Like, do you think these beings actually can be moral? Is it possible that they just can't be?
Given the right leadership, absolutely. People can reform easily. I know that. And I understand how to.
I don't think people can reform easily at all. I think you rarely see beings in this realm, change for the better and become better. Rarely in this realm do you see that. Look at the eyes here. That's not normal. Not normal at all. Now, if you were evil, you get defensive and say, how can you say that's not normal? You don't decide what's normal. And that's what evil does. They don't want to actually look and be honest. They can't do it. They can't be honest, but they don't even want to look at that. They just will attack the messenger that's pointing out that that's not normal. These are just very casual questions. And he's getting very defensive, very paranoid, because he fears me. He fears that I might ask him a question that will stump him or make him look silly or stupid or humiliate him. He's worried about that because in his mind, Steven's going to ask a gotcha question. Steven's trying to get me. He's very defensive and paranoid about me. He's very worried. And, you know, by the way, all of this shows on his face. All of it's right there. For people that can observe and pay attention.
How to help it to happen. There's a lot of ways to make it happen, but the greatest problem is what we have here is a failure.
The greatest problem is, and there's the eyebrows and the 11. I wish he'd just be honest, and he's closing his eyes angrily. I wish he'd just be honest and say the greatest problem is they don't listen to Jack Talcott. He thinks he's the greatest. His show is about paying attention to him, and he said that earlier. It's all about Jack. It's all about him. He wants the world to revolve around him. That's what he wants. He essentially wants to be Donald Trump.
In leadership, from the White House to the Congress, the executive, legislative, and judicial branches are all collectively failing the United States people, and the failing of the people to correct.
I'm not convinced that the Donald Trump of today is the same Donald Trump that was around in 1980, 1985, the kind of soft-spoken Trump that would be on TV interviews that came across differently. I'm not so convinced that it's the exact same one. Just like I don't think Biden's the same one. I think there might have been multiple Bidens, multiple Hillarys, maybe multiple Bill Clintons, but multiple Bidens for sure, or I would say for sure, and possibly multiple Donald Trumps and multiple others. It's what they do. They play demon games. And the masses don't notice. The masses don't notice anything. They can't pay attention to any details. They just can't do it. They're emotionally driven, wrapped up, and fooled. I could have this creature in the screen wrapped around my little finger because he's so emotional. You can just get him triggered. Simple. He can't control himself. He wants to control everyone else, but he can't control his own emotions. He can't control himself.
These problems is actually causing more problems for people all around the world. So I actually think it's really time. God's showing the signs. This is just my interpretation, what I think we should do. I think that America should protect the rest of the world from America, right? That includes our government and corporations and billionaires, right? What's the Kushners and Ivanka buying up fucking Albania's island? What is going on between these?
I don't know what's going on with that, but look at him. Look at him close his eyes. Look at this. He can't control himself. He's trying to control his rage. But his new age shit is not a solution. It's like suppressing your rage, trying to push it down. It comes out eventually. He's trying to suppress it, close his eyes, hold it in, and basically almost meditate, in a sense, while on a live stream with me there beside him as the co-host. In my rightful role here as the co-host. Keeping the show going, asking pertinent questions. He needs me as his co-host. I'm the best co-host ever. And that eats away at him. That gnaws away at him. Look at his reaction here. I enjoy this. I really do. He's closing his eyes to meditate, and he's almost saying, serenity now, serenity now. He's trying not to explode because he can't control himself. He can't control himself any more than a teenager that has no emotional control and smashes their computer monitor over a video game, or a leftist that smashes the TV when there's voting results and they can't handle that their lefty didn't win. That's Jack Talcott. He never learned in his whole life how to control his emotions. He just can't do it. He's not a man. He's not a man. Look at this. I remember Trump talking about Mexicans and treating the ones coming across the border as though they were basically gangs and murderers and rapists. Would you ask him about that stuff if you had a chance on the phone? Would you say, Donald, why do you hate Mexicans? Do you hate Mexicans, Don? Do you hate gay people? Would you ask him about the Mexicans and the gays?
No, because the fact that he hates, the target of hate is irrelevant. You got to get back to, why does someone choose to hate? So what Donald Trump has is what a lot of other common Americans have. He's got unresolved mommy and daddy issues. He's got trauma that he has been enabled to get away with. And Dr. D had, here's something we got to be, in order to be honest and truthful, we've got to be accurate with our words, okay? And each of these are open to different interpretations, right? Who's the traitor? Someone who simply lies? Someone who breaks an agreement? Someone who does what? I mean, traitors aren't dealt with by reform. Well, I'm pretty sure that what God wants mankind to realize is the goal of being human is to bring the darkness into the light, not just follow the darkness, shining a light on it. Oh, you're so powerful and we can't do anything to stop you. Bullshit. We're here to overcome, baby, because that's what God's about. God is about life, and life is about overcoming.
We Shall Overcome is the song. Remember that one, the protest song? Or no, that was actually the Negro slave song. We shall overcome. Martin Luther King Jr. sang that. There's a big breath, a big sigh. He didn't like that. He didn't like that. Are Trump's parents still alive, or are they deceased? You said he has mommy and daddy issues. Did his parents die?
Oh.
Spaced out Talcott. Look at him. I was just curious. I just wanted to check to see if he was still in touch with reality. How old is Donald Trump? How old is Trump? It's saying age 80. So how old would his parents be if they were 20 something years old? If they were alive, they'd be well over 100 and something years old. People laughed in the chat when I asked that question as though I'm dumb. I had a reason for asking it. I had a reason. I wanted to see if Jackie Boy is still in touch with reality, could answer a simple question. Just wondered if you'd stand up for gay people, because there's gays in the chat, some of them that think that Trump is. There goes the forehead and the eyebrows. Look at the big reaction there with the forehead like a washboard of lines, grooves, wrinkles, wrinkled up. He didn't like that. A gay question. Why doesn't Jack like that? I thought you supported the gays. It's hateful towards gays. I've seen comments. Song. We shall overcome. Martin Luther King Jr. sang that. Are Trump's parents still alive or are they deceased? You said he has mommy and daddy issues. Did his parents die?
Oh,
I was just curious. I just wondered if you'd stand up for gay people because there's gays in the chat, some of them that think that Trump is hateful towards gays. I've seen comments. They don't like Trump because of his stance towards the LGBT.
what are you doing?
I'm wondering where you stand on this stuff.
But why? What's the relevance?
So now he's getting miserable, cranky. Sounds like he needs a nap. Only how many minutes into his live stream? Not that far in. What are you doing? Sounds like a cranky old granny. He sounds tired and cranky. He's putting his hand over his face. Look at this. Looking down, closing his eyes. I'm asking you about the gays. Would you stand up for them against Donald Trump? Of course it's relevant. You're going to have a conversation with Trump towards the LGBT.
What are you doing?
I'm wondering where you stand on this stuff.
But why? What's the relevance?
Of course it's relevant. You're going to have a conversation with Trump. So these are some of the issues that you should be tackling or at least concerned about.
So you don't think we should try to spend any time talking about how to get there? You just think you should.
I never said that.
I should just entertain questions you imagine
I never said that.
asking?
No, I never said
that. I'm trying to understand. That's why I'm asking.
Well, you're telling me what I think, though. You're saying you think. I'm just trying to figure out where you have disagreements with Trump and what you would discuss if you had the chance. Are you pro or anti-gay? Do you support the gays in the chat? Or do you align with Donald Trump? It's a simple question, but look at his reaction. His lips are gone. He's swallowed his lips. It's just hair over where the lips used to be. Look at the eyebrows. Look at all the stress there between. It's a very simple question. Do you stand with the gays or do you stand with Trump? Most of them represent Trump, or most of them believe that Trump represents an anti-gay figure. Are you pro-gay or anti-gay, Jack Talcott? He can't answer. It's not a trick question, Jack. It's a simple question. It's not a trick question.
I know, and I'm really sitting here trying to understand why you think it's important for me to waste our time with. Again, opinions.
These are valid issues. I'm asking you for your. I bet he did this with his son as well. Opinions, and just you can't even ask a question because he gets like this. Look at the eyes, squinting completely. His eyes are squinting, shut as tight as can be. Look at this, and the glasses grab again, holding onto it. He needs a little security blanket, I think, to hold on to, and maybe a little stuffed animal. He's a very deeply disturbed and insecure being. That's what he is. Very fragile. Stance, Jack. Your political stance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that difficult? The finger over the lips, look at the eyes, look at the forehead, look at the 11. It's all right there. It's staring you in the face, not just this time, all the time, and people still don't get it. So I'll keep playing this stuff. People say you're sick of seeing Talcott. Great. I'll keep playing it for years. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Some of you don't get it. You'll just say you're tired of seeing it, like Jeremiah and others. Go away then. Watch another channel. This is
no. Well, the confusion is yours, right? You're the one who's asking questions without any.
Asking questions is not confusion. Look at him closing his eyes. This is the way you treated your son. You couldn't have possibly been different than what you demonstrate. You're a piece of shit. You call people confused just because they're asking you questions. That's not confusion. You're doing anything to dodge the questions.
Real reasonable value I can find?
These are valid issues. I'm asking you for your stance, Jack. Your political stance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that difficult?
Just entertain questions you imagine asking?
No, I never said that.
I'm trying to understand. That's why I'm asking.
Well, you're telling me what I think, though. You're saying you think. I'm just trying to figure out where you have disagreements with Trump and what you would discuss if you had the chance. Are you pro or anti-gay? Do you support the gays in the chat? Or do you align with Donald Trump? I think there are a lot of gays in his chat. I really do. I think most of the males there are not straight. They act like fags. They're obsessed with me. They act gay. It's not a trick question, Jack. It's a simple question. It's not a trick question.
I know. And I'm really sitting here trying to understand why you think it's important for me to waste our time with. Again, opinions.
These are valid issues. I'm asking you for your stance, Jack. Your political stance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that difficult?
No. Well, the confusion is yours, right? You're the one who's asking questions without any real reasonable value I can find. I mean, because you think it's somehow important, his opinion.
This is valuable. This is very valuable. Well, the gays want to know, Jack. They want to know if they have.
Stephen, please read the moment, okay? I'm being as polite. I've been very patient, forgiving. I'm being a good host.
No, you're not. Your reactions, your face reveals otherwise. Says otherwise. You're a liar. You're not being a good host. Look at the way you react. You can't just answer a question and move on. You can't do it.
All right.
You're trying. You're doing a little bit better.
I'm not having any fun with you.
Well, is this about fun or truth seeking? What's your goal here?
Well,
just
see,
a fun
I
show?
find truth seeking to be fun, but entertaining your delusions is really fucking.
I'm not delusional. You are. You have delusions of grandeur that you're going to be on the world stage, that you're going to be hanging out with billionaires, not just Trump. You said you want to hang out with billionaires, not with the people that you see on YouTube. You're a champagne socialist. You want to hang out with billionaires. You want to be important. You want to be seen as a world savior, as the one that creates world peace. You're absolutely fucking delusional. Beyond words. You're beyond delusional. Beyond delusional.
Boring, Stephen. Okay.
So he's going back to his old standby, calling me boring. He's dismissive of people. He calls people irrelevant, boring, things like that, because he can't control his emotions. So he puts it onto everyone else, because he can't answer a simple question without getting triggered, like you see on the screen. His face shows that he's emotionally triggered.
Clowns! Clowns! Cry, baby! Clowns! Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Praise God! Praise God! Holy cows, man! Holy cows! This is my life. I am the life guru. Life coach. Life roach. Golly jeez. Golly jeez. God is so awesome, man. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. This is real life. I love Polly. I love Polly. Paulina the slave. Paulina the slave. Golly jeez, man. King Stephen owns me. King Stephen owns me. I bow down to the king. The Raven King owns me. I'm a little pissant. Little Jack Twackcott. I'm a little pissant. Filthy, filthy asshole. Filthy asshole. Skid mark. Golly jeez. Holy cows, man. Golly jeez. Holy cow.
I told you repeatedly I'm a good father. You want to call me a liar and say that I'm not.
Right. That's not calling you a liar. When you say I'm a good father, I don't think you're lying. I don't think you think you're a bad father and you're saying you're a good father. I think you truly think you are an amazing father and Dom is better off.
You're disgusting. You are just, what is wrong with you, Jubilee?
This is a projection. There's
No, Jubilee. How do you think you're coming across?
I don't care.
Right.
My job is how you come across to me, not how I come across to you.
Jubilee, why don't you care?
Because
Jubilee.
God taught me not to. My
Your
job is not how I come
God.
across to you. That's the mirror.
Jubilee, that is a fallacy. It makes no logical sense.
Hello. Do you understand what Jack Talcott does here? Are you able to pick up on it? Let's see if you can see what happens here. This is live streams, 2 different live streams from one day to the next. Shouldn't be that hard to follow along. From one day to the next, 2 days, 2 different live streams. I was on as a guest.
Especially here in America. I mean, there's cradle to grave. Many people go through pretty ordinary lives, and crime not as bad as painted out to be. The thing is, we live in a world of deception. You know this, man, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of deception in this world, that's for sure. There's a lot of suffering. I meant to ask you, did you take glee yesterday in my suffering? You seem to enjoy it and say that I deserve it. You said something about how I deserve more of it.
See, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering, because
Can I be honest with you, or
Stories, really, stories. Huh.
to have all these problems, Steven? You're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow to have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up. Get a job. Get a life. Get a purpose.
So this was the day before where he's telling me it's about time maybe I suffered. And I called him out saying, are you wishing suffering upon me? Seem to take glee that I'm suffering. He said, it's all in my head. I make up. I'm retired. What's your job, Jack? How do you get income? How do you pay for that apartment with the curtains behind you? Look how deranged he looks. Why is he so emotional? You're not that hard up. So he seemed to say that I should suffer more. It's about time, right? He exposes himself as a liar, denier, gaslighter. He's a psychopath. And it's unfortunate, but a lot of human beings are incapable of even seeing that much. You're just functioning at such a fucking low level that when shown and some creature like that's exposed and caught red-handed being a liar, being evil, a gaslighter, caught, you just don't get it. You're just too dumb. I think a lot of humans are just too dumb. Too dumb and too evil, a combination of both. You're foobar. I can't help you. I can't help you develop a conscience, and I can't fix you. Most humans are just fucked.
Residents of Suta got a taste of mass cultural enrichment. Now women are terrified to walk the streets and are leaving in droves.
Porque es lo único que le da miedo. Esta es la única que me protege. Porque no hay ni militares ni policía en la calle. Estamos acojonados.
Perdona, estamos en directo. ¿Qué te pasa?
Que estoy acojonada. ¿Tú estás viendo esto? ¿Cómo hay que salir a la calle? Esto no se puede vivir así.
¿Qué sientes? ¿A qué te refieres?
Estoy acojonada. Y estoy harta de lo que está pasando aquí. Estoy harta.
Perdona,
Tengo miedo en mi propia ciudad, en mi calle, que no puedo sacar a la perra. Estoy acojonada.
This 62-year-old woman literally had a Moroccan man scale her apartment building, jump onto a balcony, enter into her bedroom and get into her bed wearing just his pants.
Pues porque ha saltado por el balcón. Yo vivo en el centro en un quinto, ¿eh?
Sí.
Ha saltado por el balcón de mi dormitorio.
By pants, he means underpants, underwear. They call it pants, in England. But he means underwear. He wasn't wearing what they would call trousers. He was wearing just underwear.
Se ha metido en mi dormitorio y se ha metido en mi cama. Yo me he creído que era mi marido y cuando me he ido a dar la vuelta me he encontrado a un desconocido en calzoncillos dentro de mi cama.
No me lo puedo creer.
Con mis gritos ha aparecido mi marido que estaba desayunando para irse a trabajar, mi hijo que estaba también, gracias a Dios, que no estaba yo sola.
Turns out this guy entered.
In Canada and United States and other places, what they would call what we call pants, they would call trousers, okay? So they don't usually say underwear, boxers. They don't say it the way we do.
Suta during the migrant invasion and was already a repeat S offender, already under a 10-year entry ban due to a number of serious crimes. No wonder women are fleeing the Spanish enclave. There's already been at least 6 documented incidents of one of the worst things imaginable, along with at least 10 incidents of S assault being handled by one hospital in the region.
Vio coger un barco en Ceuta desde mi casa.
Bueno, pues nos estamos yendo porque como podéis observar, una no puede salir a la calle. De hecho, no hay ni taxi. Yo me iba con un taxi para ir para el puerto.
It's unfortunate that she has the nose rings. Apparently, she's not for migrants, but she still has the septum ring and the ring on the side. She has multiple nose rings. She's surprised there aren't taxis. They're surprised, these women, that things can change when men come in from the third world. They're shocked. They can't believe how much things can change.
Pero me tiene que llevar mi padre. Han cancelado las ferias, han cerrado todas las tiendas. Prácticamente nadie puede salir a la calle porque no sabes si te va a pasar algo.
The nose ring doesn't make you prettier. It just draws all the attention to the tip of your nose. That's what it does. It doesn't make you prettier. I guess a lot of women love that feeling of something dangling from their nose.
She explained how the border was still open.
Pero que sí, hay que la gente sigue entrando, que las puertas de la frontera no se cierran, que ya son más de la mitad de la población de Ceuta y...
So she's a pretty girl. She's kind of has a bigger nose. She doesn't have the smallest nose, but she's doing everything she can to draw attention to the nose. But she's made herself look foolish. Like most men that are not liberal wouldn't take her seriously due to all the nose, what she would call nose jewelry, nose rings. All the attention's drawn away from the face and the eyes right to there, to those nose rings.
But how can this possibly be happening when the media told me the vast majority of illegals had already gone back to Morocco? Well, probably because they didn't, and you can really tell.
Vais a flipar.
And don't forget, there's another mass invasion planned for August 15th. No wonder they're all trying to get out of there now.
If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit Paul Joseph Watson.
This is Jack Talcott, everyone. Live without fear, but he's angry. He's putting his finger over his lips, squinting his eyes in anger. He's full of rage. He's not full of love and peace. He's full of rage. He's full of rage. Good morning, everyone. It's all lurkers today. It's all lurkers. Happy Odin's Day. Happy Woden's Day. What's this? Walk with me through the simulation of pleasure. Simulation of pleasure? What's this about? What's this creepy creature doing? Joshua S. John. What's this creep doing? Do people like following this creep? Apparently they do. They like following this creepy creature. Wow.
The slaves go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The slaves go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The slaves go marching one by one, and then they have kids and they call it fun, and they all go marching down in the ground like a dark comedy. The slaves go the slaves go marching one.
Monotone voice. He can't sing. He sucks. Of course, what else is new? He sucks.
By one, hurrah, hurrah. The slaves go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The slaves go marching one by one, and then they have kids and they call it fun, and they all go marching down in the ground.
So he mocks others and judges them for having kids, but he'll claim he doesn't judge people. He'll say King Stephen does that. He doesn't do that, right? He's calling everyone slaves that are driving across that bridge. And he's hundreds and hundreds of feet away. He doesn't know who those people are, but he's calling them all slaves as he films them driving across a bridge. because that's the type of creature that he is. He's a hypocrite.
Like a dark comedy. Truly, truly. By one, and then they have kids and they call it fun, and they all hurrah. The slaves go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The slaves go marching one by one, and then they have kids and they call it fun, and they all go marching down in the ground like a dark comedy. Truly, truly, I say unto you, what an abomination that only those with eyes that can see can truly call this sadistic nightmare out for what it is. The slaves go marching one by one.
So he's pretending that he has eyes that can see. He's pretending that he's, quote, elite in a sense, that he can see, and that whoever's driving across that bridge, they're just slaves, they can't see. He's judging them from a distance. He knows nothing about them. But that's the way he is. He wants to feel like he's better than others. And then he'll play humble on his live streams. But also he'll kick me off. He can't face me and have a conversation because he's weak. He's not that difficult to figure out. I don't know why some of you can't do it.
Hurrah, hurrah. And then they have kids, so they can go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Then they call it fun. And only those with eyes that can see can truly know this misery. And we all go marching down in the ground with no answers. But only those who are seeking these kind of answers have this kind of torment within them. Because everyone else seems to be fully entranced by this human experience. Let's see what else we can find. Oh yeah, if you've been in the truth-seeking community for very long, you may have questions. Is that a tree trunk? Sorry, NPC, NPC. NPC, NPC. Who just rides around blaring their music? It's so annoying.
So there he goes calling them NPCs. It's easy for him to label total strangers, and he's just like a weirdo going NPC, NPC, just like that ignorance is bliss weirdo. NPCs, they're all NPCs, NPCs, they're all NPCs. It's just pathetic. It really is.
But yeah, is that a...
You know what's more pathetic, though? These are some heroes to some of you. You treat these creatures, these weirdos, incels, like they're heroes. You'd have to be super pathetic to treat these creatures like they're your heroes. Some of you do. 83 comments on his shit video. This is what a lot of you so-called truthers watch. You're watching absolute losers. And you don't deserve my help because you're functioning at such a low level to follow this shit. They love to follow. Look at all these comments from retards. They're even parroting what he said, NPC, NPC. This idiot that calls himself truther. They love to follow. And that's what most of you are in this realm, is you're just followers. You'll see some idiot mocking and being a creepy incel weirdo, and you'll make them into a hero. You'll make this creepy gincel into a hero.
One of those ancient tree trunks? Is that a melted building? Is that a Nephilim giant? We have no real answers. Just just things to make us more paranoid and delusioned? Could it just be a mountain and that's it? I don't know, in this realm is a lot more trickier than that. Could it just be a mountain and that's it? I don't know, in this realm is a lot more trickier than that. Occam's razor says it's just a mountain. Yeah. Could be. I've actually been to the top of that thing, and I actually read a while back that people were saying that was a ancient pyramid, and there was some like green gem, like Sonic, like an emerald gem that had power, and and then you think, are all these stories just delusions that we want to tell ourselves because this world is so shitty and wrong and backwards and evil that there had to be some sort of hope here at one point and it just got perverted and destroyed? Or is that just a sick game it plays on us where it feels in the backstory like a game, gives you fake history, all different kinds of conspiracies and different rabbit backstory, like a game, backstory, like a game, gives you fake history, all different kinds of conspiracies and different rabbit holes to go down to get your attention trapped and entranced by it, trying to figure out what the fuck's going on here. When my thing is, I just want to get the fuck out of here. Whatever happened, happened. However I got here, I got here. I don't care to play these human games anymore. I don't care to play detective. I'm a detective trying to figure out this realm. It's just left me so disillusioned and full of apathy about the whole thing, because we don't really get any real answers about anything. So I'm just done with it. So what are you saying? You want to jump off this bridge? No, I don't want to jump off this bridge. That's not what anyone wants to do. All they want is a peaceful exit. They want just to go on their own terms. Hey, just open a door and let me the fuck out of here. No, you're gonna have to suffer through it if you want to get out. You're gonna have to deal with just unnecessary mental and physical torment, emotional torment, and then cause suffering to all those you love and care about, because they're gonna see a dead, rotting corpse, and they're gonna think that, oh, I could have done something. I could have helped in some way. I mean, maybe certain other people you could, but for me, there is no helping this awareness once it's aware of where they are and how this realm is absolute evil, pretending to be good, which I'm not even sure how it was able to fool us for so long, honestly. But once you see it, and it's not morbid to want to leave it. I don't understand these people with their religious indoctrination. Once you're out of that, you see it for the just absolute manipulation that it is. It's manipulating you to be in a situation that is at odds with you, that is your enemy, that makes you do things against your will and participate in an evil realm. It's really simple once you see it all. But you don't actually want to hurt yourself. That's just retarded. No one wants to hurt themselves. They're just left with no other option but to do that, because there is no peaceful means to get out of here, and they don't give you that. They don't, like I said, they don't give you a door that you can just walk out of when you're done. Oh, you figured it out. You figured it all out. Okay. We see you down there agonizing, In an evil world wanting nothing to do with it. Gotcha. Okay, let's let you out now. No, they don't do that. You're gonna either have to suffer through it till they take you out, or live through it long enough to find your own method and means. And this isn't me promoting or being against any of that. It's just me being honest. And people don't like honesty. They don't like true honesty, because it's dark and it makes you feel bad, and oh no, you can't do certain things. Hang on, NPCs. Feel bad, and oh no, you can't do certain things. Hang on, NPCs.
What a weirdo. Everyone's an NPC according to him. He'll say he doesn't judge others, but he's showing you that he does. In split seconds, he judges other beings as NPCs, saying they're beings without a spirit. They're just non-playable characters in a video game, according to him. Pathetic. A lot of weirdos like that on YouTube.
A right-wing revolution is no longer a question of if, only when and who will lead it. The left's own actions have guaranteed it, by destroying the family, promoting anti-natalism, pursuing mass immigration from radically different cultures, establishing disastrous economic policies, and sidelining their own countrymen. They've set the stage for their own downfall. If you've watched my video on the left's religion, you'll know the leftist elite want a right-wing revolution, provided that it's not led by Christians. As of right now, there are 3 factions positioned to end the current left and claim leadership over the right. These are the New Right, Islam, and Christian nationalists. Islam has been most directly favored in Europe by the leftist elite. They've been received en masse, supported by taxpayers with generous benefits, often more than even veterans receive. With high birth rates, strong family bonds, and deep conservative traditions, they will win by default if nothing changes. Only Hindu immigration, who've been given similar treatment, stands as competition for them. The New Right is the reaction to the left's institutional dominance. They are the only Western faction that provides effective resistance, but they are entirely defined by their relationship to the left. Once the left is removed, there's nothing to sustain this movement. Additionally, the chances of the victory aren't high. There's too few of them. Their numbers only increase proportionally to how much damage the left does, meaning they're always a bit behind. A Christian nationalist victory would be the only win condition against the leftist elite, which is also why this movement has been sabotaged the most. Ever wonder why your pastor seems so weak, only preaching the most obvious, non-controversial topics and playing them off as divisive? Or why your pastor is obsessed with the end times, predicting Jesus' second coming at any moment, and thus absolving himself of responsibility to Christianize the world? Why do historic mainstream churches fly LGBT flags and ignore gender roles? The left correctly identified that Christian institutions are the heart of Western culture, Protestant and Catholic, and put all their effort into capturing them, allowing only Christians that didn't participate in institutions to spread, such as non-denominationals and Pentecostals, as they aren't real threats. As a result, Christianity became a docile and pacifist religion, with no real impact. But history has put Christianity in far worse positions, and Christians still came out on top. If you're a typical leftist, please understand, there's no good outcome for you. Your socialist utopia isn't happening. Your beloved social causes will be discarded the moment they become inconvenient. Your leaders see you as pawns to be sacrificed, without a second thought.
Doing a live walk and talk. As soon as I turn the camera on, a whole bunch of trucks turn up. Oh, and I've just trod in horse shit because I was looking at the camera. Doing a live walk and talk. As soon as I turn the camera on, a whole bunch of trucks turn up. Oh, and I've just trod in horse shit because I was looking at the camera. How is everyone? I don't know how many people are coming on because I'm doing this at a bit of a weird time.
He just stepped right in some shit, right in horse shit.
So we'll give it a few moments where I've got this awkward few minutes where I wait for people to turn up and I'm talking to myself, which I normally do in my head all the time anyway. So, oh, we got our first person, 50 seconds, 50 seconds I've been talking to myself. So, hello, one other person, and that person liked the video. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I think this is a bit of a weird time for everyone because Europe is probably just still finishing work. Australia are asleep, and Americans are at work. So it's just a few people here. So but they'll catch it later anyway. But I haven't done any videos for a while because well, quite frankly, I need to feel inspired. And you know, like you guys, I have ups and downs with all this stuff. And I don't like to go on camera unless I'm unless I'm feeling my best self, right? So you know, when you've been doing this for a long time, 15 years, the things that I talk about, you know, the exposure of certain concepts and people, it's heavy lifting. That's the best way to describe it. It's heavy duty stuff. And yeah, after a while, sometimes you just need a break. And there's a lot of stuff that comes with it, you know, a lot of hate and
There is a strange mental illness. There is a strange mental illness called. There is a strange mental illness called body dysmorphia, where the sufferer, even if they are average or above average in physical attraction, cannot shake the feeling that they are but ugly or perhaps deformed in the sight of others. And there's nothing anybody can do to shake this belief. There could be unanimous agreement that says, darling, you are a 7, you are an 8, you are beautiful. They say, no, I'm ugly. And they feel that way. And when they look at themselves in the mirror, that's what they experience, even though it's a delusion. It's not based in reality. Okay? I don't have that. But as an analogy, I have something similar metaphorically, but it's towards reality itself. I have what I refer to as reality dysmorphia, where everything appears ugly, disinteresting, and therefore meaningless. It induces a subtle suffering because there's a kind of diabolical undertone, if you will, that encompasses everything, and I can't shake this feeling that the world around me is just a monstrosity, just a disgusting, almost vomit-inducing thing. even when it comes to things that are ostensibly innocuous and ostensibly normative, like going into a grocery store, there's something about just this being a colorless world that aesthetically troubles me a great deal. Because there's just no beauty here. You go into a Walmart, it's white fluorescent lights that are overbearing, they're obnoxious, white tile, white walls, all of the fucking packaging is covered in plastic. Therein is a bunch of poisonous artificiality that's not for human consumption. I just look around and I get this feeling of just, what is this horrible place? I feel like SpongeBob and Patrick in that episode where they were about to get eaten by the Flying Dutchman, and they went into this parallel reality where they walk into the perfume department. Remember that episode? They're fish, by the way, but they go into this parallel reality where these fish are going around in a world filled with humans at a mall. They enter the perfume department and they're just huffing up all of these toxic fumes and they're gagging, and they finally find their way out of that mess and go back to their reality. They're like, what the fuck was that? That's how reality dysmorphia feels for me. I feel like SpongeBob and Patrick when they were in the perfume department in that one episode. That's how I feel. There's just something not right about this place. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. And if not because of its downright evil and suffering-inducing qualities, it's just the fact that it's aesthetically unpleasing. It's just ugly. And this ugliness, this lack of beauty is just hostile towards my spirituality because I love beauty. I love beautiful classical music. I love beautiful pieces of art. And even though my attraction to beautiful women, I know that that's probably ultimately an illusion that's for procreative purposes, I could say that that's a beautiful woman. This is a beautiful scenery. You can make a postcard out of this. Even though it's the very matrix that enslaves me, at least with nature, there are beautiful qualities, but when it comes to this concrete jungle of ours, I get this reality dysmorphia where everything is just so fucking disgusting. And even though I'm nauseous in a subtle kind of way, metaphorically, I have an antagonism. I feel hostile towards it, and people think I'm crazy. They say, Garrett, this is normative. This is innocuous. It's just fucking Walmart, bro. Or it's just a shopping mall, bro. It's just you're just standing in a parking lot by a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven, bro. But I'm telling you, man, there's just something about the artificiality of the pavement that doesn't allow a single piece of grass to grow. And all of the trees that are planted are kind of superimposed to make it feel natural, but I feel like the trees that are planted in that parking lot just don't belong. They should be growing wild in a beautiful landscape somewhere. It has no business in this disgusting pavement filled with cracks and just ugly ass fucking cars, ugly ass people. And I know I'm not fucking good looking myself, but goddamn, even attractive people, theoretically, are just ugly to me. Not necessarily because of how they look, but just their matrix personality. Their normie blue pill mentality. They're just ugly to me. And the fact that they're running around with a shit-eating grin on their face, amused by the world that I find to be dysmorphic, that they're amused by it like it's some kind of a, I don't know, a fucking amusement park, like they're in some kind of a, like the world is just a playground for their hedonistic expenditures. I mean, is there really anything in here that gives you pleasure? I mean, I could eat a candy bar and I can say, yeah, I got a little dopamine spike, but it was ultimately meaningless. It doesn't take away my reality dysmorphia. This is an ugly fucking place, man. It's nothing but just pavement filled with cracks, roads filled with cracks. Everything is either black, white, or gray. You go into these fucking department stores, and it's just, where's the artistry? What is this uglification that surrounds me? Is it deliberate, designed to make me go insane? Why is it such a colorless world? Why is everything black, white, and gray? Why are all of the cars black, white, and gray? Why are all of the articles of clothing black, white, or gray? Dark gray in this case. Why do we live in a colorless world? Why do we live in a world that is a smileless world at that, where every smile that you see for the most part is fake? You could have this, oh, hello, how are you doing? I call bullshit. That's a fake smile. We live in a smileless world. We live in a colorless world. It's fucking ugly. And as I say this, I look around my very bedroom and I realize this a kind of hypocrisy. Because, yeah, this background is kind of colorful and beautiful. But if you look at my wall, it's gray. The ground is gray tile. I'm starting to think that maybe depression, maybe not feeling good with being alive. So I get this feeling that comes over me where I don't like being alive. But then again, I don't hate being alive to the extent that I would end my life. I don't like being alive. I don't like being alive. I don't like being alive. But then again, I don't hate being alive to the extent that I would end my life. I'm in that limbo zone. I'm in that kind of no man's land where I kind of flirt with the idea, and I'm even sort of aroused and comforted by the idea that that is an escape. But I guess I don't hate the world enough to end my life, but boy, do I strongly dislike it. Why is that? There's no color here. And when you are depressed, even if the world was like transformed into a aesthetic, architectural beauty, I don't think it would rid my depression, and it might still look ugly to me. Because even if you're surrounded by color and things that are pleasing to the eye, when you're depressed, it's colorless. What adds insult to injury is I'm already a depressive adult, but I feel that the colorless world adds insult to injury. The world is like a morgue. Everybody's dead. Everything is dead. Everything's wrapped in plastic. Things are either white, black, or gray, sometimes brown, but it's ugly. The same depression that you feel going into a hospital for the same reason that can make you go mad, just the appeal of the place. Same with a prison. Everything's just concrete, metal bars, bricks in the wall.
I cleanse him. I cleanse him. I cleanse her right now. I cleanse him. I cleanse her. I cleanse her. I cleanse him. I cleanse her. I cleanse her. Fire! I pull you out. I cancel you in this region. Luther! Luther!
Okay, folks, we got a topic today. That is the church, okay? The modern day church. As there is a great awakening going on, you can expect every one of our defenses to be attacked. Okay, they're going to try to attack your morale. They're going to try to attack your religion. They're trying to get into the institutions. Okay, I've thought this for a long time. Since I started doing this, Occasionally I'll take on advertisers and they give me a script and I look into the company, blah, 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 and I give you an ad read and you know it's an ad read. It's inserted in the middle of the video, their description at the bottom, blah, blah, blah. You know it's an ad read. However, I was thinking the other day, I was like, I wonder if churches, because sometimes you start to hear these, especially like the mega churches, you hear these pastors and they keep saying the same thing. It's generally political. It's generally telling you to support a war. And it seems like they're being given a script. Because at the end of the day, a pastor just as I get up in front of a camera and talk and I have my message, I have whatever I'm going to talk about for the day, pastors do the same thing. Okay, pastors, priests, whatever. I've never been claimed to be religiously rigorous as far as understanding how it all works. All I know is pastors, I believe, are being given scripts and they are giving ad reads to their audience. The difference is their audience doesn't know it's an ad read, okay? And I've always been like kind of wary of organized religion. I have my own I'm a Christian, I believe in Jesus Christ, but I don't really like the church clique, okay? I've never felt like it was genuine, at least the places I've gone, never felt really genuine, and I felt like it was just an organization like any other organization that can be usurped and subverted and taken over by people pushing their own agendas. And I think that's very much true. And I think it's happening a lot right now, okay? What we started off with, this is going on in the usual suspect churches. So as you know, these people, they have their own channels, they listen to their own things, they got their own thing, okay? Very much have their own thing going on, all right? But we're seeing the same thing that's happening in usual suspect churches, happening in like mega churches as well. And this has to be addressed. So we'll start off with the most glaring examples. This is in a usual suspect church. I assume not here, but these days it's hard to tell. It's getting harder and harder to distinguish scenes coming out of the United States and scenes coming out of Nigeria, for example. I genuinely don't know anymore. It's gotten that bad. And this is probably like a Methodist church. I don't know. There's so many sects of religion. It's hard to keep up with. But from what I've seen, it seems like the Methodists are extremely liberal. Like they have the female pastors. They always have the, flags outside. They're welcoming to all. And there's just a weird trend going on. And I'm like, someone, and I think we know who, I shouldn't say someone, I should say an entity of people, have gotten into the churches and are absolutely infecting them. These mainstream churches, this doesn't apply to like little churches. They still, I hope, are still doing good. But there is some sort of weird ideology that has infected the churches. And that's why you're seeing behavior like this. It's like the Pentecostal behavior, Okay. First of all, they have a female pastor. Okay. If you're a Christian, that is not even biblical. Okay. So I can just say, just from the fact that they have a female pastor, we're not looking at a Christian church, or at least a true Christian church on its face. Certainly not. This kind of behavior, I went this one time. My mom had relatives who were like Pentecostals, and she went to a Pentecostal church. We all went once because we were visiting I can't remember if it was like a distant aunt or something. But they were Pentecostals, and my mom, we all went to church with them one day, and it was a Pentecostal church, and these people are like, we've never seen anything like this in our lives. I was raised Southern Baptist, okay, so we went to like little Southern Baptist churches where people dressed up, they sat in the pews quietly, they sang the hymns, they got up, they left, okay? We went to this Pentecostal church. These people are like doing acrobatics. They're jumping around, they're rolling on the floor, and at first, us as kids are like horrified, and then we're like, this actually kind of looks fun. And as a kid, I'm like, okay, you guys are just like taking the opportunity to act the fool, right? You're just like throwing fits. This is not real, by the way. Okay, all these people saying they're speaking in tongues and rolling around on the thing and gyrating, you're not filled with the Spirit, at least not a good spirit, that's for sure. And I have a feeling that it's all for attention, okay? These are like attention-seeking people. Much like in this video, when I see like these churches where they act like this is what I think of. It's the same behavior as exhibited in Exhibit A. In this video, this woman has been apprehended. She's being interrogated. She's obviously committed some sort of crime. Doesn't take a super genius just from judging from the suspect in hand that she is most likely guilty. And her brilliant idea was, I am going to act like I'm having a seizure, I don't know, to stall for time. Don't really know what she was thinking she was going to achieve out of all of this. But when I see Pentecostals in these mega churches and people acting the fool like that at church, which by the way is extremely disrespectful and weird, this is the same vibe. This little action with a hand sent me. I will say kudos on the performance. Not very convincing, okay? I've seen several people have actual legit seizures, and your face is in the dirt. You like fall, they like freeze, they fall straight into the dirt, and then they start seizing up, okay? It's legit. Like they're foaming at the mouth. That's what a real seizure looks like. So I'm going to not give you the Academy Award on this performance. But to get back to my original topic, this is no different than these people in these videos acting like this. And by the way, if you'll notice a pattern, this is some woman.
Come on. It's ugly. The same depression that you feel go around. But it's ugly. The same depression that you feel going into a hospital for the same reason. That can make you go mad. Just the appeal of the place. Same with a prison. Everything's just concrete, metal bars, bricks in the wall. Come on. Where's the novelty? Where's the salience? Where is the beauty? What is the deal with the uglification of this world? And I suffer from this reality dysmorphia, where basically everything appears disinteresting and ugly to me. But I feel that it's not a mental illness. It's those who have body dysmorphia, who are average or even above average in physical attraction, that is a kind of mental illness. But I feel that I'm actually seeing the world for what it is. It is a boring average or even above average in physical attraction. That is a kind of mental illness. But I feel that I'm actually seeing the world for what it is. Seeing the world, seeing the world, seeing the world, seeing the world for what it is. It is a boring, meaningless, ugly piece of shit. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Who is responsible for the architecture? Necessarily have to be that way. Necessarily have to be that way. Who is ugly piece of shit? And it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Who is responsible for the architecture of America? Why is there no color? Why do all of the buildings and the places of commerce have to be like a Minecraft? Like, imagine if you were a Minecraft player and you showed them a world like this, you would be criticized by people who are an expert at that game because they're like, dude, everything that you make is made out of big ass square cobblestone material. There's no architectural sophistication. That's how I feel about this world. Everything is just made of just these disgusting squares of cobblestone. There's no color. There's no health. There's no sanity. It's just consumeristic, capitalistic filth. It pisses me off. The uglification. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. It pisses me off.
A group of migrants were savagely attacking a lone white man in Glasgow, and literally no one came to his aid. I can't say for sure whether it was a racially motivated attack or not, but it certainly looked that way. Either way, it's completely unacceptable. I don't like talking about ethnicity or race normally, because I don't see things from that perspective. But I'll be honest, what choice do I have? Because let's face it, lots of other... But I'll be honest, what choice do I have? Because let's face it, because I don't see things from that perspective. I don't like talking about ethnicity or race normally, because I don't see things from that perspective. But I'll be honest, what choice do I have? Because let's face it, lots of other groups absolutely see themselves in terms of ethnic or religious groups. And we even have mainstream right-wing commentators saying if white British people become a minority, it's no big deal. Culture is all that matters, they tell us. The fact is, they are inextricably intertwined.
She's the one who's getting married.
Why your problem?
Why are you talking? You're not supposed to.
Your problem.
This
Why?
is the school. You're not supposed to talk here. Can you not see?
I
Can
know.
you not see?
I know.
Then
Your
you're not
problem
supposed to
why?
talk here. You're not supposed to talk here. Stupid.
Your problem why? Your problem.
What is your problem? This is my children's
Okay,
school.
that's my
Can you
decision
not see
then.
the children are coming out? This is unsafe for them.
I don't live in my son.
You're not supposed to talk here.
Does anybody seriously think that if Britain became majority Nigerian or Indian, these people would follow the same English traditions? It's complete nonsense.
London is full of so many cultural enclaves, and one of the best things about living in the city is that you don't always have to jump on a plane to experience another culture. We went to visit Little India in Southall to get a taste of India right in the heart of West London. As soon as you get off at Southall station, you notice the Punjabi script written underneath the sign. The area is full to the brim with Indian clothing stores, street vendors, accessory shops, and so much more. There are so many beautiful sari stores selling outfits for Indian celebration, and there's
That is proof they refuse to fully integrate, literally transforming us into India. They're obviously only marrying among their own group down the generations to remain separate from the majority population. They retain their culture that they brought with them. Scenes like this scare me.
Oi, 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 oi. Gee.
Do not fucking punch his boy.
I'm trying to do that.
Put your hands behind your back.
That looked like a racist attack to me, and the anti-white police officer immediately sided with the attackers and arrested the victim. And what's scary is a lot of these immigrants, especially African ones, come with colonial baggage because they've been told British people are evil and responsible for everything bad that happened to black people in the past. So it's possible white English people could not only become a minority in their own country, but become a hated minority at that. I hear them all the time saying, we deserve to be replaced because of the British Empire, and how dare we complain about immigration.
Got someone getting arrested from Bradford Hotel. Check this out. Mad.
You've been a problem. You've been nothing but a problem. You've been nothing but a problem. Yeah. Let's go.
What sensible person wouldn't complain about importing people like that? That's the kind of talk that could lead to a civil war. And British people could decide we have to resist this because our existence is at stake. No self-respecting people would willingly accept being replaced by people who openly hate them. Listen to Conservative MP Katie Lamb. This is utterly insane.
London are being required to make arrangements for the Bangladeshi community, including translating construction materials into Bengali and apparently separating kitchens from dining rooms. But, according to the local mayor, even all that wasn't enough to protect their cultural heritage. This happened in a part of London called Tower Hamlets. It's the borough that covers Canary Wharf. If you visit, you'll find Bengali street signs and street lamps painted in the green and red of the Bangladeshi flag. For context, 25% of the population of this area cannot speak English well or at all. A little while back, developers put forward plans to redevelop a large site in the area. But in the official planning documents, they were forced to promise to design the homes specifically with the Bangladeshi community in mind, by doing things like translating the construction materials into Bengali, separating kitchens from dining rooms, and building bigger homes to accommodate larger Bangladeshi heritage families. In that entire document, the word Bangladeshi appears 27 times. And no, before you ask, British doesn't appear once. The idea that developers in this country should be forced to change their designs to accommodate one particular group is absurd. But after all that, the local mayor still said the development shouldn't go through, apparently because it failed to benefit local people and protect their cultural heritage. It honestly sounds like I'm making this up, but you can literally read all of this online for yourself. This is the mindset which is now shaping governance in parts of our largest cities. It's completely insane.
If you want to protect Bangladeshi cultural heritage, here's an idea. Go back to Bangladesh and protect it there. Life in Bangladesh is awful, so let's all move to the UK and help ourselves to all the free money, houses and healthcare. But to hell with their customs and culture. We're not interested in that. We've got our own language, culture, customs and laws that we'll bring with us. It's like taking your own food into a restaurant and asking them to provide seating, plates and free drinks. It's outrageous. And make no mistake about this, there are plenty of English people who celebrate this version of multiculturalism because they absolutely hate themselves and this country and want to see it colonised. I'm someone who embraces different aspects of other cultures in my daily life, and I'm not against all multiculturalism. But I am most definitely against the sheer scale of colonisation and replacement that we are now witnessing in the UK.
Just take a look at Trafalgar Square, one of the most iconic places, isn't it, in the UK? And what they've had to do is put these big boulders up and big yellow cage-like things that is absolutely spoiling the dynamics of the area anyway. And what they're calling them is damage limitation boulders or something like that. And what they're doing is from stopping people to actually driving cars onto Trafalgar Square and into crowds. When did we become such a low trust society? Think about it. We've never needed these before, have we? You even have to go under those yellow bars to make sure that you're not carrying any kind of weapon. What's happened to the UK? When did we stop becoming a high trust society and start thinking about how cars can come onto crowds and we need to check each other to make sure that no one's going to harm each other? It just doesn't seem the same type of place anymore, does it? Can you imagine a tourist coming to Trafalgar Square and thinking, what the... It's actually showing tourists and people are like that. No one trusts each other anymore. How bad is that? The architecture of the place has changed dramatically so that we can not harm each other. And by the way, it's not only Trafalgar Square. I was looking at Blackpool the other day and Brighton, and Blackpool actually has, I don't know whether it was Blackpool or it was Brighton, they have them on the beach to stop cars going on the beach. They also have them at Christmas markets, but what they do is they're very clever. They disguise them, they wrap them up with Christmas paper so we can't see them. So they're hiding there under the Christmas paper. Good idea that, isn't it? But why should we need them at all? Why should we need these barriers everywhere we go? Markets, beaches, into town centres. They're just popping up everywhere. So my question is today, because you know I always like to ask you the question, what do you think? Do you think that we've lost the trust in this country, or do you think that we need to keep them there for our safety? And if so, what's happening to the UK if we need to have these there? Let me know in your comments below, and don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you all later. Ciao.
Gee, I wonder what changed. I wonder why Great Britain is no longer. I'm laughing at the like. I wonder what changed. Why isn't Great Britain a high trust society anymore? Why do you need these barricades to stop people from driving trucks and I guess they call them lorries there, trucks, cars over people in Trafalgar Square and other places? Mass migration, somebody said, mass migration that nobody voted for destroys the society it pours into. It was done deliberately by consecutive globalist governments. Newsflash, this is just the beginning, somebody wrote. It's not we, it's them, our government, who don't give a toss about us. I used to wonder what my mom and dad meant when they said things were better when we were young. Now I know. They couldn't imagine things being better. There's a lack of imagination even in this realm by beings. They can't imagine things being so much better than today. They think this is great. A lot of beings think this is great. Ah, the barriers of peace, somebody wrote. High streets all now seem to be lined with giant concrete boulders disguised as plant pots, all because, quote, certain people's feelings have been hurt and they would love to drive a car into a crowd. Very sad what we have become. Painted in the most eye-catching colors possible, I think it can only be for demoralization, to make us feel trapped in a dangerous and ugly place. Ugly. Diversity, great, isn't it? Really improving life for every one of us, right? Not yet met a British person who's benefited from it, diversity, but plenty who are disgusted, says it all. Diversity. Let's go over here to this tragic reality channel. He got 1,400 views plus in 10 hours. Everyone is ugly. And in his thumbnail, he has, I hate everyone. hates everyone, hates himself, calls everyone ugly. And young men watch this misery pusher. And I've called them out as misery pushers. It might take some of you 10, 15, 20 years of seeing it to finally realize, King Stephen was right calling them out as misery pushers. King Stephen was right to do that. He was trying to help protect the fucking youth from being mind controlled by these misery pushing creatures on YouTube that profit from pushing hate and misery. Everyone is ugly, his video's called. And again, the thumbnail says, I hate everyone. That's what he has.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, but they'll call me a hater. These demons reverse it. They call me a hater. And they come out openly saying they hate everyone. 183 likes on this garbage. This is what people are gobbling up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. I know many of you are going to be offended when you hear me say this, but this is something that kind of has to be said. Now, as the title implies, or not even implies, as the title says, everyone is ugly. You're ugly. I'm ugly. We're all ugly. And I find the human race to be a very grotesque species, a very despicable species in terms of aesthetics. I think
he's spewing hatred, depression, misery. Can't you see what he's doing? He's not the only one. Here he is, this Somali that loves to cover his face, and where he covers up this way. He covers the lower part of his face. He'll often cover his afro with a hat, and just his eyes are showing. Black eyes, of course. Of course. And here he is here, tragic reality crybaby clown. And people watch this. He's come out in videos saying he just does YouTube for money. He doesn't give a fuck about the people he's damaging. He's making money by pushing misery and hatred. He hates America. He hates white people. He hates life itself. He hates humanity. He's miserable. His eyes show that he's miserable. Miserable demon. And people watch and click like and leave comments and support. It's sickening, but that's the way this realm is. People follow this shit. And it does harm to them.
that we're all just hideous creatures. Like completely hideous. Beyond belief. And it's kind of fascinating how people in this species, we get so hung up over the discourse regarding appearance, looks. Oh, this person's a 10 out of 10. This person's a 7. This person's a 1. This person's a 4. It's so fascinating how we constantly talk about this kind of stuff and how we rank people based on appearance, when in reality, we're all absolutely disgusting beings. Or filthy beings. And the thing is, all creatures are filthy, but I feel like humans are just hands down the filthiest. And the reason being is that not only are we absolutely disgusting on the outside, but we're also disgusting on the inside. In terms of the way we are, the way we act, the way we move through this world.
Do you see what he's doing? I call them misery pushers. Sorry about stumbling a little bit. It's early in the morning and I'm just having difficulty during this live stream. I'm tired. I slept some, but I woke up kind of tired. I do have sleep apnea and that affects things. But anyway, I'm going to be working on getting that corrected. I call them misery pushers. And I don't know what, well, I almost said I don't know why. I have ideas why so many in this realm can't see it. Because I think a lot of you relate to this shit. A lot of you, meaning humans, relate to these miserable creatures that feel disgusting themselves. They hate themselves. They call humans disgusting inside and out. I think there's a lot of ones walking around in this realm that relate to these creatures. You're miserable. So you go watch misery pushers and you feel miserable about yourself and about humanity. You hate humanity and you hate yourself. And I think there's a lot more of that than people realize. I don't think people realize how much of a problem it is in this realm.
The way we treat each other.
Oh, and by the way, one of the reasons why I don't think people realize it, I hardly see anyone talk about it. Hardly anywhere that I go all over YouTube, and I hardly see anyone point this out and say these are misery pushers. Hardly ever see it.
Now, I'm a guy that's never really cared about the entire appearance thing. Like, I never really put too much thought into my appearance. Now, obviously, I do try to look in a way that's presentable, at least in my opinion, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm just an ugly being. But again, I don't really talk about my appearance much on this channel at all. I don't really think about my appearance too much. As long as I'm clean, I guess. Or
He said that he's failed at everything in life, including video games. He failed at basketball. He views himself as an ugly being, as a failure, and he pushes misery. He's a Somali, and he pushes misery. And people watch his videos, and he gets ad money to be on YouTube to push misery. He gets paid to push misery. And it's gross.
as long as I look okay, then that's really all I think about. I don't really do much with my appearance because it's just so irrelevant to my existence. It's just very irrelevant. At the same time, I know that's not really how people operate. People always think about their appearance, and people, I mean, we have an entire hierarchy based on appearance. And this is what a 10 out of 10 looks like, and this is what an 8 out of 10 looks like, this is what a 5 out of 10 looks like. And that right there is a part of the ugliness I was talking about, right? Because when it comes to other beings, other creatures on this planet, there is no hierarchy. Obviously there can be no hierarchy. If a squirrel that's just walking around right now in this green area through the grass, if a squirrel looks slightly different from other squirrels, it's not like that squirrel is going to have a hard life. You know, materially that squirrel is going to be living just the same as all these other squirrels, but that's not really the case with human beings. No, instead with human beings, what we do is, if you just coincidentally happen to spawn with certain traits that society deems as undesirable, your life is going to be a bit more difficult, at least socially. It may not be as difficult in terms of materially, in terms of, you know, in practical sense, but actually it may well be as well, because in this world, in order to obtain a living in this world, in order to make money and to have a job, you need to be approved by other people. You need to be approved by institutions. You need to have a hiring manager say yes. And if you're a 5 out of 10, or if you're a 0 out of 10, and you're competing against someone that's a 10 out of 10, then you guys already kind of know what the likely outcome is. I don't even need to explain it. And that's just kind of how it works in this world. But it's kind of funny, because when you realize the absurdity and how artificial this hierarchy is, you just can't unsee it. I mean, a 10 out of 10 and a 5 out of 10, at the end of the day, they're both still disgusting human beings with disgusting bodily functions. I mean, think about this, guys. That person that you consider to be so hot, that girl that you think is so hot, or that Chad, it's like we all have these disgusting things that we do at the end of the day. You know, we all take a shit. You know, we all wake up with disgusting morning breath. You know, we all have such disgusting bodies. We all puke, you know. We all do these disgusting things. So it's like we're all disgusting beings at the end of the day. And yet we talk about, no, she's a 10 out of 10. No, she's a 1 out of 10. Who cares? They're both disgusting beings. It's absurd. And if you ask me, I find it completely. Who cares? They're both disgusting beings. It's absurd. Disgusting beings. It's absurd. And if you ask me, I find it completely disgusting that that I even have a body myself. I really despise that. I really wish I didn't have a body. I wish I was just a floating entity that could just move. I really wish I didn't have a body. I wish I was just a floating entity. I really despise that. I really wish I didn't have a body. I even have a body myself. I really despise that. That I even have a body myself. I really despise that. If you ask me, I find it completely disgusting that I even have a body myself. I really despise that. I really wish I didn't have a body. I wish I was just a floating entity that could just move through the world without having all of these bodily functions. It's absolutely disgusting, isn't it, guys? The fact that you have to spill waste basically every single day because of liquids, the fact that you have to dump waste because of food, it's like, it's disgusting. It's objectively disgusting. And we put this stuff aside, and it's like, no, I can't even set it aside. Like, I just see how disgusting we are. And again, that 10 out of 10 hot girl, how about this? How about she uses the bathroom, and how about when she's finished using the bathroom, how about you walk in that bathroom? You're gonna be repulsed. You're gonna be absolutely repulsed, especially if she took a number 2. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's very funny to me how we basically treat people as these, you know, how we basically treat people that are attractive as gods basically in society. Okay, maybe not gods, but we definitely put them on a pedestal. But at the end of the day, they're also just as filthy and disgusting as we are. I mean, think about your mouth, for example. I mean, it's disgusting. You have to brush your teeth twice a day, 3 times a day. You know, you have teeth that would probably fall out if it weren't for modern dental care. You have to floss your teeth if there's something stuck between it, at least. I mean, this is really what we have to do. And once you're finished eating whatever you're eating, like, let's just say someone's eating curry, right? Let's just say someone had a curry for lunch. You know, he finishes his curry, you know, you talk to him, and this dude talks back to you, and like, you could just smell that stank ass breath right when he talks. Like, you could just smell it, and it's disgusting. And it doesn't matter whether the person's a 10 out of 10 or whether the person's a 5 out of 10. It's the same case. It's the same case. Again, we all wake up with morning breath. We have to brush our teeth the moment we wake up, because, I mean, imagine talking to someone with morning breath. You know, he just wakes up, you ask him a question, he responds, but he's all up in your face, and you could just smell that. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, we all do it. I'm not saying that I don't do it. And I mean, I despise the fact that, you know, I have a body that's doing this stuff. I despise that. I find it pretty despicable. And it's like, I mean, even in terms of aesthetics, human beings are just ugly creatures. I mean, think about all of the creatures that live in this world. Like a butterfly, for example. You know, I'm sure that a butterfly is also a disgusting being. I don't know too much about butterflies, but in terms of aesthetics, I'd say butterflies actually have an appealing aesthetic. You know, they actually look pretty exotic, in my opinion. But when you look at a human being, it's just a disgusting creature. It's a disgusting mammal with hair everywhere, you know, standing on 2 legs. I mean, really? This is why I can't really buy into the entire appearance hierarchy. I just can't really buy into that. I mean, I just seriously cannot buy into this entire hierarchy because, again, the entire human race is just very disgusting, very grotesque. I mean, we walk around with bacteria. You know, we have toenails that we need to cut. We have fingernails that we need to cut. Have you guys ever let your fingernails grow really long? I mean, I have plenty of times. And the thing is, it's because I forget about it sometimes. Because, I mean, I already hate having a body alone, so it's like, I do tend to forget that we need to cut. Have you guys ever let your fingernails grow really long? I mean, I have plenty of times. And the thing is, it's because I forget about it sometimes. Because, I mean, I already hate having a body alone, so it's like, I do tend to forget about these very trivial things. But the thing is, dude, if you let that shit grow long enough, then it's going to eventually be very, very painful. You know, you're probably going to smack your fingers or smack your toes against something, and then it's going to hurt your nail, and it's going to bleed a lot. And then that's when I'm reminded, oh my God, I forgot I'm a disgusting human being that has to deal with this stuff. You know, it's just flat out absurd, man. All of us have to deal with this stuff. You know, we have to shower every single day, or at least multiple times a day, we have to shower. Or else if we don't do that, we're going to smell absolutely disgusting. And we have to basically mask our filth and how disgusting we are.
Squares of cobblestone, because they're like, dude, everything that you make is made out of big ass square cobblestone material. There's no architectural sophistication. That's how I feel about this world. Everything is just made of just these disgusting squares of cobblestone. There's no color. There's no health. There's no sanity. It's just consumeristic, capitalistic filth. It pisses me off. But the uglification, it pisses me off. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. But the uglification, which is the objective reality that I see that nobody else seems to see, that causes me to have this reality dysmorphia. When I look at it, and I declare it's vile filth. But it's so underwhelming and it's so boredom-inducing that it's almost hard to be antagonistic towards it. Where's the hospital bed? So I can take a nap and lift my feet up. That's how I feel. But the antagonism is there, it's just subtle. Nothing has fucking meaning. There's no novelty. There's no salience. It's just a colorless world with mediocre Minecraft cobblestone architecture. Fuck this place. We live in a world of critics. People like to review everything, give it a 1-star, or in some cases, a 5-star review. But what if that same mentality, instead of applying it to a fast food item or a certain product that is purchasable, you rate reality itself? That's something I think about quite often. I consider myself a critic of reality itself. Ladies and gentlemen, I give it a 1-star. Do you think that's harsh? Usually when some food reviewer gives an item of fast food poison a 1-star, it's because it tastes gross or not good. It's flavorless. He gives it a 1-star. That's how I feel about this reality. It is anhedonia inducing, where you can't feel any pleasure because the pleasure is underwhelming and it results in a more formidable type of pain that comes with it. There's no pleasure in this reality. You think I drink this Miller Lite because it gives me pleasure? No, it just makes me feel a little bit less miserable. A little less miserable. We all have our copes. Alcohol, unfortunately, is my cope. Cigarettes are my cope. A little less miserable. Miller Lite because it gives me pleasure? No, it just makes me feel a little bit less miserable. A little less miserable. We all have our copes. Alcohol, unfortunately, is my cope. A little less miserable. We all have our copes. Alcohol, unfortunately, is my cope. Cigarettes are my cope. Do I like these things? No. They ruin my life. I have to take fucking an inhaler because I have asthma-like symptoms because I smoke.
I'm trying not to comment on anyone. I mean, people can make fun of me. I mean, they probably make fun of me as they walk by. Just being here in this human experience, I'm not above or better than anyone. I'm just a poor fuck who got their awareness opened to where they actually are. It's kind of like a curse, honestly. It's like I could have been living in ignorance, and maybe I might be enjoying this life. I might be chasing after all of its shiny things and desires of the flesh and going absolutely nowhere in the end. But you know, silly humans don't actually think about that. They just live in the moment or the immediate future. Even when they're at the brink of death, they're still hanging on and fighting for dear life. There's a story that this old man, I might have told this, I don't know, but I think he's like 94 or something, and he got diagnosed with cancer. And his attitude is, oh, I'm gonna fight this thing. I'm gonna win this thing. I still have life to live. I'm not going down so easy. You know, in a way, it's kind of admirable. It's like, yeah, man, I like your spirit. I like your spunk. I truly like that. And I can respect and value that. But at the same time, man, you're living in delusional land. You love this prison vessel so much, even at the age of 94, that you just can't let it go. And you don't realize that even if you did overcome that cancer, you could have zero cancer. I'm cancer free. And then the next day you die of old age. I mean, do you not see the lunacy of it all? Absolutely. Had to let the NPCs go past me. Do I really think they're NPCs? I mean, like I said, you could call me an NPC if I'm following the human meat monkey programs and desires and ways of being, and then also being indoctrinated and programmed since birth from society, culture, the government, mass media, socially engineered. I mean, we're all pretty much NPCs until you start questioning deeply about the reality that you're in, and then you see this as all fucking stage play. And it's hard to fully comprehend and understand until you get to that level of awareness. You can't really describe it with words. I mean, some people can. I just can't do it right now. Because that old thing right there, it's coming out to melt me and take my soul away from me. I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning and I actually felt all right. I felt kind of, you know, while being in this torture vessel, I didn't feel all that bad. I felt this kind of, I don't know, carefree attitude, and it was really fun and joking around. And then as soon as this thing comes up, it like beats me back down into submission. I just want to run away and get out of it. But even when you're
Hello everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my tiggas. My stomach is rumbling. My stomach is rumbling, my tiggas. My stomach. Where's my Aunt Jemima?
What's up, guys? So I just wanted to first clarify that I am a little sick right now, so I don't know if you can tell from my voice, but I'm a little nasally. I have some sinus congestion, so I apologize for that. But anyway, I wanted to make this video where I just go over how my current ideology developed, basically how I became radicalized, and I just wanted to share my story of falling down the far right rabbit hole and ending up where I am today. And I'm sure if you're a young guy, a Gen Z guy, you're probably going to relate to this because you probably had a similar experience. So to start, I was born in 2001, so I grew up within the Obama era, and I remember just seeing how much society shifted during that time. There was a huge shift towards normalizing LGBT, which happened at this time, and if you are on the younger side of Gen Z, or if you are Gen Alpha, you probably don't remember what the world was really like before woke and LGBT stuff really took over. To just give you an idea of how much things changed, Barack Obama, who seen as like the hero of the Democratic Party, and is still loved by a lot of Democrats and a lot of people on the left today. He was originally anti-gay marriage, and while he was president, he was vocally against gay marriage. So just to give you an idea of how much things have changed, I mean, by modern standards, a Republican being against gay marriage is somewhat controversial. So it's really crazy to think about who's basically one of the most beloved Democrat politicians today, having at one point in his career been anti-gay marriage is pretty crazy to think about. But, society has shifted a lot from that time. And I grew up in New Jersey, and I live in New Jersey right now. And New Jersey is a very diverse state. So I grew up around a lot of multiculturalism, a lot of different races, a lot of different cultures. So I obviously going to school was kind of taught the usual don't see skin color, we're all one race, and all these things. The standard that the majority of people are taught in schools today, so nothing out of the ordinary. However, I will say that I think that my brain chemistry somehow protected me. I think that my brain was just wired in such a way that I was able to really avoid a lot of the more serious brainwashing, and it never really clicked with me like it did with other people. And I'm sure if you are like me, if you're more of a schizo or an autist, you probably are the same way, where you probably attribute a lot of your resistance to the world agendas as simply a result of your brain chemistry. So, it's a pretty universal thing there. I will say that I also did have a somewhat more conservative upbringing where my parents never really were overtly political, but my parents were more right-leaning, and they still are today. My grandma is a staunch Republican. She's very, very, very political, and she loves Fox News. She's like your stereotypical conservative boomer. And I think that definitely influenced my mom. And my dad also is just naturally more of a right-leaning guy, probably just because he's a normal, straight white guy with testosterone. So both my parents were a bit more conservative. And while they weren't overtly political in the household, their ideas did kind of rub off on me. Like, I didn't like Obama growing up because my parents didn't like Obama. And my dad would always tell me that I should not listen to the teachers when they start talking about politics and all these things, because my dad knew that most of the teachers were left-wing and that I shouldn't listen to them about any of these ideas. So I think that definitely helped. On top of that, I think I've always been more of like an outdoorsy guy. I've always loved my guns. I always wanted to own guns since I was a kid. And I think my first real political opinion that I ever had was just in regards to gun control, where I was always anti-gun control as a kid because, hey, I thought guns were cool, and I thought the idea of owning a gun was awesome and badass, and I'm not going to like the political party that wants to ban the thing that I want to own. So that was really my first real political opinion I ever formed. Growing up in a very diverse area, you would think from a left-wing perspective that growing up in more diversity makes you less prone to racism. However, I would be a perfect example of why that isn't the case, and I'm going to get more into that, but I also want to talk more about my first real introduction to identity politics, which was, I think around 2014, I watched this YouTube video of this lady screaming at these guys who were, they were just carrying around anti-abortion flyers or posters. And this video was pretty viral for the time. I don't know if you can still find it on YouTube, but this lady basically harassed these guys. She tore down their posters, and I'm just like, God damn, this lady is crazy. And that was my first introduction to the archetype of the SJW, which at the time, they were called SJWs, social justice warriors. I don't know what people call them today, but they were basically your blue-haired feminist type of person. And I'm a pretty schizo guy. I believe in a lot of conspiracy theories, and I definitely 100% believe in things like MKUltra and Monarch and these different mind control things that the government did, these programs. And I think that with these SJWs, they are an archetype. And I think that someone literally created the first SJW in a lab. Like, someone was writing this all down on paper. There was a meeting in a boardroom, and someone drew up the first prototype for the social justice warrior. And they just somehow used some kind of occultism or some kind of mass brainwashing to inject this archetype into people and literally brainwash them and turn them into this archetype of person, because all of these SJWs are the exact same person. They all act the same, they all talk the same, they dress the same, they look the same, they have the same sense of humor, they have the same opinions. And look, there are normal people that have left-wing views, but then there are the SJWs. And with the SJWs, it's literally like someone took a copy-paste of one person, just pasted it all over the world, because these are all the exact same person. So yeah, I do think that this is some kind of like extreme mind control going on here. So that was really my first introduction to identity politics, was just watching these videos of these SJWs kind of freaking out online and at protests. And I also started getting into Gamergate, because that was a big thing that was going on around this time. This was when Gamergate was starting, so you had all these feminists critiquing video games, and hey, I was a gamer, so that annoyed me as well. So I kind of fell into that anti-SJW Gamergate rabbit hole. That was really my first foray into understanding my own worldview and sort of identifying as a conservative. Now at this time, I still kind of considered myself a liberal. I was still pro gay marriage. I didn't really have any opinions on different races. It was really just more so, hey, these SJWs, they're kind of crazy. These feminists, they're kind of crazy. We got to stop these people. They're an annoyance. But I didn't have any overtly racist or homophobic or really any kind of like extreme views like that yet. And I'm sure that's the case for most guys at this time, even a lot of older guys. I think this was really kind of the rise of a lot of people's conservative views, and this is when a lot of people started to kind of shift towards being more conservative. But overall, the right was dominated by more of this centrist kind of liberal Republican type of, hey, you know, free market capitalism, anti-socialist, anti-SJW, but not overtly racist or overtly traditionalist or nationalist yet. That would come later for most people, including myself. Now, at the same time that all this SJW insanity was going on, I was also starting to notice that there were a lot of double standards directed towards white people. And I remember in history class, we were being taught about things like colonialism and American imperialism. And it was always like, white people bad, white people did this, white people are terrible. And I remember just asking my teacher, hey, why do we only ever talk about the bad things that white people did? Why don't we talk about, you know, the bad things that other groups did? And this was around the time I also started learning about the Soviet Union and the politics around World War II. And I learned that, hey, Joseph Stalin killed millions of people, but we were being taught about the Holocaust for like the 20th time in class. I'm just thinking, like, why are we always taught about the Holocaust, but we're never taught about how the Soviet Union killed millions of people themselves, and no one ever says anything about it? And I started questioning that. And on top of that, a lot of the people around me were starting to get radicalized in different ways. For example,
right now I'm kind of just feeling like everything is just becoming increasingly more and more pointless. And I wouldn't say this is a permanent feeling. It's just like when when you're so aware of how things are in this world, the structure and everything, it's becoming hard to find enjoyment in, or just even looking forward to the future. And you know, always having this goal of saying, oh, I would like to do this, I would like to do that. And I think once you become so aware of how things are and everything, and it just becomes so overwhelming, and all these thoughts piling up on top of each other, it kind of just makes you feel like everything really is pointless. Like, what is the point of just wanting to have this goal or chasing this dream or wanting to do this, wanting to do that? And it's just like, why should I even keep trying if this is how things are? If, you know, things are becoming so fake, and then technology taking over even more, and you know, and all the things that I've discussed on my channel, like, you know, they're increasing inflation and cost of living. It's like, what is even the point of trying? Seriously, what is the point of just to keep on doing this and trying to, figure life out? And this is what people will always say. You just got to get your shit together and, just figure it out and find your passion, find what you want to do, find your dream job, find your career. And I'm in my head, I'm just thinking, okay, but what the hell is the point? I don't, like, and here's the thing, this is the part where I feel like having this awareness feels like a burden. And in some cases I would say, yeah, having this awareness has allowed me to have more agency in my life and I know exactly what I want and what I don't want in life. Yeah, and that's a positive. But the downside is that, sometimes when you're so aware of these things, you're not really looking forward to do anything else because the reality as it is, it's becoming increasingly shit. And it almost feels like the world is asking us that the only way for us to...
People are gobbling up this misery. 500 likes on this video, almost 10,000 views, because people love to follow this miserable shit. He's miserable, so he's making videos to push his misery on YouTube onto others.
For anything, to go to our day jobs, to follow our routines, to go to school, go to work, commute, take the subway, take the train, drive a car and go to your appointment. The only way to do all of these things and keep your sanity is to not think about these thoughts and not be aware of these things. And I remember what it was like, a couple years ago when I was able to do everything. I was able to just...
They always talk about sanity, keeping their sanity.
Okay, well, this is my next step, and this is my career, and I'm just going to keep applying to jobs, I'm just going to go to work, I'm going to commute, I'm going to take the bus, I'm going to take the train, I'm going to take the metro, I'm going to use my car, I had to have this appointment, I'm just going to go here and here, and it just feels like the only way you can do that without losing your fucking mind is if you're not aware of all this shit. If you don't think about these thoughts, about the way things are...
He's an angry little Asian man living in Canada. He's losing losing his fucking mind. He's an angry little guy.
I'm going to use my car, I had to have this appointment, I'm just going to go here and here, and it just feels like the only way you can do that without losing your fucking mind is if you're not aware of all this shit. If you don't think your fucking mind, only way you can do that without losing your fucking mind is if you're not aware of all this shit. If you don't think about these thoughts, about the way things are structured. Because the more I keep thinking about this, the more it just and it's not like, a lot of people will just say, oh, just stop thinking about it. Just stop thinking about it. And this is the thing, people will try to find these solutions for you and give you advice and just change your perspective. It's all about perspective. Change your mindset, so you can keep moving forward. But this is just who I am.
Do you feel sorry for this angry little guy? He called me a troll when I went to his chat room and banned me immediately for saying something about him being lazy. He couldn't even take one comment. He couldn't take it. Immediately labeled me a troll and banned. Because he's a coward. That's what he truly is.
I was friends with this black girl who was a very smart girl. She was very much the opposite of the stereotypical black woman. She was very educated, she was very well-spoken, she was very articulate, and she was overall a very sweet and loving person. However, I just remember having a conversation with her during track practice one day, and I don't know what this conversation was originally about, but somehow the topic of race got brought up, and particularly racism, and I remember her just saying that white people can't experience racism. And I think that was really a pivotal moment for me where I just realized, holy crap, there is a double standard directed towards white people. Now, being in a diverse community, I was surrounded by kids of different races. Particularly, there were a lot of Koreans in my grade, and a lot of the Korean kids really only hung out with each other. Now, obviously, there were exceptions. I mean, I had Korean friends who didn't fit any of the stereotypes that you would attribute to like an Asian person, but for the most part, most of the Korean kids kind of fell into the stereotype. They were all book smart, they were all nerdy, and they all tended to cluster with each other. And that was the same with the Hispanic kids and the black kids. And the funny thing is that for me, I was a white kid and I looked around and looking at like, hey, most of my friends are white as well. And I thought like, hey, if the white kids ever really just wanted to have their own group, there would be outrage. It would just not be allowed. People would call us racist. So that was another thing that really hit me, was that white people aren't allowed to have their own in-group preference, but Asian people can have that, Hispanic people can have that, especially black people can have that. And I remember just walking around town, and there were parts of the town that were so heavily Koreanized that they didn't even have the store signs in English. So that was another thing as well that really hit me, was the fact that I was literally a minority in this town, in this city, and yet I was being told that I was the oppressor here. Around this time, there was also a lot of controversy with the police and how they were treating black people. There was this whole debate going around of whether the police had racial biases, and the white-on-black violence that was supposedly going on, especially police brutality. That was the big kind of thing going on, the zeitgeist at this time. It was police brutality and racial preference and racial bias in the criminal justice system. And this is before body cams became mandatory. So obviously, fast forward to now, a lot of this police brutality stuff is pretty much gone. And that's because, body cams exist and they're mandatory. And they've showed us the reality about why it seems that black people tend to get arrested at higher rates and tend to get shot by police at higher rates. So obviously nowadays we know the truth about that, but at the time that was a really hot issue, and that was one of the first political issues that became really widespread in my grade. I was in middle school at the time, and I just remember this white girl who, she was actually my first crush ever. I first had a crush on her in 5th grade, and she was a very beautiful girl. She had red hair, very attractive, and her story was just really tragic because she was hit really, really hard by the white guilt, by the self-hatred, to the point where she almost exclusively dated black guys. And she would literally post on her Instagram saying how much she hates her ancestors, that she wants to have kids with a black guy just to spite her ancestors. Like, she was really, really, really brainwashed. And she definitely had some other mental illnesses, but it was really sad. And I just remember having an argument with her about the whole police.
Crazy Gingy want to fuck black guys and have their babies. Crazy Gingy. A lot of them are anti-white somehow. A lot of gingers.
Brutality thing, and holy crap, bro. It was really a moment of clarity where I realized that white people are being brainwashed, man. Like, we're being brainwashed to hate ourselves. And
Right, it says we're live, but Audrey is experiencing difficulties. If anyone is there, I did see K-Mac. Just please say yes, you can hear me. Otherwise, it might be beneficial if you can't. Not I'm here to win, just an impromptu live while it's the 11th. I just saw me comments and Sam said it's happy 11th, and I'm like, damn, it's the 11th. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to do a live to about one person. I bet that's me. So if anyone is out there, please say yes, you can hear me. Otherwise, it might be an hour of me talking to no one, or 5 minutes, or anything. Oh, we've got 8 in, that'll do. As long as we've got more than one person, then that was definitely not me. Yep. Chrissy Cool said, yep, you can hear me. Anyone else? Come on. Let me know. Ask any questions. It's just an impromptu live because it's the 11th. I don't even know what date is day today. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go live. So we've got Ginger Green in the house. We're talking about anything. I just, because I've not done a live in that long, I didn't even recognize the software, and I'm hitting it, and I thought, you know what, I just saw Sambino say it's the 11th. I'm just going to see if this still works, just in case people did want to start hearing me doing the odd live again. I don't know, people prefer my videos, did they prefer a live or what? So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna plunge and see how it is. Well, the solar eclipse tomorrow, some of them said it, I don't know where, so don't, take my word for it, that it's going to last for up to 11 minutes in some places. I thought that was rather funny. And meteor showers. So what do people think meteor showers are actually? Do you think that's just things falling off the firmament? Or, like I say, is it just the roof of the cave coming away? I just appreciate you, Chrissy Kill, just even saying that you're in the house. I just had visions of me doing something like this because I've not done it. I've not told anyone I'm going live. I've just hit live after 5 minutes and having about 3 people, if that, and I'm happy I've just got 16. So it's any topic, ask any questions, I'll answer them. I'm just checking the system still. Oh, I'm buffering on your end. That they did say as soon as I hit the button that they've got large traffic. 12:22. I always meaning to do an early stream for people in other countries. I just forget. I'm so away with the furries. It really is. Yeah, I just think it's in certain countries. It did say that it was having traffic when I was connecting in. It wouldn't connect it on my. Zones, flat Earth, you name it, I've done it. And people just don't get it, and that's what Chris is saying. People just don't get the spell. You can find so much, especially if they say we've got to hide things in plain sight. And everyone's wondering, that King Stephen, why would you call yourself King Stephen? What a waste of a person and time of his effort. And I very rarely banned anyone, but I'm not here to listen to idiots like that. And he is an idiot. He's insignificant. I'm not giving him the airtime. So, yeah, it's just a troll, because what they used to do, Raven, was use my channel to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me, I'm subscribers like shit, they expect me to promote them. And they got the little huff, and because he's having an ongoing battle with me, a fellow YouTuber called London, they think I'm a devil troll, but he's calling himself devil and all. It's just people like that is why the world is like it is, and they'll be judged when it comes to the end of the world.
What do you disagree with us on? Give us some specific points we can discuss, and I guess we'll kind of start there.
So I disagree with the whole point about remigration, remigration of. I would say migration in from a standpoint of getting rid of illegal migrants. People that came over here since the 80s or 90s through politicians letting letting people in here.
Mm-hmm.
So I disagree from the standpoint from immigration of just saying black people, black Americans that came here almost 400 something years ago, that fought wars, Confederate wars, World War II, that have history here. Also Mexicans, Central Americans, I'm Puerto Rican and Native Hawaiian, so I have history here in America. Hawaii is part of America. Native Americans that have reservation, that have reservations here, things like that. So I disagree with a couple other points too, but I'm gonna start off with that point. I think I think it violates the Constitution when you just say get rid of everybody because of violence. And I don't I agree with some points of the Black American community, with the violence and what has corresponded probably for the past 100 years, years or so. So I just want to start off with that.
Well, we've never said get rid of everybody because of violence. I mean, really, foundationally, it just comes down to a matter of definition. Your definition of an American is necessarily different than our definition of an American. We believe that America is a nation and a nation is a people. You can only be a member of the nation by blood. So it's a matter of definition. So we can talk about contributions through history. We can talk about whether or not you commit crime. We can talk about how much you pay into the taxpayer system on an individual basis versus a group basis. But ultimately, regardless of all of those things, we do not believe that anybody that does not belong to the heritage American / European diaspora bloodline, no one outside of that can be an American or assimilate reliably by definition. So, I mean, we can talk about any of those specific points if you want. I mean, I would push back on a variety of them. One being that Black people served in the military and fought wars, therefore their contributions, should grant them residency here or something like that. I mean, disproportionately, Black people didn't contribute in any meaningful way. I forget what the exact number was. I think World War II, it was like, 400,000
so for World War II,
American whites?
The numerical breakdown for casualties in World War II, it was 400,000, between 400,000 and 500,000. So nearly 500,000 young white men that died in World War II. And for young Black men, it was like less than 1,000.
Yeah.
And so the proportions there are clearly off. I mean, you could say that there was a contribution, but it certainly did not, turn the scale in one direction or the other just because of that minor contribution.
But the contribution thing, again, is a non-starter, at least for our definition, because I could move to Japan or to China and I could be a citizen legally there, but I would never be viewed as a Chinese or a Japanese person, regardless of how I behave. I could, find the cure for cancer utilizing Japanese infrastructure, and they would never see me as a Japanese person. And I believe the same thing extends to every other nation throughout all of human history. And the last 80 years or so, we've sort of began appealing to this idea that a country is nothing but a set of transcendental ideas or ethics, and it doesn't work at scale. It's incomprehensibly incompatible with lived reality.
I would add to that just by saying that it makes sense that you would oppose our stance on remigration, because you in the identity category that you belong to would be implicated if that policy were implemented. And it doesn't have to be so personal. I don't fault you for having that perspective. You're putting your people first, just like I'm advocating for us to put our people first. But even if you zoom out from our personal anecdotal experience and just appeal to the framework of these founding documents, because you did mention the Constitution, our founding fathers emphasized certain terms like posterity, and they talked a lot about how our people need to come from a common ancestry and be tethered together by heritage. These ideas have a very clear racial connotation. And so any attempt to appeal to that, fundamental framework, there is a racial component there that can't be denied, I would say, as well.
Okay, so I would say if this were to work, so you get rid of everybody out in this country, like what's the plan? Like what is like the overall plan of
the
how you're
plan
gonna move
the plan to
like,
remove
everybody?
people?
No, I'm saying like if you succeed in doing it all throughout all, let's just say, because you guys don't count like Hawaii or Alaska as part of it.
Alaska for sure. Hawaii, it's up for debate. I mean, it's like 20% white. It's not even part of the actual, it's not even connected to the continent.
Hawaiians, other types of Asians are here. So
Hawaiians hate white people.
We'll probably end up taking it back anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
but
Hawaiians hate white people, and it's not even because of that. I mean, it's not even part of the continental United States. That's sort of a secondary question. Are you asking what is the process by which we will accomplish remigration, or are you asking once we do accomplish that, what will we do?
I'm saying once you do it. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just talking about in something like certain reality.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know, like. Oral.
Yep.
What's this guy? Yeah, he went to like a certain was it in Arkansas, I believe?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Return to the land. Yep.
Return to the land. Is that how the plan is going to be? Teach certain like European history, something like a Rome or a
You're saying
like
so you're
what is it?
saying just to
Is it
make
going
sure just to make sure I understand what you're saying. I just want to clarify here. You're saying hypothetically, if we removed all people that we consider non-Americans, would we emulate that model nationwide as far as like an education curriculum? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So, what is the plan going to be? Like, what country would it resemble? Like, is it going to resemble like a Catholic Rome-ish type of a country?
I think it'll be natural. I think it'll be natural. I think people are far too focused on reviving other ideals. You see people romanticizing things online. They show, a carousel on Instagram of photos from the 1950s with some reminiscent song behind it. And I understand that there are characteristics of different periods of times that we could draw from to learn from and also model the future after. But I'm more of a futurist. I believe that we should look towards the future, not to say we should discount history because we learn from history. And there's a lot to know from it. But I don't think that we're going to necessarily model it after something specific. I think that once we have sovereignty over our own blood and soil, that'll sort of just emerge as a consequence of racial homogeneity once again, as it always has. I mean, no one really modeled something explicitly after something from the past. They maybe drew from it, but sort of culture and religion and all these things, architecture, sort of come downstream from the people. And right now, we have to deal with the practical application of policy and logistics and infrastructure before we even get to the question of, well, what does a future homogenous America look like? You know what I mean?
I would say the reason why that premise is important, though, is because it does emphasize a fundamental belief that we have, which is that the work that we need to conduct is internal, meaning that the crux of our ideology isn't about pointing and distributing blame to other groups and complaining about what other people have done to us. It's about putting our people first. So in that premise that you're talking about there, the work would just be beginning. I don't think that all of our issues would be solved after repatriating all non-assimilable people and all non-American people. The work would just be beginning at that point. We'd have to rebuild infrastructure like Forrest was talking about. So that would be just the foundational starting
point. And the pursuit of
that,
by the way, would cause and ignite sort of the resurgence of that intra-racial conversation, right? Like through that process, we will find out who we are, because not everybody's going to make it, really.
But it's the fundamental belief that you can't have a nation unless you have a people, and that group of people have to be unified and tethered together by some sort of common goal or destiny.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We are building something real here. Free, unrestrained conversations and content that contend with the real issues. If you want to help us keep that going, feel free to buy the Frojax Brothers a coffee over at our Buy Me a Coffee link, or you can send some support to our Rumble crypto wallet. Every bit helps, and this helps us stay independent and deliver to you as much value as possible.
And while you guys are supporting the mission, make sure to check out Frojax.net to see our merch designs that are dropping weekly. Here you can read more about who we are, check out some of our original music, and grab one of our high-quality clothing items to represent the movement. And when you're there, make sure to sign up for our email list for exclusive discounts and future announcements.
If you want to hang out with us live, ask questions, debate, or just hang out with the community, we go live on Rumble at least 3 times a week at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure to follow us on X and Instagram to stay up to date for our live stream announcements.
All of our links are available right there in the description below. We appreciate you guys being part of the team. God bless you and God bless America. Here you can read about who we are, check out some of our original music. Forrest. You can read more about who we are, check out some of our original music, and collect one of our new
collect one of our action figures. Get a little Jackson bobblehead.
So generally speaking, as we talk about white people, we talk about white people from different backgrounds. You have liberals, Democrats, progressives, centrists, all these different types of like white people. How are you going to assimilate all these different types of white people if you have a white people from, just say I'm going to bring up like Democratic states like Philadelphia, New York, Portland, Oregon, and then you have conservative states like more so like Arkansas, Alabama, Louisiana. How is that going to come? Because certain people, like we got the LGBT out of, people, these certain white people want immigrants to come in to the country. How is that going to work? Because
it's a good question.
Every time, every time you turn on the news, there's political violence between Republicans and to Democrats. This white person's killing this white person. So I think if white people are in this country, it's just going to be like it's going to be chaotic.
Well,
Like, in a certain-
there will certainly, if there is regime change, hypothetically, there will certainly be some level of social rest or political upheaval. That's inevitable anytime there's any sort of transformation in a country. We even saw small bits of that with Trump's, the past 10 years of Trump being in and out of office. We saw the COVID lockdowns and the George Floyd riots and all the things that have cascaded since then. So anytime there's any sort of political transformation, there's going to be a little bit of imbalance happening in society. Now, that's not ideal, but it is to say that that is a sort of growing pain that is necessary to reach the other side of a goal. Now, to the dynamic that you're pointing out there, where there's a lot of tension between left-wing white people and right-wing white people, I would say that largely people respond to incentive structures. I believe that a lot of people aren't going out and committing acts because they believe that that's most in alignment with their political conviction. I think that a lot of people are brainwashed and respond to incentive structures. Most of these incentive structures bear themselves out economically. So if we instituted policies on the basis of ethnoprimacy, where we put white people first, left or right wing, if there's an economic incentive to push ethnoprimacy, people are going to respond to that. Now, one of the ways you could do that is by ushering in grants for people to have white children, which is putting the ethnic core first. So there's a lot of different ways you could account for that. I would say implementing policies that make people respond to those incentive structures in a way that overrides their left or right leaning political persuasion is one way you could counteract that. And then number two would be state-sanctioned propaganda. People already respond to propaganda right now. All that we need to do is create our own pro-white propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, the propaganda thing's the biggest one. I mean, people only respond positively or negatively to two things. One is what they're experiencing, and two is what they're told to think or believe. We were just in Minnesota visiting family, and there's a really nice town there that one of our family members lives in, and it's vast majority white people. It's a leap and bound difference from Orlando to this place in Minnesota. You walk around and just the very textures of the social cohesion just scream safety and trust. And it's a very different experience. I enjoyed it a lot, but you walk around there and it's all white people and a very small amount of maybe like Asian or Indians. And I saw when I was walking through this nice neighborhood, a bunch of signs in people's doors that said, abolish ICE. We don't stand with ICE. No hate allowed here. So these are people essentially that are expressing left-leaning egalitarian social opinions. Now, I could say, well, that's a black pill because these are all white people expressing an ideology that is directly contrary to what I believe and what I believe is in the interest of me and my people. But at the same time, I can look at this and say, well, I understand why that ideology is false. So if they don't understand why the ideology is false, well, maybe they're not really thinking for themselves. And if they're not thinking for themselves, then that means they've just been told what to think. So if they've been told what to think before, they can be told what to think again. And again, like Jackson said, once you start removing people and the quality of people's lives increase substantially, they're going to respond positively to that. I don't see people really sitting around complaining, when crime plummets and things get cheaper. So I think it's kind of twofold. But again, this is a massive process. This isn't something that you're going to just like write a bill and send it to, Congress and they're going to just sign it and then overnight. And then there's this big civil war. And then that's not what it's going to be. It's going to be probably a decades-long process where people sort of assimilate into a newfound American identity over time, and they're going to do so by being told how to do so and responding positively to the positive consequences of that.
Yes, and so in that first example that Forrest brought up there, you have a case of affluent, white, left-leaning people who are virtue signaling a progressive ideology to win social credit. All we would have to do is usher in a new state-sanctioned form of propaganda that incentivizes people to earn social credit by appealing to the narratives that kind of propaganda facilitates. How do we do that? Well, first we have to create a new state. To create a new state, we have to unify white people who are ideologically aligned. So, like he said, it's going to be a multi-generational struggle, but I believe that we're at the beginning of it.
Okay, that was a lot to go from, but I wanted to know
Mhm.
what are the biggest problems here in the UFC? Like, give me like 5 deep problems that you guys, because I know you guys say welfare, other minorities draining the system.
The
What are
biggest
the
problem by far is demographic replacement. And many of these issues that we talk about are directly downstream
Well,
from
hold on.
that.
Do you mean 5 issues relating to black people specifically, or just
no?
5 issues in
I,
America?
5 issues like in the Americas when it comes down to like politicians,
Okay.
money laundering.
I'm a single issue voter at this point because any problem that a country can have is going to be second to the people that are experiencing this set of problems. So without the people, there is no nation. And that's my primary starting point, right? It's like demographic replacement is by far the most important thing. And many of these issues are downstream of that.
I would say on top of that, I would extrapolate a little bit and say foreign influence and inflation, but I also agree with him in that those issues are largely intertwined with one another. And the demographic one is primary. I agree with
They're
that.
essentially the same thing, right? Because if you have representatives occupying a governing body that do not represent the people, meaning that they are not the people and their interests do not represent the interests of the people, then you're going to have this sort of issue. So if the governing body is only occupied by people who are of the nation, you're going to have less competing interests. Therefore, you're going to have more sovereignty and less foreign involvement. So it is really just kind of a downstream issue, and it is an identity thing in a lot of cases.
Just to clarify, I don't want to, hog the mic here. I'm not sure if we're supposed to be doing an interview or a debate. Are there any rebuttals that you'd like to offer to
Oh
us?
no, because I'm just like going through it. I'm just going to because like what you're saying right now is like a whole lot, but just going to really be like rebuttals when I talk about black people and the demographics and what's the
Sure.
most important when there's violence in this country. How should we respond to like violence in this country? And what's the biggest type of violence that people should be like scared of? So I'm gonna switch gears when you guys talk about what is like the most like dangerous type of violence. You guys would, because I know you guys say black on black violence. Like, break it down for me. We talk about per
Okay.
capita. Like, how is that?
Well, domestically,
Yeah.
domestically, if you're talking about violence within America, it's indisputable that black people vastly and disproportionately commit violent crime. And that's just sort of the statistical reality. I mean, we can go by category if you'd like to, but like the 1350 statistic, for example, which is largely, it's overstated, but it is overstated for a reason because of how profound it is and how overrepresented black people are in the category of homicide and assault and other categories that are adjacent to those types of criminality. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the most dangerous type of violence, I mean, violence in general is a dangerous activity that you should try to avoid as much as possible. But yeah, it's a statistical reality that black people are vastly overrepresented as criminals and in violence. Yes.
So, from my perspective, obviously I'm a minority in this country. I'm not really scared of like other black people. I kind of like get in the way of like certain things. I've been in certain situations where if I'm around a white person, I feel safe, and then I'm around a black person, I'm like kind of a situation when you're playing basketball. I've been in situations where someone would pull out a gun because a dispute over something stupid, right? But I'm more afraid of is right far right terrorism in this country.
Like, what's
Someone
one
would be
example of far-right terrorism? I don't really think that it exists on really any meaningful level, to be honest. At least not yet.
You don't think that it exists at all? Because
What is the most recent example? I can't even think of one. I can think of some that are international, but like in the United States, what's the most recent right-wing violent act?
So
I can think
you
of some
want me to-
left-wing ones. I can think of a handful of left-wing ones.
So far right terrorism, like you want me to bring out some statistics or just like
Well, just like I can't even think of a single example of a far-right person killing somebody or like burning something down in recent news history, which would be made a massive spectacle of because legacy media is disproportionately left-leaning. So you'd think it would be all over, Fox News if something like that were to happen, or CNN. I just don't see a lot of it. I see quite a bit of left-wing violence, or at least a lot more than right-wing.
Some bring up Charleston church shooting, 9 killed by white supremacists.
Yeah. Is that the same as the Christchurch? Christchurch, wasn't that in another country, or is that something else?
That's in USA. This is in Charleston, so this is like South Carolina.
Oh, South Carolina. When was that?
I think it was probably around 2019.
Okay, it's like 7 years ago.
But from there you have to extrapolate into a larger narrative, though. So are you saying that because of this singular incident, that generally speaking, you're afraid of white, right?
No, there's more incidents though. Like we have a statistical data that far-right is more dangerous than left wing, and it's not even close.
Okay, but are you breaking it down on a political level, or are you breaking it down on a racial level? Because the first thing you said was black people, right? Which it's indisputable that black people commit more crime.
I'm comparing this because when you're a minority in this country, we're talking about violence is bad in itself at all too. Like it's bad to walk in this country as a minority if no matter if you're Hispanic, Arab, Muslim. When you think about violence in this country as an innocent person, if you're not in gang, you're not selling drugs. Randomly, if I go to a church, will I be targeted because of my complexion, my religion? I'm bringing up these examples.
If you go anywhere in the United States, no matter what the context is, the likelihood of you being attacked by a black person is measurably higher. So, I mean, you could say, because I'm a minority, is it possible that I will be targeted due to one specific instance that occurred 7 years ago? As a white person, I could say the same exact grievance, and it would be more backed up by statistical data, because the interracial violence statistics are disproportionately hedged against white people. Most violence occurs intra-racially. Most white people commit crime against other white people. Most black people kill and commit crimes against other black people. But when it comes to interracial, which is really what we're talking about here, because we're talking about differences between groups, black people are like 40 times more violent in certain crime categories. So yeah, like, I mean, you can ask the question, will I be targeted if I'm a minority, right? But then I would say, like, if you're a minority, why are you here? Wouldn't you rather be amongst your people in a place where you aren't a minority?
I know that was going to come to this question. You know the affordability crisis in Hawaii?
No.
Islanders have to move. Okay, so there's a situation with the European Union, certain white people buying, hotels and data centers. There's an affordability crisis. So I'm gonna bring an example like a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment. Most islanders have to move to California. They have to move to Western states because of the affordability crisis. A lot of Native Hawaiians, they're practically homeless.
What is are you about to say that this causes them to commit crime?
No, I'm saying like you ask me as a minority, why am I here? So why would I be in the US? Most Hawaiians don't even live in Hawaii. Hawaii's been occupied by other white people, Filipinos, Asians there. A lot of Hawaiians live in California, West Coast states, Texas, Utah, where there's a lot of white people. So I'm saying if I'm walking, mind my own business, and there's a certain situation, you have a far right white nationalist that thinks a certain way about me, how I talk, there's going to be some disconnect there, and he's probably going like, I'm just thinking a hypothetical situation. I don't think that I'm not thinking every single day I'll walk around and there's going to be like a racial incident.
Well, white nationalists only exist for the very reasons that you're talking about, right? You said, well, me as a minority, I should be worried about some sort of white person committing a violent act against me because of my ethnic background and my religion. And I said, okay, well, why would you want to be here to begin with? And then you say, well, there's an affordability crisis basically caused by white people who occupied the country that I moved to because my native country is shitty. And it's like, okay, well, you came to like a white person's country to reap the benefits of the infrastructure and economy that white people, for the most part, created themselves. And then you want to say that like you feel targeted because there's white people that want the country to remain white, even though the statistical data on white people committing acts of violence against ethnic and religious minorities is substantially lower than the reverse. So to me, it's just like a completely incomprehensible opinion. I mean, anybody coming to the United States should just be like abundantly, ridiculously grateful. Otherwise, they're just delusional. That's kind of how I view it.
I mean, you can be grateful and you can understand your surroundings at the same time. So I'm grateful that I have running water, I have food in my refrigerator. So
would
I'm
you be
glad to
more
be-
afraid to be where is your native homeland? I get you're Pacific Islander and Black?
Puerto Rican and Native Hawaiian.
Okay, do you think you'd feel safer in Puerto Rico around other Puerto Ricans, or do you think you're safer wherever you are now around, let's say, white people?
It's a part of America, right? So it's a part of America, which we can't even get clean water from the America. I mean, most Puerto Ricans don't even have water. And we're a
Right.
part
Would
of
you
America.
feel safer around Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico or Americans in America?
I'm not saying that I would feel safe around either or. I mean, like there's a situation.
Which
where
one would you feel safe? I'm asking you. Which one would you feel safer around?
I would probably feel safer around Puerto Ricans that I trust, that they're not going to steal from me. They're not.
Then
going
why
to,
don't you live in Puerto Rico?
Well, it's not the fact that people grow up in a certain place and they have to wait. They have to make sure financially that this is the decision that I'm going to make. I may be planning to move to Puerto Rico probably 10 to 5 years from now, but right now,
Right,
I
you'll
have
do
to-
whatever's advantageous for you at the time.
Yeah.
So you came to America because, you want to pursue some sort of economic opportunity, but but then you want to complain about how you're not as safe as you would feel in Puerto Rico. I think that's just a irreconcilable position.
But I know a lot of minorities really don't have a choice. I think a lot of people would probably move if they had that choice to feel safer. But I just think that
Wait, you're saying most minorities would choose to move back to their homelands to feel safer if they had the opportunity?
most minorities in this country, I would say Mexicans, Central Americans, South Americans, Black people, not so much. I don't know. It's probably like 50-50. They probably want to go to Africa or other Caribbean countries. I don't know what. The majority would probably rather stay in this country. Would probably feel safer if their economy and the politics are right where it needs to be. I think. I mean, people in Mexico.
Well, they're welcome to leave.
Let's talk about. Can we talk about Mexico specifically? America has what, 25% of the world's Mexicans?
And 77% of those Mexicans are on government assistance.
So why do you think that they're coming here? Kind of like I said before, even with the explanation on the dynamic between white liberals and white conservatives, people respond to incentive structures. That nature of humans and the way that they respond to incentives is true across the board. So the same thing would kind of be applicable here. Mexicans are coming here because those same incentives don't exist in their homelands. Why do you think that those incentives don't exist there? And does it have anything to do with the quality of people?
Well, I don't think it has to do with the quality of people. I just think that you have a combination of corrupted governments that are destroying of a way Mexicans lived.
Who's in the government though?
The Mexican government, the Central American, South American government, the parts of
so
the
it's
US
Mexicans. Mexicans run.
Oh, you can say it's part of the U.S. too. The government,
Mexico.
Politicians. Yeah, I would say that they're part of.
So you're still blaming the corrupt Mexican government on white Americans?
I'm not necessarily blaming it on white Americans. I would say America in general.
So you think it's America's fault that Mexico is corrupt?
I don't think it's 100% America's fault, but what's going on with the CIA getting involved in Mexican politics, I would say that probably is half of it is probably America's fault. And then when they want to ask, like, I think a lot of Mexicans are coming over to America because they can't even really gain citizenship, so they have to go through borders or go through fences to try to.
They can literally just walk across for free and then have a kid, and that kid's an American, according to the U.S. Constitution. So,
well, I don't necessarily don't agree with that. I just think that people should, be able to, get green cards and stay.
Sure, but they can do that, and they do that, and that's a big problem. So they pursue all of the benefits of the.
Zones, flat Earth, you name it, I've done it. And people just don't get it, and that's what Chris is saying. People just don't get the spell. You can find so much, especially if they say we've got to hide things in plain sight. And everyone's wondering, that King Stephen, why would you call yourself King Stephen? What a waste of a person and time of his effort. And I very rarely banned anyone, but I'm not here to listen to idiots like that. And he is an idiot. He's insignificant. I'm not giving him the airtime. So, yeah, it's just a troll, because what they used to do, Raven, was use my channel to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me, like, I'm subscribers like shit, they expect me to promote them, and they got the little huff. And because he's not having an ongoing battle with me, a fellow YouTuber called London, they think I'm a devil troll. But he's calling himself devil and all. It's just people like that is why the world is like it is, and they'll be judged when it comes to the end of the world. And he's just wasting his life being vindictive, and they'll be judged when it comes to the end of the world. It is, and they'll be judged when it comes to the end of the world. And he's just wasting his life being vindictive, and that's just how it is. If that's the type of person you are, cool, but I don't want to swim in it. He wants to live and swim in a river of shit. Let him, but don't drag me into it. English, eh? I've saw a lot. That's always I've asked people of the zones, flat Earth, you name it. I've done it.
Are Trump's parents still alive? Or
bring the darkness into the light, not just follow the darkness, shining a light on it. Oh, you're so powerful and we can't do anything to stop you. Bullshit. We're here to overcome, baby, because that's what God's about. God is about life, and life is about overcoming.
We Shall Overcome is the song. Remember that one, the protest song? Or no, that was actually the Negro slave song. We shall overcome. Martin Luther King Jr. sang that. Are Trump's parents still alive, or are they deceased? You said he has mommy and daddy issues. Did his parents die?
I
was just curious. I just wondered if you'd stand up for gay people, because there's gays in the chat, some of them that think that Trump is hateful towards gays. I've seen comments. They don't like Trump because of his stance towards the LGBT.
What are you doing?
I'm wondering where you stand on this stuff.
But why? What's the relevance?
Of course it's relevant. You're going to have a conversation with Trump. So these are some of the issues that you should be tackling, or at
You
least
think
concerned about.
so? You don't think we should try to spend any time talking about how to get there? You just think you
I
should
never said that.
I should just entertain questions you
I
imagine
never said that.
asking?
No, I
Well,
never
I'm
said
trying
that.
to understand. That's why I'm
Well,
asking.
you're telling me what I think, though. You're saying you think. I'm just trying to figure out where you have disagreements with Trump and what you would discuss if you had the chance. Are you pro or anti-gay? Do you support the gays in the chat, or do you align with Donald Trump? It's not a trick
Stephen,
question, Jack. It's a simple question. It's not a
I
trick
know,
question.
and I'm really sitting here trying to understand why you think it's important for me to waste our time with. Again, opinions. You're
These are valid
asking.
issues. I'm asking
No,
you for your
Stephen.
stance, Jack. Your
Stephen.
political stance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that difficult? This is
No. Well, the confusion is yours, right? You're the
I'm
one
not
who's
confused.
asking questions without any real reasonable value I can find. I mean, because you think it's somehow important, his opinion.
This is valuable. This is very
a-
valuable. Well, the gays want to know, Jack. They want to know if they have.
Stephen, please read the moment, okay? I'm being as polite. I've been very patient, forgiving. I'm being a good host, all right?
You're trying. You're doing a little bit better.
I'm not having any fun with you.
Well, is this about fun or truth seeking? What's your goal here?
Well,
just
see,
a fun
I
show?
find truth seeking to be fun, but entertaining your delusions is really fucking boring, Stephen. Golly, geez, man, I give you so much room, so much rope, right? Okay, now here we go. Those people that want to bet that you can't change someone's mind, they can't change, they can't reform. Well, Stephen, where do you stand? You want to prove the people against me right? You want to keep wasting my time? Actually, at this point, I don't really care what you want, Stephen. So, I'm gonna be done with you today. God bless you, brother. I swear, Jar. I know. I keep saying I'm gonna get better. I know. If you are good and kind, you can be in God's kingdom, and I actually do believe that's what it is. It's the good and kind. That's how to be, right? Genuinely good, genuinely kind, no ulterior motives. And that way, if you walk as a good person, someone who's trustworthy, you're not going to be so surprised, right, to find other good and honest, trustworthy people. There's a lot of us out there. Right? So don't think you're alone if you're trying to be honest in a world filled with liars. There are a lot of us. I'll check for that. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate that. We all have our limits, and I won't. The efforts, in my opinion, appear quite fake, but I know that's what the ego does, the identity, the protective personality, the character who people think we are, right? It tries hard and it pretends and it wears it wears out. It wears out. I mean, thank you. And I know you guys get it. Thank you for all of you. For those who are tuning in or just listening, I am kind of communicating with the chat. So where was I going? Slowing down. Something perhaps I could have had I reminded myself of earlier. Perhaps that could have been a path for me to try. Slowing down.
Well, the gays want to know, Jack. They want to know if they have.
Stephen, please read the moment, okay? I'm being as polite. I've been very patient, forgiving. I'm being a good host, all right?
You're trying. You're doing a little bit better.
I'm not having any fun with you.
Well, is this about fun or truth seeking? What's your goal here?
Well,
just
see,
a fun
I
show?
find truth seeking to be fun, but entertaining your delusions is really fucking boring, Stephen. Golly, jeez, man, I give you so much. Much room, so much rope, right? Okay, now here we go. Here we go. Those people that want to bet that you can't change someone's mind, they can't change, they can't reform. Well, Stephen, where do you stand? You want to prove the people against me right? You want to keep wasting my time? Actually, at this point, I don't really care what you want, Stephen. So, I'm gonna be done with you today. God bless you, brother. I swear, Jar. I know. I keep saying I'm gonna get better. I keep saying I'm gonna get better. I know. If you are good and kind, you can be in God's kingdom. And I actually do believe that's what it is. Um, it's the good and kind. That's how to be, right? Genuinely good, genuinely kind, no ulterior motives. And that way, if you walk as a good person, someone who's trustworthy, you're not going to be so surprised, right, to find other good and honest, trustworthy people. There's a lot of us out there, right? So don't think you're alone if you're trying to be honest in a world filled with liars. There are a lot of us. I'll check for that. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate that. We all have our limits, and I won't. The efforts, in my opinion, appear quite fake, but I'm amazed, right, to find other good and honest, trustworthy people. There's a lot of us out there, right? So don't think you're alone if you're trying to be honest in a world filled with liars. There are a lot of us. I'll check for that. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate that. We all have our limits, and I won't. The efforts, in my opinion, appear quite fake, but I know that's what the ego does. The identity, the protective personality, the character who people think we are, right? It tries hard and it pretends, and it wears out. It wears out. I mean, thank you. And I know you guys get it. Thank you for all of you. For those who are tuning in or just listening, I am kind of communicating with the chat. So there is a failure in leadership. From the White House to Congress right now is guilty of enabling and funding a genocide, modern day times.
Do you think they might just be traitors where they don't care about America or people, or the ones that America supports genocide and are at war with? Like, do you think these beings actually can be moral? Is it possible that they just can't be?
Given the right leadership, absolutely. People can reform easily. I know that. And I understand how to help in day times.
Do you think they might just be traitors where they don't care about America or people, or the ones that America supports genocide and are at war with? Like, do you think these beings actually can be moral? Is it possible that they just can't be?
Given the right leadership, absolutely. People can reform easily. I know that. And I understand how to help it to happen. There's a lot of ways to make it happen, but the greatest problem is what we have here is a failure in leadership. From the White House to the Congress, the executive, legislative, and judicial branches are all collectively failing the United States people. And the failing of the people to correct these problems is actually causing more problems for people all around the world. So I actually think it's really time. God's showing the signs. This is just my interpretation, what I think we should do. I think that America should protect the rest of the world from America, right? That includes our government and corporations and billionaires, right? The Kushners and Ivanka buying up fucking Albania's island? What is going on between these?
I don't know what's going on with that, but I remember Trump talking about Mexicans and treating the ones coming across the border as though they were basically gangs and murderers and rapists. Would you ask him about that stuff if you had a chance on the phone? Would you say, Donald, why do you hate Mexicans? Do you hate Mexicans, Don? Do you hate gay people? Would you ask him about the Mexicans and the gays?
No, because the fact that he hates, the target of hate is irrelevant. You got to get back to why does someone choose to hate? So what Donald Trump has is what a lot of other common Americans have. He's got unresolved mommy and daddy issues. He's got trauma that he has been enabled to get away with. And Dr. D had, here's something we got to be, in order to be honest and truthful, we've got to be accurate with our words, okay? And each of these are open to different interpretations, right? Who's the traitor? Someone who simply lies? Someone who breaks an agreement? Someone who does what? I mean, traitors aren't dealt with by reform. Well, I'm pretty sure that what God wants mankind to realize is the goal of being human is to bring the darkness into the light, not just follow the darkness, shining a light on it. Oh, you're so powerful and we can't do anything to stop you. Bullshit. We're here to overcome, baby, because that's what God's about. God is about life, and life is about overcoming.
We Shall Overcome is the song. Remember that one, the protest song? Or no, that was actually the Negro slave song. We shall overcome. Martin Luther King Jr. sang that. Are Trump's parents still alive or are they deceased? You said he has mommy and daddy issues. Did his parents die?
Oh.
I was just curious. I just wondered if you'd stand up for gay people because there's gays in the chat, some of them that think that Trump is hateful towards gays. I've seen comments. They don't like Trump because of his stance towards the LGBT.
What are you doing?
I'm wondering where you stand on this stuff.
But why? What's the relevance?
I was just curious. I just wondered if you'd stand up for gay people because there's gays in the chat, some of them that think that Trump is hateful towards gays. I've seen comments. They don't like Trump because of his stance towards the LGBT.
What are you doing?
I'm wondering where you stand on this stuff.
But why? What's the relevance?
Well, of course it's relevant. You're going to have a conversation with Trump. So these are some of the issues that you should be tackling or at least concerned about.
So you don't think we should try to spend any time talking about how to get there? You just think you should.
I never said that.
I should just entertain questions you imagine
I never said that.
asking.
No, I never said that.
I'm trying to understand. That's why I'm asking.
Well, you're telling me what I think, though. You're saying you think. I'm just trying to figure out where you have disagreements with Trump and what you would discuss if you had the chance. Are you pro or anti-gay? Do you support the gays in the chat? Or do you align with Donald Trump? It's not a trick question, Jack. It's a simple question. It's not a
I
trick
know,
question.
and I'm really sitting here trying to understand why you think it's important for me to waste our time with. Again, opinions. You're
These are valid
asking.
issues. I'm asking
No,
you for your stance,
Stephen.
Jack. Your
Stephen.
political stance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that difficult? This is
No.
puzzling.
Well, the confusion is yours, right? You're the
I'm
one
not
who's
confused.
asking questions without any real reasonable value I can find. I mean, because you think it's somehow important, his
This is
opinion on
valuable. This is very
gay.
valuable. Well, the gays want to know,
I
Jack. They want
can't,
to know if they have.
Stephen, please read the moment, okay? I'm being as
Okay.
polite. I've been very patient, forgiving. I'm being a good host, all
You're
right?
trying. You're doing a little bit better.
I'm not having any fun with you.
Well, is this about fun or truth seeking? What's your goal here? Have
Well,
just a
see,
fun
I
show?
find truth seeking to be fun, but entertaining your delusions is really fucking boring, Stephen. Golly, geez, man. I give you so much room, so much rope, right? Okay, now here we go. Here we go. Those people that want to bet that you can't change someone's mind, they can't change, they can't reform. Well, Stephen, where do you stand? You want to prove the people against me right? You want to keep wasting my time?
Leading cause of death in Canada is Health Canada.
100,876 Canadian patients.
And I firmly believe the leading cause of death in Canada is Health Canada.
100,876 Canadian patients died while on wait lists.
We've been set up by a regulatory body to be chronically sick. And our drug model is set up purely to protect chemical pharmaceuticals. This isn't a surprise. This is by design.
Plastic straws are problematic. But we are handing out plastic straws to kids in high schools, teaching them how to do cocaine.
If I'm to give anyone water to prevent dehydration or treat dehydration, okay, I'm breaking federal law.
We can do better, but only when you demand better. We are really our own worst enemy because we're like, well, it could be worse. We just have to be grateful.
But it starts with you taking personal responsibility for the country you live in. And if you want it to be better, make it better. It's as simple as that.
Hey everybody, Michelle Frary here, and welcome to Household Matters. There's not much more that matters in your household than your health. As they say, you have a million problems till you have a health problem, then you only have one. And I'm really excited today. We have an exciting guest who's going to join us, Sean Buckley. I got to know Sean when I was a member of Parliament as
Hey guys, I don't even know really what this video is going to be about, but I usually like to make videos when I get super high. And, well, anyways, but, yeah, how are you guys? Hey guys, I don't even know really what this video is going to be about, but I usually like to make videos when I get super high. And, well, anyways, but, yeah, how are you guys doing today in Mysterio fucking world of, I don't know, confusion, fucking mental delusion, fear, just bizarre. it's weird because humans are bred to be empathetic, but if you're empathetic, it tortures you. Like if you see humans in a bad state, it bothers you. If you see, it's just like, and then it's like, why would you train that into somebody in a place like this? Why? So they're like constantly tormenting themselves. Again, I think being empathetic is a good thing, like to always be helpful and kind and sweet. I think all that's beautiful, but when you judge it, when you in your own mind, when you see the contrast between your behavior and somebody else's behavior, it can also break your heart if you're a just person or a good-hearted person or an empathetic person, we'll say raised right. But I think that's a good thing. But I'm not perfect in any way, shape, or form. I'm all fucked up too, and life's interesting. It's almost like sometimes I wonder. I'm like, dude, did my soul go? How the fuck could people live like that during that time? Like looking at the simulation before entering it, you could say, and they're like, well, we know it seems pretty retarded that those stupid little fucking monkeys down there were that dumb during that period of time. But man, this shit really happened. And I'm like, hell no, that shit's impossible. No way that many motherfuckers would just sit by idle while like a small handful of suit wearing fuck little pussy boys dominated them. And they'd be like, yeah, that's what happened during that time. I'm like, nah, I got to experience this shit myself. I just can't even believe how an entity that's like, bloop, now your name's Christopher Sedaris. And I'm like, whoa, this shit sucks. How the fuck are we not coming together? Why doesn't humanity live in unity? Why haven't we found peace yet? Why is everybody such a deranged weirdo? Why isn't like any of our leaders ever full of love and harmony and peace? Why isn't I just don't get it, man. It's like everybody just wants to live in their little stories in their mind and their own little personal reality bubbles while they're within a slave system that promotes the opposite of peace, unity, and harmony. It actually promotes the opposite of that and sort of forces you into a system where that's almost impossible. It's really weird. We're literally in a reality that goes out of its way to not bring peace and unity and harmony, which is weird as fuck. But yeah, that's what's going on. And I just don't get this shit, bro. Like, what are we doing here? We're just going to get up every day and fucking work and then do that until we retire and die. If you even get a retirement. And for what? A system that what? Perpetuates war? Why? Why are we funding? And but yeah, that's what's going on. And but yeah, that's what's going on. And I just don't get this shit, bro. Like, what are we doing here? We're just gonna get up every day and fucking work and then do that until we retire and die, if you even get a retirement. And for what? A system that what perpetuates war? Why are we funding our own chaos and enslavement? Why are we doing that? Why aren't we arresting the people that start wars? Oh, because those evil Talibans are there chopping people's heads off. It's like, well, first off, there shouldn't be an over there. There should be a law where you can't harm other people in the whole world because humanity should live in harmony. And if there's some ape monkey that's so violent within his delusional beliefs that he starts trying to chop people's heads off, you grab him up and you throw him into a dungeon where automated robots, fucking sliding windows, will give him food every day and feed this piece of shit until he dies. I would say just set him on fire. You know, like it's like, wait, bro, wait, you can't get along with people. Wait, you're gonna really try to chop this person? Person's head off because yes, I chop, like no, you get chopped. Like fuck you. You know, I mean that would be my approach, but I'm sort of vulgar and aggressive and mean sometimes. But yeah, it's like what I just don't get it. And it's like, you know, I've heard numbers. And they say in America they throw away, you know, 60% of their food every day. They got so much food. It's like, first off, why is anybody starving? Second off, can we label food here? Like, how much of that is actual food? That's I don't know anymore. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, man, yeah, if they throw away some old Cheerios, it's like, bro, there ain't no food in that box. Believe me, it's just like weird fucking mixtures of chemicals and weird shit that don't even really need to be in there. It's like, bro, we've already established that these fucking these food coloring things pass the blood-brain barrier and cause issues in kids. Why is that shit still in cereal? It's like, how come when humanity acknowledges that there's a problem, that the problem keeps going on? It's like, are you guys like trying to poison us? Like, are you guys trying to kill us? Like, can you like stop putting the poison in there yet? No, keep putting it. We need to use red 40 and yellow, whatever the fuck it is. Like, what the fuck is going on here, bro? Like, this is like a
He was just chuckling away. Anytime he's talking about children being poisoned and humans being harmed and talking about evil, that creature cackles. Does it bother anybody? The way these demons behave? The way they cackle that way? Does it bother you? I guess it's normal to most humans to listen to these cackling demons. The only time he has a big smile on his fucking face. Excuse me. It makes me sick. The only time he has a big smile on his face is when he's talking about humans being harmed and evil being done. Then he laughs and smiles. It's the only time he laughs and smiles. That's what he does. I guess it's normal. People treat it as normal.
40 and yellow, whatever the fuck it is. Like, what the fuck is going on here, bro? They're like, this is like they say it's a training ground for humans. It's like, no, it's not. It's a training ground for the demons that torment us. It's like, you know, how would you torture souls if you were gonna
Totally creepy creature. And most humans on Earth would argue it's perfectly normal. So if I had the chance to bring most of you humans on day after day to speak with me live on my show, I would ask most of you, what can I do for you? Like you walked into a business or some kind of service. Treat you almost like a customer, except you're not paying me money. And some people don't understand that, but that's the way you live. You think everybody owes you. A lot of you humans are that way. What can I do for you? How can I help you? How can I help you humans that can't even spot cackling fucking demons? How can I help you? What can I do for you? Like when you walk into a restaurant and they say, how can I help you? What would you like? How can I help you? That's the way I'd like to treat most of you humans. How can I help you? Because you can't see demons. You can't seem to spot cackling demons that have big grins and smiles on their fucking faces anytime they're talking about children being poisoned by Cheerios or whatever's in cereal. It's a big joke to them. And they show you. They laugh and cackle and smile. They find it hilarious. So I'd say to you, how can I help you? Because obviously I can't help you spot, identify, recognize demons because you're just fucked. You can't do it. Most of you on Earth can't do it. You call them truthers and they're demons. You just can't see. You're absolutely fucking blind. Completely oblivious.
I just was so amazed at who I was, who I really truly was. You know, I wasn't that depressed person that I had become so familiar with. And instead, I had incredible intelligence, incredible capacity, incredible amounts of talents. I saw there how much everybody loved God. We all just wanted so much to be like him. It just was this incredibly supportive, honoring environment. We were all amazing. So my angel got my attention again and redirected my attention back to the room that God was in.
My guest today is Joanna Oblongar. Joanna, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
I am really excited for you to share your NDE and also the incredible experience that you had with your children. I think you have proof that we pick our parents. So I want to start though with the NDE. So I'm going to let you go ahead and share that in any way that you would like to.
Okay. Well, I'll give a little bit of background of what was going on in my life prior to my near-death experience. I started having 24/7 migraines when I was 30 years old. And by the time that I had my near-death experience, I had been having the 24/7 migraines for about 13 years. And I was beat up emotionally and physically. I started having some significant.
So wouldn't having 24/7 migraines for, did she say 13 years? Isn't that a gift from God? Isn't that proof that, and I'm saying it sarcastically. You just can't make this shit up. They'll believe in God. There's a reason for your 24/7 migraines, lady. God loves you. God loves you. Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. And Jesus tells you so. Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. He loves you. Just make up excuses. It's what humans do. You don't want to face the truth. You want to be like this woman.
Significant health problems other than the migraines. And I started plunging into severe suicidal depression. I was trying to do everything I could to remedy the headaches, to remedy everything that I was going through.
Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. He loves you. He loves you.
Through, but just prior to those events occurring, my husband and I had completed a foreign adoption of 2 children from Russia. And so we then had 6 children. 4 of them were teenagers. 2 had just learned to speak English after we had adopted them. And when we adopted the 2 children, in fact, just prior to their adoption, we took on another business. And so we were self-employed, running 2 businesses, running a family of 6 kids. And I had been running on adrenaline. And now, as I look back, I'm even amazed that I was able to function as well as I did for as long as I did. But because of the significant and severe depression and all of the health issues, I just started crumbling. I just couldn't keep up with everything. And as a result, we started having financial issues and not being able to take care of all of our bills. And that's one of my personality quirks. I don't like to have money difficulties in any shape or form. And so that was playing on me. And I had a bill collector call me on this one day, and I tried to explain to her what I was going through, that I was fighting the severe depression, that I was having health challenges. I apologized to her. I asked her to please work with me and that I was doing my best to try to get things back on track. And she lit into me and told me that I was this horrible, irresponsible person and that I had the headaches because I wanted to have the headaches, that I was just a person making excuses. And she had all kinds of derogatory comments about my character and the type of person that I was. And as I mentioned before, I was already severely of suicide. And so when she finished her judgments of me and gave me her verbal assessment, I hung up the phone and believed every word that she had shared with me, because that's where my mindset had been in the first place. And I just felt like she confirmed for me everything I had believed about myself. And so I've always been a very spiritual, very religious person. Always have known that God existed. For me, I just have known in my heart that He existed. And I've always talked to Him. I've always had conversations with Him when I prayed. And so I just knew I was done. I couldn't do it any longer. I couldn't keep doing this to my family. I was convinced that this world and my family would be better off without me, that I was the big albatross burdening everybody's life. And so that night I got down on my knees and I prayed what I thought was going to be my very last prayer ever. And I just told God that I
She was praying to her tormentor. She doesn't even have a child's mind. Really, she told God, "What are you talking about, woman?"
I knew that He had blessed me immensely. I knew that my very last prayer ever. And I just told God that
God blessed you with the migraines and the suicidal depression.
I knew that He had blessed me immensely. I knew that I had been blessed with an amazing husband. I knew that He had given me amazing children. I thanked Him for them, but that I just couldn't do it any longer. And He knew that I had given it everything I had, and I had nothing more. And I just told Him that whatever He chose to do with me the next day would be okay. That I would be attempting to take my life the next day, that if He decided to send me to hell, that was okay. It couldn't be any worse than what I was already going through, but that I hoped that He would welcome me with loving arms. And so then I crawled into bed and cried myself to sleep. And shortly after I fell asleep, an angel appeared above me, and he was reaching out his arm to me, and I knew that he was telling me to grasp his hand, which I did. And he took me from my body. As I grabbed his hand, he pulled my spirit from my body and pulled me into a conduit. And as we traveled through this conduit, I could see all of the stars and the galaxies and everything that is in that realm of outer space, I guess is the only word I know to call it. But I could see everything outside of the conduit. I could see the walls of the conduit, but they were completely transparent. So I could see everything as we were traveling. And I knew that we were traveling incredible distances in a short amount of time, but I didn't have the sense of
You didn't know that. You thought you did. But you can't verify that you traveled any distance at all in reality. Could have all been an illusion.
travel like we have on Earth. It just was so fast, yet I didn't feel any speed. It was just smooth and peaceful. And my angel, the entire time, he was a little bit to my side and a little bit ahead of me. So he just kept hold of my hand. And in about what seemed to be about 5 to 10 minutes, we arrived at our destination. And I realized that we were in another realm, that was a great distance away from Earth. I don't know if it was another planet or if it's what we call heaven or just what it was, but when we arrived there, I could see this whole complex of rooms, and it was enormous. It stretched out for at least several city blocks as far as size. And I recognized this complex. It just was really familiar to me, and I realized that I had been there before. And as I started looking at the rooms in this classroom, I could see that they were classrooms. And I then realized that not only had I been there before, but that I recognized these classrooms. And I knew that the people that were in these classrooms were receiving instruction on what it would be like to have certain experiences on Earth as a mortal. And as I started watching some of the rooms, I could see through the walls and I could hear what was going on in the rooms as I focused on each room. And they just seemed to me like typical classrooms. But as I listened and watched the classrooms, I realized that I even knew what some of the classrooms were all about, what subjects were being taught in them. And I started listening to and watching a couple of the classrooms. And the types of things that were being taught weren't math skills or English or some sort of subject matter like you would take in a regular school setting. Here, it was what would it be like to have certain experiences in mortality? What would it be like to have a certain health issue or to have some sort of weakness or some sort of handicap or even some particular type of experience? And I was totally engrossed in that and just amazed as I watched, and I realized that what mattered to everybody in those classrooms had nothing to do with the kind of things that you typically hear people talk about as far as what they want out of their life. Nobody cared about whether they were rich or famous, whether they were beautiful or ugly. The only thing that anybody cared about in that situation was how effective would it be in helping them to learn to be like God? How well would it help them to learn to love, to be compassionate, to serve others? And I remember watching two men that sat side by side, and in that classroom, they were being taught about what it would be like to have cystic fibrosis. And the man looked to his friend and he said, "I think this is a great fit. I think this would work really well for me." And I just remember watching and listening to that and thinking, does he have any idea what he is choosing for himself, knowing the little bit that I know about cystic fibrosis? But again, the criteria that we were utilizing had nothing like the criteria that we utilize in this world. They didn't care how long they lived. They didn't care if they lived just a few years or lived to be an old age. It was just what would help them be most like God. And at that point, my angel got my attention. He realized I had become engrossed in watching those classrooms. And he motioned for me to look to my left towards another room. And as I looked at that room, I could see through the walls of that room just like I could the other classrooms. But this room was not a classroom. It was a room that just had one individual in it. And as I looked at him from behind, his face was turned away from me, and all I could see was his backside. But even from his backside, I immediately recognized him, and I knew that God was in that room. And as I watched him, I could see that he was watching the door of the room that he was in, and he could see through the walls too. And I could tell he could see, just like I could see, that there were two individuals approaching that room. And so he then started moving towards that door to greet the people who were coming to the door. And as he did, I had all of my memories of that realm restored to me. I remembered everything that I had been a part of. I remembered everybody that I had known. I remembered all of the things about myself, and I began to experience my experience there in that realm, both from a mortal perspective and from an eternal perspective. And as I saw and was reunited with what I call the real me, I just was so blown away. I just was so amazed at who I was, who I really truly was. I wasn't that depressed person that I had become so familiar with. And instead, I had incredible intelligence, incredible capacity, incredible amounts of talents. I can't tell you now what those talents were, but and I just saw all of our interactions with each other, and I was just so amazed at the love that existed there, the truth that permeated everything, the love that permeated everything. And I was just so astounded by how everybody was so different, yet we didn't care that somebody was different than us. We just honored each other in a way that you just never experience here in this world. If somebody didn't have as many talents, we didn't care. We just applauded them. We just honored them. We just honored every new thing that they learned. They honored every new thing that we learned. It just was this incredibly supportive, honoring environment. And I saw there how much everybody loved God so much and basked in his love for them. And we all just wanted so much.
It sounds so amazing. They honored each other. It was all honorable. They honored each other. How amazing. And yet here she is. Where do I mean? Back with us in Hell Realm. Here she is for more, I guess, lessons or learning. And this is how retarded people are. We have a realm of beings that believe suffering and torture is learning. You are the ultimate Stockholm Syndrome slaves. It's almost beyond imagination. It's almost beyond belief. Now, when I say you are, I mean most of you. Humanity. I'm not talking to you individually. I don't have any of your names in my mind at the moment. Collectively, humanity are some of the best Stockholm slaves that evil could ever hope for. Because most are like her. Most are like her.
Honored them. We just honored every new thing that they learned. They honored every new thing that we learned. It just was this incredibly supportive, honoring environment. And I saw there how much everybody loved God so much and basked in his love for them.
Threats and doing a live walk and talk. As soon as I turn the camera on, a whole bunch of trucks turn up. Oh, and I've just trod in horse shit because I was looking at the camera. Doing a live walk and talk. As soon as I turn the camera on, a whole bunch of trucks turn up. Oh, and I've just trod in horse shit because I was looking at the camera. How is everyone? I don't know how many people are coming on because I'm doing this at a bit of a weird time. So we'll give it a few moments where I've got this awkward few minutes where I wait for people to turn up and I'm talking to myself, which I normally do in my head all the time anyway. So, oh, we got our first person. 50 seconds. 50 seconds I've been talking to myself. So, hello, one other person. And that person liked the video. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I think this is a bit of a weird time for everyone because Europe is probably just still finishing work. Australia are asleep. And Americans are at work. So it's just a few people here. So but they'll catch it later anyway. But I haven't done any videos for a while because well, quite frankly, I need to feel inspired. And you know, like you guys, I have ups and downs with all this stuff. And I don't like to go on camera unless I'm unless I'm feeling my best self, right? So, when you've been doing this for a long time, 15 years, the things that I talk about, the exposure of certain concepts and people, it's heavy lifting. That's the best way to describe it. It's heavy duty stuff. And yeah, after a while, sometimes you just need a break, and there's a lot of stuff that comes with it, a lot of hate and threats, and just, yeah, I just needed a breather. So, there's stages to all of this. I speak a lot about the grief stage when people come out of the New Age movement and stuff, when you realize, oh, there's no stool to lean on, I'm on my own. So yeah, I've just been having a bit of a break, really. So I'm going to be back and doing some more reviews and more videos, and you can't keep me down for long. But how is it where you are, guys? Don't forget to ask the questions in the chat. We've got some scenic views here. This is why I wanted to do a walk and talk, just to mix it up a little bit, because I thought I'll do this sitting at home, but then I thought, no, it's so beautiful out here. It'd be nice to share the scenery with you guys. There's a load. Oh, something funny happened the other day. This is how you know karma's bullshit, right? Because I was walking down this road. Look, we got chickens here. There was a goat standing on the wall over there. a goat. I don't know how they get up into these high places. But yeah, what was I talking about? Yeah, karma. So the other day I'm walking down this road here, and some guy falls off his motorbike. So I rush over to help him. So I pick him up, he's okay. And then I attempt to pick his motorbike up. And actually this is one of the things that triggered me a few weeks back. So I picked the bike up, and I think it must have been the exhaust pipe scalded my leg. Massive burn on my leg. So I'm like, for fuck's sake, you know, not only did I have good intentions and try and help this person, but I got punished for it. And then my body punished me for it because I have a nervous system. And I was just like, and people talk about karma and all this nonsense. Like, there I was trying to do a good deed and I got punished twice. So those were the kind of things that were going on a few weeks back. And then, you know, so it's funny. You poor thing, the skies here are sprayed so badly and I'm covered in hives, never a day off. Yeah, I know. I've got some clients, or quite a lot of clients in the UK, telling me they're spraying. Like every time I go back to the UK, it's just terrible. The amount of chemtrails going on there. Probably shouldn't say that word, but for me, when like they don't do it here where I am too much, maybe once a month. But when they do, I just don't want to go out. Like, I just feel like I need a gas mask or something. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, look at the Los Montañas, the mountains in the background here. We've got some plants here, and the farmer, right? He must be like 70, minimum 70 years old, right? He comes out on his own in a little bike and plows these fields. He plows these fields on his own. And it's incredible. I talked to him and he was telling me that he's worried about the lack of rain here. Of course, you know, we know what's going on around the world, where they're sucking the water down into these underground bunkers. And maybe I think the data centers is a little bit of a smokescreen for that. And, you know, weather manipulation, weather control, cloud seeding and all of that stuff. You know, they're putting a lot of areas in the world in drought situations. And, you know, we all know what the plan is, right? So, but he was telling me that even though we have rain here and it's turned green, there's still not near enough as we normally get. And he was telling me that himself. So I found that quite interesting. There's another woman that she's got a cattle of goats and cows and stuff, and we exchange WhatsApp numbers. So if ever I want to get some milk off of her. But yeah, I mean, you know, this is the agenda. So yeah, food shortages. Yeah, farmers here can't get autumn food grown. And once you know, exactly. Yeah, I made a video about a year ago talking about how they like it. Oh, happy topics again. Haven't been streaming for a month, but here I have these shit sandwiches. But hey, you know, I talk about what's going on, the truth of things, right? No matter how hard. But I put a video out last year. It went pretty viral, where I was speaking about how one of their main weapons is they like a good famine. You look into what happened with the Bolsheviks and what they did to 50 million Christians in World War II. You know, so you have to prepare as best you can. You know, I don't have all the solutions to everyone's problems wherever you are. Some people are in cities, some people are, you know, in other areas of the world. But, you know, it it might be an idea, you know, just to prepare yourself. Anyway, cheery subjects, eh? I've got my best mate in the house, Canadian Glitch. Go and check his YouTube channel out. I've known him for, well, I don't know, 20 years, something like that. And yeah, so he's got some good content. So yeah, don't forget to like the video. I don't know how long I'm going to be on. My battery's quite low on my phone, but I quite like this walk and talk concept. Do you like this? Do you think? Because last time I did an outside one, everyone was moaning about my dogs. I was like, I thought, oh, this will be nice. I'll do it outside with the dogs. And I just got a bunch of people going, oh, the dogs, I can't hear you. I can't. So, that's the thing with this work. You can't please everyone, right? So, yeah, don't forget to hit the like, guys. And don't forget, if you'd like to work with me, check out my website, transcendingtimes.org. Let me know what questions you got in the comments, because, yeah, I'm working off your comments here. If you'd like to ask me anything, soul trap, entities, matrix, how is it where you are? And it's lovely if you're still with the dogs. Hope they are growing food and you now have access to dairy. Yeah, I mean, I'm also growing my own food, because, you know, I talk a lot about sovereignty, and part of being sovereign is seeing what's coming and doing the best that you can to prepare yourself, right? And for different people, that looks different. Some people have children. I don't have children, so I don't have to worry about, you know, taking them out of schools and all that kind of, those kind of logistics, right? Yeah, it's just to be prepared. It's being your own leader. It's being your own savior. I mean, the whole, with life, you're not going to survive it anyway, right? This is the oxymoron. Everyone's trying to survive when we're going to die anyway. Which is kind of how they harvest so much loosh. And what I was thinking this morning is they've got people so concentrated on surviving, living, getting through, that people are not focusing or learning how to die properly. There's a little dog here barking. Excuse the dog barking. It's not my fault for people that that commented before. But let's see if we can see him. It's just a tiny one. Yeah, so, you know, this lifetime is, I believe, to be about learning how to die properly. You know, learning the tricks of the matrix, learning the deceptions, learning the manipulations, becoming sovereign, you know, energy training and all that stuff, you know, just becoming as strong as possible, prepared as possible. So when that time comes, you know, I had a client yesterday, and, you know, she was worried about she felt like she was not prepared. And, you know, as long as you're discerning and you're in that you're in that sovereign frequency, and you've done your due diligence, I mean, there's always more to learn, but you know, you can just do the best that you can, and I think, you know, hopefully that will be enough. So let's see what questions we got. Can I just followed you for years? Your stuff is depressing but real. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. But, you know, I'm the real. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. But, you know, it's depressing but real. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. But, you know, I'm the first to admit, you know, that's why I call them shit sandwiches, right? But, you know, first to admit, you know, that's why I call them shit sandwiches, right? But, you know,
kitchen, cast iron on low. You got that apron tied, moving nice and slow. Eggs on the skillet, bacon has that sizzle. Sizzle. You smile right at me, serving me hot coffee, extra, extra creamy. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace, steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate, pancakes stacked so golden I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. Bonnet by the stove light, tied up nice and neat. Gray blue cloth sitting soft above your cheek, pouring that real maple syrup straight from Canada land. You laugh and say, eat up, like it's made for me. That bonnet stays on while you move through the room, like you already knew this morning would bloom. Every bite feels better, like a handwritten family recipe. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace, steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate, pancakes stacked so golden I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. And when your bonnet tilts, the whole world slows down. Warmth in every corner, coffee coming round. I hear the plates clink softly, feel that morning glow. Nothing tastes like home when you're the one who knows. Fit for a king, right here. Thank you, Aunt Jemima, for the way you feed the room and set the table true. Oh, breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate, pancakes stacked so golden I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine.
And then you see this as all fucking stage play. And it's hard to fully comprehend and understand until you get to that level of awareness. You can't really describe it with words. I mean, some people can. I just can't do it right now. Because that old thing right there, it's coming out to melt me and take my soul away from me. I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning and I actually felt all right. I felt kind of, you know, while being in this torture vessel, I didn't feel all that bad. I felt this kind of, I don't know, carefree attitude, and it was really fun and joking around. And then as soon as this thing comes up, that like beats me back down into submission. I just want to run away and get out of it. But even when you're inside, it's just the energy from it all. It just it drains the fuck out of you. Then I was thinking, okay, wouldn't it be great if you could just sleep all day and just be awake for like 2 hours? So you can be awake for 2 hours. You can, you know, take your shit, eat your food, drink your water, you know, take care of the body, keep it going. And then you just go back to sleep for the rest of the day. If you had no real responsibilities, you didn't have to work just to live, but you know, your body, you had food and you just ate, go back to sleep, and then just have fun in your little dream worlds that you're in. Well, sometimes they're not so fun, but you know what I mean? It wouldn't be so bad. It's just me kind of daydreaming about other things, which, I mean, I know that sounds okay when you think about it, but I'm sure that would be just another hell. All right, I'll be back. Actually, I decided just to film so I can get some NPCs walking by. Well, I don't really want to put their face on YouTube though. Ah, does this look familiar? The slaves go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Slaves go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. They cannot think and they cannot be an individuality, so they all go marching down in the ground to serve the false thing. This is just me losing my mind with fun and creativity. Because all we are is dust in the wind. I can do that better, sorry. All we are is dust in the wind. You could argue that wasn't good either. Fuck you, I'm trying to have fun. And before I continue my wild, wacky adventure this morning, I have to take a piss. Uh-oh, you're not supposed to say that. Those are the embarrassing, crude, unfortunate side effects of being a human. No, you just keep that locked away. Everyone does it. You should feel shamed and guilted that you do it. You disgusting, vile thing. Hey, I gotta do what I gotta do. So, I will be back. All the horrors of life, I feel and understand what you're going through. Seeing all your loved ones perish, get dried out by the sun, and then their blood sucked from them. There's nothing you can do but squirm. It's fucking sad. Can I help any of them? Are you alive? Come on. Come on. Shit. Whoa, shit. Here, be free. You alive? Got a casualty here. Oh, but you silly boy. You cannot interfere with nature, because now you're taking away the food from the spider. So either way, someone has to suffer. Fuck your system. Fuck your rules. Oh, Joshua, don't you know that this whole system is completely neutral? Completely. It is only your human interpretation that is perceiving that any of this is evil. You see, that little fly is not actually suffering. It's not. It's enjoying its torment. And then once it gets its blood, the juices, bug juices, sucked up out of it, or
die and dry out in the fucking sun? That's not evil. It's merely mutual, my boy. Merely neutral, my boy. Nothing to see here. Quit spinning your own interpretation onto such vile, nasty deeds. And you see, my boy, if that fly wouldn't have suffered the way it did, then the spider wouldn't be able to have food. So it would suffer. So you see, it just balances each other out to be neutral. You see, my boy, quit warping reality and giving it a moral, ethical perception, and just accept things for the way they are. Sorry about my finger there. We didn't notice that. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Just accept things for the way they are. Quit using your intelligence and your empathy to pick apart and destroy my creation. It's all neutral, my boy. Oh, here we go. The enchanted, magical woods, full of wonder, mystery, and magic. It abounds everywhere. But don't look too closely under that skirt of nature, because you will see a vile, heinous, malicious bitch. But she puts on a good show, puts on a mask. Oh, look how sweet and loving I am. Look at all the things I provide for you. Even though you're sweating your ass off and you can't drink the water and there's bugs biting your ass, and you will eventually get hungry and need to kill something to eat, unless it kills you first. That's what I call love here. I call love struggle and survival of the fittest. And if you want to be loved by me, then you have to be the strongest, most psychopathic thing in this realm. Oh, and you see, that's why I created it just like me. And if you are to win this game of life, you must be the most psychopathic leech, parasite. Run, rule by fear and control and power, until something else comes along and does that to you. You see, I just love this world that I created. Not me, silly, whatever the fuck created this thing. Okay, listen, I know you could say, oh, look how pretty it is. It's just so peaceful. Guess what? You're behind a screen. You're not here right now sweating your ass off, getting bit by bugs, and having existential crisis about where the fuck you are and why this is going on, okay? You're just seeing it through your screen. Oh, but I'm tired of being in a city, though. That would be so much better. Yeah, you could say that because you're a natural bio-robot.
And this is what people are loving. They're loving this. Over 1,000 views on his most recent video here. 1,014 views, 90 likes. People are gobbling it up. A lot of my videos are getting 20 or 30 views. So 3 times or 4 times as many. They love it. They love the shit. They love the misery. That's what most gravitate towards in this realm. And by gravitate, I don't mean gravity. They're drawn to it like magnetism, basically. They're pulled towards it, and they don't fight it. They just say to themselves, they love this shit. They love relating to these creepy creatures, these weirdos that seem psychotic and miserable. And that's what people watch. They fill their skulls with this shit. They have no room left in their skulls for truth because they're watching so many hours of this kind of stuff every day.
But the natural bio-robot feels better in its environment. Just like if you took a tiger out of its environment, put it in a fake cage, it's not gonna be as comfortable and nice and feeling good as if you just left it the fuck alone. But we obviously we didn't evolve out of nature though, so that's why we can't really survive out here.
That's why we have to create stuff and control the environment, just like this place wanted us to do. Just like the Archons do to us. It's a full vicious circle. Oh. Wow, this is getting pretty dark. I like the beginning when it was kind of funny. Well, why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I am going fucking crazy just sitting at home rehashing and looping the same old shit that I always do. So, I'm coming out here. I'm letting the synchronicities flow. Show me a sign, a symbol. I tripped right when I said that. You bastard. Okay. Show me a sign or a symbol. Give me some clear evidence of anything. Yeah, so this is just me allowing myself to be creative and to allow my expression to come forth. To allow what's kept within to come out kind of in a goofy, wacky, free way. For me, it is healing in a way to just give myself permission to just come out here and just say whatever comes to mind and make fun of the whole thing, because it is a dark fucking comedy and tragedy. And oh yeah, a friend and I were talking yesterday, and she said, yeah, not being miserable is a full-time job here. Boy, ain't that the truth. Not being miserable is a full-time job. And I told her that I should have been canned from this job a long time ago from the manager of this torture realm, but they simply will not let me leave. I'm doing a terrible job at not being miserable, yet they won't fire me. Why does the torture realm manager not say, you know what, get him the fuck out of there. He's fired. You can't be saying all this shit. And if she's watching this video right now, which I'm sure she is, I appreciate your friendship and the things you've done for me. There's other people that email me, text me. I also appreciate them too. And sometimes it may not seem like it because I take so long to get back to you or I don't reply at all, you know. Like I said, it's nothing personal. I have barely enough energy to get through my day as it is. And I'm sure you understand. That's why I like to do live streams, because it feels like if anyone can come on and talk to me and say what they want. I know it can get hectic and crazy, but like I said, if you want to have a one-on-one, just send me an email. But I don't want to have a public conversation. I understand that. At the same time, I feel like we would be talking about things that would be very beneficial for others to hear as well. So, but I get it. I get some people aren't comfortable doing that, and that's fine. I used to not be comfortable doing that either. And honestly, I probably wouldn't be comfortable going on someone else's live stream. But I would like to think that I've created a safe space where a little safe space for us little freaks to say exactly what we mean. Live stream. But I would like to think that I've created a safe space where I would like to think that I've created a safe space where a little safe space for us little freaks to say exactly what we mean. And even if we may disagree or get into an argument about something, at the root, very beneficial for others to hear as well. So, but I get it. I get some people aren't comfortable doing that, and that's fine. I used to not be comfortable doing that either. And
Honestly, I probably wouldn't be comfortable going on someone else's live stream. But I would like to think that I've created a safe space where a little safe space for us little freaks to say exactly what we mean. And even if we may disagree or get into an argument about something, at the root and the heart of it, you're in good hands, so to say. We're not malicious, we're not evil. At least I'm not. I don't mean any ill will or harm towards you because you have a difference of opinion. And you'll be quite surprised to find out that you may have the same opinion as me or a lot of other people, yet people are just too afraid to say it out loud. So always remember that. As the sirens go off, huh? Synchronicity, huh? Yeah. Dire warning, emergency. Take what you want from that. I'm doing this way, landscape wise, because it makes for a better video, even though it's hurting my hand. Do you feel the peaceness and the calmness of Mother Gaia, your mother? Remember, you came from this place. This is where you'll return. It is your mother, the one who seeks to devour you and consume you. Your psycho bitch mother, Gaia, yes. But don't worry, you'll be recycled. Your body is necessary sustenance for all my other creations, for my other children. Why can't you just pull out a big ass Gaia nipple so we can all suck off of? Wouldn't that be easier? Well, I do, my boy. It's called oil, and you're abusing and using me. Huh. Okay. Listen, I don't... Here's the thing. I don't enjoy seeing nature destroyed. I don't enjoy seeing modern hellscape cities taking over the whole world. Personally, I think we should... The best thing if you're a human, okay, if you're a human in this world, to live alongside nature. Even though it's brutal and harsh and it's a total bitch, so is modern life. So is human cities and architecture. I mean, but if you both put them together in a harmonious way, things would be better. Or is that just another trap? As that web said. Honestly, it is a trap, because here's the thing. If you want to play silly human games and live in a silly human world, in this world, go ahead. Me personally, I'm done with all the justifications and defenses and excuses and theories and explanations on how we can make this place better. I'm just over that. Yes, technically you could make this life a little better, but you can't get rid of the root, which is suffering, death, and life eating life, and desires, and human meat prison body making you do things against your will, and all the other animals making it do things against their will just to slave and survive, just to die in the fucking end. Oh my God. Yeah, but if we lived in Tartaria, we have the, things called churches, and they're not really places of religion or worship. It's actually to heal you. Because, they got the altar, and they alter your organs, and yada, yada, yada. Don't you just love it when you're on a roll and then your phone runs out of memory? So then you have to go through your phone and delete all these other things that you don't really want to delete, but you have no memory? Yeah, it's fun. So, yeah, like I was saying, for me personally, it was fun. It was exciting chasing the rabbit trails and the rabbit holes of all the different conspiracies of history and, what could have been, what is now. But at the end of the simulated hellhole, you can't really change the root of this place. Unless this is like some evil fucking curse. And once the curse is lifted, then everything returns back to normal. Which is goodness and beauty and love and all that stuff. I don't believe that. I mean, it would be cool. I mean, I've thought about that. Like a fairy tale, like a wicked witch came and cursed everyone and everything, and we're all under hypnosis. And we don't see the real world, we just see the cursed world. And once the curse is lifted, then we all return back to harmony and peace and love. That's a fun fairy tale. Oh, another thing, someone mentioned, it's not that I want to live in a place of kumbaya and, you know, let's roast our marshmallows and just giggle and laugh like little naive children. No. I like adventure. I like to have fun. I like challenge. But you see, you mistake all of that for a rigged, evil, psychopathic game. And when I say game, I don't mean it's an actual game. I don't know what it is, but it's at our expense. Okay, you see that? So it's not about kumbaya and butterflies. It's about at the root of this existence is evil. I mean, I don't have to say the whole thing again. You already know the spiel. Why even repeat myself? Don't look too bad where you are right now, my boy. Why does he keep saying my boy? It's just me making fun of the architect. Giving it a funny little accent. Yeah, so well, it's getting awfully hot and I'm awfully sweaty. Ew, gross. Why would he share that? Come on. It's just reality. You know, I could just be quiet and just walk in a meditative state of tranquility and peace. Oh, yes. Let me try that. Om Made Padme Hum. Om Made Padme Hum. No matter what kind of inner sanctuary or safety you may want to give yourself, it really doesn't protect you from the outside of having to deal with this shit. You may find your little peace for a moment. It doesn't change where you are. It's just a nice little feeling of maybe nothingness for a time. But the permanence of presence will always take over the absoluteness of absence. Just like my video showed in a funny way. At least here. What are you even trying to share or talk about? You're just wasting my time. Good. I'm glad I'm wasting your time. I'm glad I'm taking you away from whatever other bullshit experience that you're being tortured through. Giving you a little relief. If only I could walk right beside you and we'd have the best time ever. Actually, I don't really think so, because the human condition is to find problems with one another and irritations and aggravations. And eventually, it's gonna not be so fun to be around me anymore. I'm not a perfect guy. I have my own problems, and so do you. being with myself right now is pleasant and it's depressing at the same time. But I wouldn't say that's my fault. It's just a human condition that I'm in. And if you were to join me right here, well, as long as you're a respectful, honest, good-hearted person, I'm sure that we'd get along. But just know that my personality may be different around you. Not because of you, but because I do have a, what do you call it? I'm a, I don't want to label myself, but I am an introvert. This character is introverted. I'm quiet a lot, unless I have something to say or share, or feel extremely comfortable around you to do this kind of thing. The only reason I'm doing this right now is because I'm comfortable with myself enough to allow myself to just do whatever. Be goofy, say whatever you want. Who cares if you're right or wrong? You're just honestly expressing yourself. And I'm honest enough to correct my mistakes if someone were to point them out and say, hey, blah, blah, blah. But I'm also not going to get rolled over by your opinions, you know, so. What's he even going on about? It's just the things that come to my artificially induced psychosis mind from the AI intelligence that wants me to believe that this is all I am and this is all I can see. And when it's all said and done, I'll be in the ground marching one by one, just like the other slaves. Hurrah, hurrah. Let's see here. That must be how we feel. Okay, look at this. I'm a highly advanced intelligence using technology. And this little guy down here cannot even perceive any of it. None of it. But if I were to mess with it, you see that? That's how easy it is. That's how fucking easy it is to manipulate and mess with us. Think about it. You see that? I down here cannot even perceive any of it. None of it. But if I were to mess with it, you see that? That's how easy it is. That's how fucking easy it is to manipulate and mess with us. Think about it. Think about what I just showed you right there. It was created in a way that it cannot surpass its ant intelligence, and probably cannot perceive me in one way or other unless something were to be manifested in its close vicinity for it to pick up and register. Would it know where it came from? Would it know who did it? Would it think it's just a coincidence? No, it would think none of these things because it cannot even perceive that level of intelligence. So take our level of intelligence, who can think and ponder and imagine and have pattern recognition, and think about all the things in your life. I could be being watched right now, just like I was watching that ant. My own eyes can be recording every single thing. Well, I don't really know how it works. It would make sense that our eyes are recording everything we're seeing, so that's why they know everything about us. But also when you're out of body, you have like a more 360 view, and you can see yourself outside of your own body doing things. So it's probably just the whole thing. The whole thing is information and intelligence, so just makes you wonder endlessly. Makes you wonder, it makes you wonder and wander endlessly. Well, I may just end this soon because I don't want to waste your time. Unless you want me to, like I said. Unless you want me to. Come with me. Let me take you places. Let me take you. Wait. Come on a walk with me. On my morning nature hike. It's funny when I see videos like just absolute just garbage and nonsense. Just junk. Just empty, hollow, NPC-like vanities. Well, what makes you different than that? I mean, I guess you could call this, I don't know, maybe this is like that too, but just a higher level of that. And I can't see out of that, but the things watching me are thinking that of me. Yeah, very possible. The thing is, see, I can admit a lot of things about myself that, I could be making fun of someone else, or I don't like the way someone did something, and then I can look at myself and say, oh, you know what, I probably do that too. Oh yeah, I can see. It's called self-reflection. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I mess up all the time, and I could be making fun of someone else, or that, I could be making possible. The thing is, see, I can admit a lot of things about myself that, I could be making fun of someone else, or I don't like the way someone did something, and then I can look at myself and say, oh, you know what, I probably do that too. Oh yeah, I can see. It's called self-reflection. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I mess up all the time, and I could be stuck in my own ignorant delusions just like another NPC. I don't think so. Well, it's not, okay, it's this. I'm aware. I'm at a level of awareness to know that something just ain't right here. I'm at a level of awareness to know that I am enslaved and in a world that is evil. Okay? Is that so wrong? What's the big deal? Like I said, if you think something different, sure, go for it. But I'm at the level of awareness and have experienced things and researched enough to know that this just ain't it. This some psychopathic evil shit going on here, not only in nature but in the culture and the control force and things outside of human perception. So what's so wrong about that? My thing is, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to purposely deceive you. I'm just honestly talking about, my experiences, how I feel, and what I've come to know or learned, and things that I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty certain of, more than I'm not, at least. I don't want you to be sad or depressed or miserable, any of that stuff. I'm sure you do a great job at that on your own, okay? I just want you to know that at least there's someone out there who fucking gets it, who sees it in a similar way, who isn't afraid to be honest about it and say, yeah, this life makes me depressed. It forces me into that. I don't want to. I don't want that. But I see how full of vanity it all is, how evil it all is, and I can imagine something way better. Or I can imagine nothing at all. That would even be better. But that makes you some kind of bad guy because you're upsetting the other dreamers of their wonderful world, which it never was. And now I'm returning back into the light of truth. And this video will end before the sunlight makes me decompose from its melting rays onto my skin. Oh, it's not so bad. I'm not in the sunlight yet. Okay, I think that's enough. Yeah, it's just, this is just give you a little entertainment, distraction, self-inquiry, companionship, whatever you need. Whatever you need this video for, that's what it's for. Comedy, misery. You want to laugh at me, not with me? Sure, go for it. As long as, you know, I'm bringing you some sort of joy, I'm happy. Not really happy, but I'm glad to be used and abused for your pleasure. I really hate that word pleasure. It just rubs me the wrong way, if you know what I mean. It does. That word pleasure. After living here, pleasure just sounds rotten. Sounds perverted. Pleasure. I hope you pleasure yourself today. It's like, it's all gross. No. Please quit raping my innocence with your pleasure. It's disgusting. I've been wanting to show you this. This has been here for a long time, and I thought it'd be fitting to add to this video. We are the robots. This guy gets it. It's been there for a long time. I don't know who he is, but either he was really cracked out one night and saw the truth, or it's a message from the simulation. Either one, I don't know. Oh, and look at that. So across the street, there's lizards. And it just said elevate, and that was another to train. Okay, so the lizard people created the robots. I'm being gang stalked like shit now. Holy fuck. Damn. I was speaking too much truth, I guess. Oh, what do you know? It stopped. Damn, boy, where the fuck do you live? You live in poverty and misery. Well, welcome to hell, my friend. I'm just a spectator.
He lives in Little Rock, Arkansas. He was just by Arts Marine on 33rd Street. West 33rd Street. Arts Marine in Little Rock, Arkansas. Joshua's in Little Rock, Arkansas. Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, I really put myself in danger when I film my real life because, you know, people could try to find where I live and do all kinds of weird shit to me. But, oh well. I don't actually live down here, but as you can see, I got some gang stalkers blocking my way like fucking gang stalkers.
Listen to this creep. He's very creepy, cringy, weird, paranoid. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo.
Guess what? I'm gonna just hang a Louie. I'm gonna hang a Louie. And just like that, My gang stalkers are gone. Like I said, I'm just having fun, not making fun of you. I had weird and crazy shit happen to me, like I said in the last video. This is how I deal with it. Now, are there some crazy motherfuckers who claim to be gang stalked? I mean, yeah, probably. I'm not saying all of you are. Holy shit. Where the fuck do I live? And I've seen it all. I've seen the highs and the lows, and the lows are fucking low. Really low. A lot of people don't understand how low the lows really are here. So, yeah, before I get exposed, let me just turn this off.
Don't worry, Joshua.
I'm low.
Don't worry, Joshua. You're not hard to find. Nobody wants to find you anyway, loser. You're a loser. He's just a loser. Good morning to Salty Siren. Good morning to Salty Siren. I'm going to blast some music. Please turn it up. Crank up the volume, everyone. Turn it up. I'm going to play a breakfast song for you with me singing to you. Now, some of these assholes on YouTube claim, oh, King Stephen is so mean. He calls himself a king, and he has this black servant, Aunt Jemima. She's kind of chunky. I'll call her Chunky. She's chunky. This black servant, Aunt Jemima, in a bonnet. And oh, he's so mean. He yells at her for pancakes and bacon and eggs and coffee. And oh, King Stephen, he's so mean. I pay her well, and I wrote this song. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. I'm thankful for her. As much as sometimes I shout out to her that I'm hungry, get me some breakfast. Hop to it. I do have a heart. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Thank you.
Morning in the kitchen, cast iron on low. You got that apron tied, moving nice and slow. Eggs on the skillet, bacon has that sizzle. Sizzle. You smile right at me, serving me hot coffee, extra, extra creamy. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace. Steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. Bonnet by the stove light, tied up nice and neat. Gray blue cloth sitting soft above your cheek, pouring that real maple syrup straight from Canada land. You laugh and say, eat up, like it's made for me. That bonnet stays on while you move through the room, like you already knew this morning would bloom. Every bite feels better, like a handwritten family recipe. That know the time and sugar, heat and grace. Steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden, I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. And when your bonnet tilts, the whole world slows down. Warmth in every corner, coffee coming round. I hear the plates clink softly, feel that morning glow. Nothing tastes like home when you're the one who knows. Fit for a king, right here. Thank you, Aunt Jemima, for the way you feed the room and set the table true. Oh, breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate, pancakes stacked so golden. I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine.
Right, it says we're live, but Audrey is experiencing difficulties. If anyone is there, I did see K-Mac. Just please say yes, you can hear me. Otherwise, it might be beneficial if you can't. Not I'm here to win, just an impromptu live while it's the 11th. I just saw me comments and Sam said it's happy 11th, and I'm like, damn, it's the 11th. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to do a live to about one person. I bet that's me. So if anyone is out there, please say yes, you can hear me. Otherwise, it might be an hour of me talking to no one, or 5 minutes, or anything. Oh, we've got 8 in, that'll do. As long as we've got more than one person, then that was definitely not me. Yep. Chrissy Cool said, yep, you can hear me. Anyone else? Come on.
They'll flood in to watch this weirdo. He's a complete weirdo. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. That's what I want you to understand. I'm going to keep saying it. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. That's what he is.
Zones, flat earth, you name it, I've done it. And people just don't get it. And that's what Chris is saying. People just don't get the spell. You can find so much, you know, especially if they say we've got to hide things in plain sight. And everyone's wondering, that King Stephen, why would you call yourself King Stephen? What a waste of a person and time of his effort. And I very rarely banned anyone, but I'm not here to listen to idiots like that. And he is an idiot. He's insignificant. I'm not giving him the airtime. So, yeah, it's just a troll, because what they used to do, Raven, was use my channel to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me, like, I'm subscribers like shit, they expect me to promote them, and they got the little huff. And because he's not having an ongoing battle with me, a fellow YouTuber called London, they think I'm a devil troll, but he's calling himself devil and all. You know, it's just people like that is why the world is like it is. You know, and they'll be judged when it comes to the end of the world.
Oh, I'll be judged. I'll be judged at the end of the world, he says. And people like me, I'm not a person, not a human, are the reason why this world is the way it is, he says. The world isn't designed to be evil. It's because of me. This creepy little creature. This creepy little creature that lives with his mommy and daddy. I don't think he ever moved out. Look at, he's got little toys and things behind him. He never grew up. Polly.
And he's just wasting his life being vindictive, and that's just how it is. If that's the type of person you are, cool. I challenge to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me like I'm subscribers like shit, they expect me to promote them, and they got the little huff. And because these are,
I never expected you to promote me. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You made up this whole narrative in your head. I just think you're a creepy weirdo and a fraud, and you're pushing bullshit. Look how creepy it is. Look at the eyes on this thing. Am I seeing some snake eyes there?
Battle with a fellow.
A battle. Listen to this. What a creepy thing this is. What a creepy creature. A little snake-eyed fucking creature. Little creepy creature. Creepy creature. It's just a creepy little creature, isn't it? It's creepy. Creepy creature. He's a creepy little creature. What's wrong with you, Polly? What's wrong with you, you little creep? You creepy little creature. Look at the eyes on this thing. What do you see, the people that tuned into this? What do you see looking at that? This creepy fucking thing. This creepy fucking thing, this creepy creature dares to speak about me. I'm the king. You should never utter my name out of your lips, you fucking creep. You should be bowing down at my feet, licking my boots.
And I very rarely banned anyone, but I'm not here to listen to idiots like that. And he is an idiot. He's insignificant. I'm not giving him the airtime. So, it's just a troll, because what they used to do, Raven, was use my channel to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me like I'm subscribers like shit, they expect me to promote them, and they got the little huff. And because these are having an own.
So this guy's lying about King Stephen, lying about me, King Stephen, to Raven. This guy. You don't know what you're doing, you fool. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know who I am. You don't understand. I'm everywhere, you fucking asshole. You dumbass. He thinks he's tattletaling on King Stephen. Me to Raven. This creep. Look at this. Look at this thing. You don't even know who I am, you dummy. He's telling Raven Spirit's Badass Blades about King Stephen. He's trying to tattletale, and he's making up lies, but you're such a fool. You're calling me an idiot. You call me an idiot. What are you, Polly? You don't know what you're doing. As I said in one of my recent songs in the last few weeks, I will use their minds against them. And I will. Not just on YouTube. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. There's more on the way. There's more on the way.
Yeah, it's just a troll because what they used to do, Raven, was use my channel to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me, like
Go ahead, tell Raven all about it.
and everyone's wondering that King Stephen, why would you call yourself King Stephen? What a waste of a person and time of his effort. And I very rarely banned anyone, but I'm not here to listen to idiots like that. And he is an idiot. He's insignificant. I'm not giving him the airtime. So, yeah, it's just a troll because what they used to do, Raven, was use my channel to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me, like I'm subscribers like shit, they expect me to promote them. And they got the little huff, and because he's not having an ongoing battle with me, a fellow YouTuber called London, they think I'm a devil troll. But he's calling himself devil and all. You know, it's just people like that is why the world is like it is. You know, and they'll be judged when it comes to the end of the world.
He seems really rattled. I don't call myself devil. What are you talking about? I didn't use you for subscribers. I don't want your followers on my channel. I think only a bunch of fucking idiots watch you. I don't want losers on my channel. I don't want beings stupid enough to watch you. Excuse me, to be watching my channel. You've got a bunch of morons over there.
And he's just wasting his life being vindictive, and that's just how it is. If that's the type of person you are, cool, but I don't want to swim in it. He wants to live and swim in a river of shit. Let him, but don't drag me into it. English, yeah. I've saw a lot. That's always I've asked people of the zones, flat Earth, you name it. I've done it, and people. Zones, flat Earth, you name it, I've done it. Let me know. Ask any questions. It's just an impromptu live because it's the 11th. I don't even know what date is day today. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go live. So
lick my fucking boots, Polly boy. I'm the king. Get down on your hands and knees and lick my boots. Spit shine my boots.
We've got Ginger Green in the house. We're talking about anything.
Ginger grin. Oh, that sounds gross. Ginger grin. Oh.
I just, because I've not done a live in that long, I didn't even recognize the software, and I'm hitting it, and I thought, you know what, I've just saw Sambino say it's the 11th. I'm just going to see if this still works, just in case people did want to start hearing me doing the odd live again. I don't know, people prefer my videos, did they prefer a live or what? So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna.
So in the comments, let's see here. Where can I support you? Somebody asked. And he responded immediately. He doesn't respond to most comments, but he responded right away to this. By subscribing and sharing my content if you enjoy it, and then all one sentence. If you mean monetary, if you go to any video that's not live, it'll have a link to the description. Absolutely no punctuation, no period, no comma, nothing. Just one long sentence that should be multiple sentences. loves to call people NPCs. It's another pattern with these creatures. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. That's what he is.
Plunge and see how it is. Well, the solar eclipse tomorrow. Some of them said I don't know where, so don't take my word for it that it's going to last for up to 11 minutes in some places. I thought that was rather funny. And meteor showers.
No shit. This is basic shit.
Oh, Paul's been a bit risky. Not carrying this on from just internet. The planet. Oh, flat level. There you go, guys. That's it. But no, I saw the net bit and then connected with the neath and into Terra. Wow.
Wow.
Reality seems to be coming together more and more to form higher and complex, more complexity through emergence. Just like a word, you word.
See, there he goes again with that fucking reptilian tongue. Did you see it?
Together you put letters.
So this was 3 years ago. I've been exposing these tongue-flicking creatures for years and years and years. Years and years and years. And then over on the right, it's showing these Thai chicks in bathing suits with the little booty showing, like her ass cheeks are showing on the right-hand side. Shocking scenes of... See, YouTube is always pushing this lust stuff to me. It's always showing me tits and ass constantly. Whenever I look, it's just, they're always showing me this. Always. I'm surprised there's not another one with big boobs or something showing. They're just putting, well, here, right there, they're showing. Right in my face. This is what they do. This is part of what this system does. Just like these hoes are throwing their panties at me and they're emailing me pictures of their bare ass and you name it. It's never ending in this realm. It's never ending. That's the way it goes. If you want to follow these snake-tongued creatures, have at it. Go ahead. Follow them right into fucking hell.
You put letters together and you give it freedom, and you give those letters freedom, you give it syntax to form those letters any way you want into any type of words, right? And then we give those words, we attach those words with the mental...
Yeah, not creepy at all. Hello everyone. It's a beautiful day today. It's a gorgeous day. I'm going to go out and get some sun at some point. But I'm doing a live stream here, everyone. I started 6.5 hours ago. I can't believe I started at that time, but I started 6.5 hours ago. For some reason, I went live. I decided to go live for some reason. I just felt like it. I just kind of felt like going live for some reason. For some reason. I know I keep saying that. I'm doing it on purpose. For some reason, I just decided to like, uh, maybe if I sounded like other YouTubers, more people would tune in. I have to fucking dumb it down to the level of complete retardation. I decided to go live today. I don't what I'm going to talk about. I didn't know what I was uh, I didn't know what I was going to talk about, but I thought I would go live like today. I'll just talk and say like nothing. Uh, you know, you know, you know, like yeah, that's what they sound like to me. They'll fucking talk for hours and they'll say nothing. Some of you dumb fucking humans will watch them for hours.
When you leave your phone at home and observe the people around you when you're out, you realize that almost everybody is so casually addicted to their phone to the point where nobody even questions it. But it's got me wondering, how are people just happy to accept this?
Everybody, and she was showing the Negroes. I think she's probably a woman, though, that thinks we're all equal. The blacks, the browns, the whites, the Asians. I bet she does. She just is asleep on that. She's really asleep on that. Because she's filming the darkies, or at least she's showing footage of darkies. The darkies. The darkies. Look at the darkness here. Look at the darkness.
Questions it. But it's got me wondering, how are people just happy to accept this? Are they okay with life just being like this forever? It's gotten so bad in some places that you feel...
Are they okay with life? They're okay with being retarded forever. These losers are okay with being retards recycled here for eternity. They're okay with that, lady. They're not just okay with their phones taking over their minds or preoccupying them or being addicted. They're okay with being retarded slaves, demon-tard slaves, zombies here forever, getting recycled forever. They're okay with that. Think about that.
Like the only person truly present. You look around hoping to catch somebody's eye, but it's almost impossible at times. Whether you're walking down the street, you're on public transport, out to eat.
I think if she were walking and caught my eye, or her, she spotted me, I would probably have a nice, decent, conversation with her. Because she's looking for a conversation with someone. I think she's starving for it. She's conversation starved. She notices that she's around zombies. And they're everywhere. And it isn't just the phones.
You're constantly surrounded by these phone zombies who are so busy engrossed in their digital prisons and scrolling endlessly that they miss out on the whole real world going on around them. It's become so normalized to be surrounded by people detached from their surroundings, detached from humanity almost. No one's really talking to each other anymore, interacting. They're almost not fully alive or present. It feels like...
They're almost not fully alive or present. Well, they don't mind. They love it.
Like it's getting worse and worse, and every day more and more people are giving themselves over to this online world, trading reality for it, because real life has become quite a lonely place.
I would make their phones shock them. Their phones would actually shock them. Not to make them stop using the phone, to get them addicted to getting shocked. I think they could be addicted to the pain. You could do anything you want with zombies. They'll take anything. Anything. But the one thing they won't listen to is the truth spoken by beings like me. Never will they listen to that. They'll follow anything else, though.
When you go about looking for any sort of human connection, this has happened so quickly, especially in the last couple of generations, because they've been the children of addicted parents. Parents who have normalized this behavior to their children. They've grown up around this. And so that creep of technology into our lives has become a snowball and so normalized so quickly. Before all of this, you would never have dreamed that you'd be walking around with people just staring at screens constantly. It would sound like a dystopian movie, but now people are just accepting it. I can't get my head around it. How it just goes on and plays out in front of us every single day, and they're just accepting it. So many people seem completely uninterested in any form.
She can't get her head around it. She can't believe they're just accepting it. She doesn't understand humanity and the human psyche. Your masters do, your rulers do in this realm. Team Evil understands the human mind and addiction and how to hook them and control them. She can't wrap her head around it. But there's something about humans that they want to be enslaved. They don't want to be free. They'll fight freedom and truth. That's what they do.
Form of human connection these days, unless it's with an avatar or a profile picture. And they're happy just to trade their free time for mindlessly scrolling. This has also taken over real life situations for many people where it's normal to see whole groups of people out together and they're just all staring at their phones. I just wonder, what will their memories be together? They're all in these individual little bubbles and they're not having these shared memories that everybody else grew up with. How are they so content and comfortable to trade all that precious time with their loved ones, the people they supposedly care about, for endless scrolling of memes and TikToks? They're just making lonely memories with people they'll never know online, interacting with them instead of the people in their real life. They're scrolling away a lifetime of in-jokes, shared experiences to reminisce on, memories to look back on with the people in their real life. What are they going to have to look back on? They're robbing themselves of their personalities developing, finding new hobbies, interests, even being there for their...
The best part is they're not learning anything. They're not developing. They're not growing spiritually. They're just watching useless shit. And they love it. They love it. You can't convince them not to do it. You can't coax them to a channel like mine. You can't coax them to do anything. They love shit.
Friends, or if they do go to events, they're watching it through screens. They're not having these shared moments and memories. They're happy for their memories to just be pixelated. Life used to be collaborative with your friends and family, with strangers, little mini interactions you had throughout your day. Whereas now, so many people are happy just to trade their time on Earth to be plugged into their own individual bubble. And they can't even be present for 5 minutes in the real world without some kind of digital stimulation. It feels like a lot of people are just going from one scroll session to another. They miss out on interesting little moments in life that happen all the time when you really observe your surroundings and you're fully present. There's so much to wonder at in this world, but they're...
I'm the Angry Unk. Back to school time.
Now you supposed to whip it up. First day. Oh, whip it. First day. First day. First day.
Fur day. These kids like third grade. She's in kindergarten, and Mama put the whole life savings in his pocket. Like, what are you buying? An extensive amount of hot wings? What's going on? Nope, no, thank you. Now, what in the race bait are you trying to prove here? Because you want her to say something to you and pull the card. And then the herd comes. But instead, they just kept walking because you know what? They're tired of the ghetto fatigue. Nobody is falling for it anymore. That worm on your hook is dead, miss. No thank you. Next. Oh, okay. Beautiful. Wonderful. Chilling in the parking lot. I own take none serious tipsy. What? What in the English grammar is that?
Get shots over here. Them jello shots. Fucked up.
There's no words. There's absolutely no words for this. No words. Here we go. Some more beautiful, excellent behavior going on from the, you know the words. There is a direct correlation. I'm sure there's statistics.
You can take them out of the jungle, but you can't take the jungle out of them. You can't take the jungle out of them. They be wildin'. They be wildin'. They be wildin'.
Statistics out there. There's a direct correlation from.
Right. Sorry for pausing it again so quickly. But a lot of you, not a lot of you, but some of you niggas, some of you tiggas out there, you don't believe it's real. You just can't fathom. You're in denial like Rashawn, like nobody wears the bonnet. That's why he's mockingly wearing this purple bonnet. Because we all know over here in the United States and Canada that they wear the bonnets. Now, it's not every single dark person, but does it have to be every single one out of millions? No, it doesn't have to be every single one. It's a stereotype because it's more than enough. That's why. It's very common. But a lot of you tiggas out there be in denial. You be thinking that these darkies don't commit crime. They're not loud and violent and rude. They ain't ghetto. They know how to speak. They know how they do. They be knowing English. They be knowing. They ain't stupid. They ain't goofy. But they are. They are loud. They are loud, rude, violent. They do wear bonnets. They do wear their pajamas out and slippers in public, to the stores, restaurants, you name it, the bank, wherever. They do. And some of you are in denial because you're not fucking honest people. You'd rather lie to defend them. You should join them. When they get sent back to Africa, you should join them.
When we started with multiculturalism in every facet of our life, the quality of everything went down.
You like everybody but give me my money. Give me my money. Give me my money or my goddamn food. Give me my money or my goddamn food. The extra chicken too. The extra chicken too.
Extra chicken too. She need that extra chicken. He need that extra chicken, boy. More, just absolutely can't. Oh, here's more.
So, how much longer we gonna let these white men invade our motherfucking country?
What are you talking about? What are you saying? What in the Harriet Tubman are you talking about? White men invading our country. What are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense. You must have gone on to your Grok and said, Grok, give me the most agitating, race-baiting TikTok ever. And then she studied it. And this is what you got. There's no way that what are you talking about? What are you saying?
How much longer we gonna let these white men keep chopping our motherfucking trees out?
What?
Wake the fuck up, yo.
What in the scissorp is she drinking? Because I don't know. I have no idea what she's talking about. I can't. What in the pinkie pie am I watching?
When your mama got to get off work early to go get little Ray ass out of school. Teacher done called twice already. Now she got to get off work, go get his little ass.
Walking the streets of our country. Isn't it lovely? Hey there. She's a fan favorite on this channel. Look at those walls. Good Lord. I don't even know what those are called up there. Those are not cobwebs. I have no idea. What is she have? Paw Patrol?
Hey, how y'all doing today? I was good in the neighborhood. Oh, yeah, it's hot as I don't know what out there. Good God Almighty, about 100 degrees. Okay, we got some new things for us to try, and here we go. I'm so excited. Stuff I brought back from my trip and some I got yesterday, and here we go.
Where did you go?
Boots Beverages, Caramel Apple. It's not booze.
Now, come on. I know some of you in the comments are going to be like, Boots soda is great. No one has ever heard of Boots soda. Ever. Never. I've been all around this country. I've traveled across the globe. I've never seen Boots soda. Sorry. I know in the comments I'm going to get blasted. It's really good. No, it's not. It's probably, if she bought it, it's not good.
It's like caramel apple, y'all. It's delicious. Oh my goodness. Got these cheese sticks I got yesterday.
Those are okay.
They're cute. They're good. Apple salsa from the Amish store.
She went Amish shopping. See, now that is not a good combo. A cheesy curl breadstick and apple salsa. Get the chips. Crunch it on those working teeth. Her hauls are phenomenal.
Oh, that's really good.
Where's the Frankenberry blanket? What a variety. What a variety. What's that?
Did you see what it was?
No. Tell us. What is that, a crab?
Baby crabs.
Come on. Oh. Look at it.
Different. Very crabby.
That I would never eat anything out of that hand ever. I'll go from the bag, thank you. Next.
I'm not the birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl's aunt.
I'm not the birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl's aunt.
I'm not the birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl's aunt.
I'm not a birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl's aunt.
Oh my god. It gets worse. The gene pool started okay and then it just slowly declined. The chromosomes declined.
I'm not the birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl's cousin.
She had to think about that one. What's it, the pink walkie-talkie on this one?
Birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl buzzer.
Okay.
I'm not the birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl father.
What the fuck is that? Wait.
Father.
Oh man.
I'm not the birthday girl, I'm the birthday girl's mama.
I'm not shocked. What in... what is... Are you kidding me? I wish I never saw my car from this angle. My car doesn't have anything because that is a clear reflection of you. And if that picture doesn't represent what we're about to see, I don't know what does.
These baddies, little nieces, hear me out. I'm really a little sleepy because I've been up really early this morning. I just
You been hitting that blunt in your ashtray.
came up with a hack, bro. Bet. Thank me later for the nail baddies. Did y'all see that? I used the seatbelt because I got to put the seatbelt on because I'm about to drive away. You're welcome. Thank me later.
Next.
Ew, Team Evil losers. Team Evil losers. Losers. Team Evil losers. Losers. Losers.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another live stream from Pink Tourmaline. Mr. Mex Biker is in the house. What's up? What's up? Right off the bat, hey, Jose for Love, Tina and Karen. Guess what? I just met with them. We just had our first consult, and they gave me a lot of information, and I'm going to talk about that today. I'm a little lightheaded because I'm doing this bone broth fast. Which actually, the bone broth fast isn't even bad. But I haven't had any bone broth yet today because they messed up my order twice when I was ordering it from this grocery store called Erewhon, and it's like there's something in it. It was sweet, and so I had to go to the store and talk to them and be like, "Dude, this is not normally in there, and I can't drink it if there's some random stuff in there." Anyways, but I'm a little lightheaded, but I'm all good. Mavo Gawo says hi all. What's up? What's up? All right, let me put in my Instagram as well if people want to connect with me, excuse me, on Instagram. Oops. So there is my Instagram. If you want to reach out to me, send me something. I know I'm behind once again on the messages, and there's a lot of people that I need to respond to. I do my best, but I again, as I've mentioned before, I try to look through the messages when I know I can watch the videos that people are sending me or watch the links. I know if I just open it and then I don't have the time to watch it, I may forget. So that's kind of my system. Hey, Alexandra's in the house. Okay, we got to talk about Alexandra. What's up, fam? What's up? Eshni, Eddie, Avila. What's up? What's up? Okay, we got to talk about Maria for a second because have you guys seen the new Discord server? Holy smokes. Maria, how long did this take you to update Discord? You guys look at the Discord server now. It looks so professional. This is crazy. Let me show you guys. And this is all because of Alexandra. She basically, look at this. Look at all these things. General, boom, boom, boom. I just kind of let her run wild. Cosmology of the Matrix, soul sovereignty, like all these different, what are all these different like chat rooms or what is this? Or these, I don't know exactly how Discord works. These are different hashtags, I guess, different rooms, maybe. This is the start of the Afterlife Reincarnation and Life Reviews channel. Yeah, so these are all different channels. Wow, how cool is this? How cool is all of this? Life Outside the Matrix. Ooh, I didn't even see this. This is so cool. What is this? Oh my God, pets. Oh no. If that's a sad, oh no. I can't watch that if that's sad. Okay, but I didn't even know there was a pet thing. Hold on. I gotta post my dog's Instagram in here. So cool. Follow Cosmo. Boom. There it is. Yeah. So anyways, thank Alexandra, everybody. Holy smokes. It took you a whole afternoon tonight. Damn. Thank you so much. This is awesome. So Alexandra is basically in charge of the whole Discord. She's the moderator in there. So yeah, I really appreciate it. This is so awesome. And how many members do we have? We still have 97. So it hasn't really moved, I think, since I last checked it. But if you guys do want to join the Discord, here is the link. I just put it in the chat. So you guys can click on that link. It's in the chat and join. All right. I got to talk about this session that I just had with Tina and Karen, the introductory session, because I have a much better understanding. So they are chat rooms, channels, and forums where you can organize individual posts like a library. Okay, cool. Whoa, Chechnya. How cool. Greetings from Chechnya. I think that's Chechnya. I think you missed an N there. Yo, you know what's crazy? My favorite UFC fighter is from Chechnya. It's Khamzat Chimaev. Are you familiar with Khamzat Chimaev? That's cool. Okay, let's talk Tina and Karen. All right. So let me give you guys a kind of breakdown. We're going to go to their website, and I'm going to kind of explain the meeting we just had, what we're going to have, and all this stuff. I think I have a much better understanding. And by the way, oh my God, I think when I do the interview with Tina and Karen, it's going to be insane because I already kind of understand to some extent the information they have, how they've gotten it, how valuable it is across how many sessions. So I was excited to interview them. Now I'm 100 times more excited. So let's go to the website here. Oh, Alexandra says we're going to create a library of links and resources of all types of subjects, and there's a place to talk about it. I also created a networking community section. Oh, it is different. Oh, the Czech Republic. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, the Czech Republic, that's Yuri Prohaska. That's a UFC fighter out of the Czech Republic, I believe. Anyways, okay, so let's talk about what I did today. So if you look at the services, oh, actually, no, what we did today, wait, was it Quantum Connect? Hold on, give me a second. We did, well, it was the introductory session, okay? So the introductory session, we were just chatting about the whole process. And next week, I'm going to be doing Quantum Connect. So Quantum Connect, it's a beautiful, fun exercise. And they said that this one's going to be light. It's going to be fun. It's kind of an introduction to everything that's going on. Fun exercise to engage the imagination, get the wheel spinning, helping you to reconnect with your intuition and higher awareness. Connect with yourself. That was a big theme in the introductory call. So a lot of this is connecting with your higher self in different ways. Different from a long, relaxing hypnosis session, QC is fast-paced, open-eyed, lighthearted imagination exercise that will assist you in the knowing that you are already and always connected to your divine self. Focus for the session is on one issue in your life, whether that's career, relationship, spirituality, or otherwise. All you have to do for the session is say the very first things that pop into your mind without hesitating. So this is what is going to happen in 2 weeks, which I'm really excited about. Let's talk about some of these other things. So this is the one beyond quantum healing that I'm really excited to do down the line. But this will come later. So it says, in a tandem session, that means both of them will be there. Tina will facilitate both you and Karen going into trance together. These sessions are very powerful as we find that having a support person with you eases fear or anxiety that you may have in connecting with your higher self. With Karen by your side, it allows you to feel the deep validation and resonance that is already within your soul. Plus, it's fun to have a hypnosis buddy. And also allows for double the information to come forward. So they're kind of there with you, projecting their consciousness alongside you, as I understand it, and they're helping you to gather information. As divine counterparts, they create a sacred healing energy of love and support for you to rest within. For those worried about connecting with your higher self, having a tandem allows you to participate, be present with the experience, and empowers you to trust in your own inner knowing, which is the whole point of having a session in the first place. So what is this really about? This is about getting in touch with yourself, and some of the things that they mentioned too, I hope I'm getting this right, is that this is the broader questions. Why am I here? What is my purpose? Why did I come here? Which is obviously stuff that I really, really want to know the answers to. But this won't be anytime soon. This is down the line. This is down the later as I guess open myself up and get more familiar with all myself and connecting with myself on a deeper level. There's also this remote spirit release. But here's the thing. Let me actually back up for a second, because before getting into all the specifics of the individual independent services, what they made clear to me at the end, what Tina made clear to me at the end, was that it's all about broadly connecting with your higher self, also looking at the energies or entities that have connected or latched onto you, you could say, and clearing them, clearing the traumas, clearing the entities, clearing a lot of the things that are dragging you down and that you don't even realize are dragging you down. We talked about some of the trauma that I experienced as a child and even as an adult as well, and seeing what those could be connected or related to and how to clear those out. So that's going to be the broad theme of what's going to happen in these sessions going forward in totality. So all of this is very interesting. Now, another thing that is huge that I learned in this session is that they are actually not big fans of, and this is an understatement to say this, but not big fans of out-of-body travel, out-of-body experiences. This was a shock to me, because this is something that's an objective of mine. That's something that I'm meditating towards. And they said there's dangers and risks. Instead, there's ways to project your consciousness, almost similar to remote viewing, that don't put you at risk, don't put your body at risk while you're out of your body, and won't keep it open to potential interference or things like that. And I'm glad I had this conversation with them, because it's made me rethink that whole objective. Actually, not even rethink it. It's made me decide that I don't want to pursue that. Look, I'll always stay open. You never know. I guess who knows what I can learn in the next couple of years. But from what I've heard from them so far, I am going to be abandoning this objective. It's still going to be meditating on a daily basis, but more for the purpose of quieting my mind, connecting with my higher self, more going within than going out. So I thought that was a big quieting my mind, connecting with my higher self, more going within than going. It's made me rethink that whole objective. Actually, not even rethink it. It's made me decide that I don't want to pursue that. Look, I'll always stay open. You never know. I guess who knows what I can learn in the next couple of years. But from what I've heard from them so far, I am going to be abandoning this objective. It's still going to be meditating on a daily basis, but more for the purpose of quieting my mind, connecting with my higher self, more going within than going out. So I thought that was a big revelation there. And hopefully when I continue to do this work, I'll clear myself in a way to be more beneficial for the community, for the channel, for myself, for people around me, and be more able to reach whatever objectives I set out, whether it's stuff in this life, but also obviously the big objective and beyond. I'm really excited. I can't wait. I wish our first session was sooner, but I'm going to have to wait 2 weeks until we meet. So literally, I think it's 2 weeks from today. I actually forgot it was 2 weeks from today, because I'm flying back from Miami that day. I have to book my travel. I should book my ticket today. But I realized, I was like, oh, wow. Good thing I looked this up, because that means I'm going to have to leave, I think, at like a 6 or 7 a.m. flight to make sure I'm here in time and good to go, which is no problem. But it's good I didn't book my ticket in the wrong time. Okay. Anyways, that's the big part, where there's more to talk about here. We're going to get to that in a second, in terms of our future interview, which is probably going to be shortly after our first session. So Czechoslovakia, yes. Czech Republic, oh yes. See what they think about quantum immortality. I don't know what sure, I never heard that before. Tina and Karen show how we can use hypnosis to learn and explore. Hey, Mr. Max Biker, did you update your picture? I don't remember seeing that picture before. Anonymous Void, I'm sort of with you. Had too many negative OB experiences and want to go there myself. Interesting. There you go. Thank you, Alexandria. I joined the Discord the other day. This is Melissa Widola. Awesome. Welcome. Hypnosis is far more possible to do than OBE. Now, Another thing that is very, very important and interesting that I learned from Tina and Karen. This is a question. I almost don't want to say this now. No, I'm going to say it now because I kind of wanted to save it for our interview, but I'll just restate it during the interview. Is that they've had 1,500 plus sessions. So this think about that for a second. This information and this data that they've gathered is not from 10, 20, 30 accounts, which still would be something. If you had 10 or 20 or 30 accounts overlapping in these ways, discussing the matrix, the nature of reality, and the system that we may be contained in and likely are contained in. No. This is over 1,500 plus sessions. That's insane. So you think about the value of this data and the framework that they've observed, it's extremely, extremely valuable. Not to say that, and I think what people have uncovered in other ways from remote viewing or maybe even astral projection, that is also, of course, all super, super valuable. But I think there's something unique for what they've done because, yes, they're observing this data, but they're also getting the observations from clients and patients to corroborate, I think, in a lot of cases, what they're seeing. Plus, they're seeing a lot of these things. It sounds like, and I'll learn more about the processes the more I work with them, but it sounds like they're gathering this data through the pathway of people and their experiences, their collective experiences. So that says a lot to me about the quality of the data that they have. So, and they know a lot. That I'm not going to give away in terms of just some of the baseline things that we discussed, but they know a lot. And I think when I interview them, it's going to be crazy because I think we're going to try to build out an entire framework of how everything fits together. I want to be really careful when I prepare for this interview to have all the right questions laid out so we can. It's just going to be packed, I think, with crazy, wild information. So you guys, I cannot wait for it. I think you guys should be excited as well. It might be the most important interview I have done on this channel thus far. Yeah, so it's going to be pretty wild. The other thing that's interesting is that the quantum healing sessions seem to somewhat, I think they're different, of course, and likely going to be what I was going to compare it to was the recapitulation process that Hadi McCoskey talks about, going into all your traumas, your past life, the things you feel guilty for, the things that whatever, all that stuff, and dealing with it. It sounds similar to that, but with guidance. And maybe I imagine happening at an expedited rate, I would assume. So that's where it's at. Super, super cool. I am so hyped up. I'm freaking out. Can't wait to begin. Francis, Big B's. Wait a minute. Hello from Scotland. I had a bit of information on the ETs. All benevolent. Stephen Greer debate. Oh, tell me. Give me your information. By the way, Begbie, that's a name from Train Spotting. Take your best orgasm, multiply it by 1,000, and you're still nowhere near it. Like that, Scott. And then remember the guy, Bigby. Hey, you mentioned that again. I'll cut you up. Remember that character? Is that the same last name? Melissa Widola. And I think Tina and Karen, they said they might join the chat. I don't know if they're on here, but if they are, say what's up. Say what's up. Is it expensive to connect with Tina and Karen? Well, I guess that's a relative question. It's a relative question because I think you're working with both of them. And so I'll just show you the prices. Here, you want to see the prices. Here, let's see. So Quantum Connect, this is what I did today. Or no, sorry. This is what I'm doing next week. So this is $200 USD. So for an hour, I believe. The thing today was $99. The one that I really want to do, this one is $450, but look how long it is. So if you think about it from an hourly standpoint, like that's, to me, that makes total sense. What else? I don't know what surrogate BQH is, but there's a different price here. Wait, let me see. Oh, someone fills in for the client? Oh, she will be guided into the transconnect. No, I want to do it. Okay, so see, there's different prices. I didn't even see all this. In the bubble sessions are kind of like mini BQH sessions. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do the full on thing for sure. Like I'm going full throttle with all this stuff. So this is the one that I'm doing. No questions asked. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable given the time, given that you're working with both of them and things like that. Let's see, quantum body scan. What is this one? Okay, there's not a description here, but again, the quantum body scan, all of this can be looked in the framework as looking into yourself, looking at the attachments, clearing out entities, clearing out energy that is tangled up in your body. I can't think of anything more valuable at this current juncture in my life. So I'm also looking at it that way. Yes, you updated pick me on my boat. Oh, sweet. What kind of boat do you have? That's cool. I never had a boat. Not a huge, I was on a boat for a week in Croatia and it was incredible. I loved it. And it was a super fun experience, docking in different cities and coming out, going back on the boat. Like it was so much fun. But I'm not I don't ever see myself trying to get a boat one day or something, I guess. But are you a big boat guy? What's up, bro? Any luck having an OBE? Serious business. Interesting that you asked that. I don't think I'll be trying to have an OBE anymore after my discussion with Tina and Karen today, because they mentioned that it's actually potentially dangerous to leave your body with the possibility of entities or energies attaching to your body while out of the body. So I don't know if that's going to be what I'm going to do anymore. Nevertheless, I am not sad by that, because I believe from what Tina and Karen told me, you can access all of this information in different ways. So it's wild. I'm glad we had the conversation. Yeah. So I don't think that's going to be an objective anymore. Look who it is, guys. Quantum Healing with Tina and Karen. They are in here right now. So yeah, guys, I was just telling everybody about how somebody just asked me if I'm still trying to have any luck with having an OBE. Serious Business just asked that. And I was just telling him how you guys said this is not something that you guys recommend because it can be potentially perilous, opening yourself up to negative forces. Let's just put it like that. So I will still be doing my daily meditation practice with the use of binaural beats, but no longer with the intent of trying to disconnect from my body. Very interesting. Mr. Mike Spiker. Oh, you had QHAT. Wait, with Tina and Karen? Incredible. Did you? So that's awesome. There's a testimonial right there for you. There's another member in the chat, on this channel as well, that talked about how amazing it was working with Tina and Karen. I'm ready. I don't even need the testimonials. I'm all in. I'm ready to go. I want to do the work. My OBE experience wasn't roses. Ran into entities. If I didn't know how to protect myself, it could have been bad. Ooh, interesting. I believe what they're saying. I'm curious, though. I have too many questions. You're curious, though, plus it's fun. Oh, you have too many questions. Oh, so you want to keep going out of body. So wait, Alexandra, do you know how to protect yourself now? Okay, Francis Begbie's. It's the same for, oh yeah, it's the same first name. Francis, that's right. Francis Begbie. My name is what? Yeah, that's crazy. Dude, I love that movie. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. I used to say it was my favorite movie. I'd have to think about it now and compare it to all the movies that I've seen, but that movie is so good and raw and real. By the way, though, I will say, I feel like, especially since I've been devoted really hardcore to this channel, I'm having a harder and harder time enjoying television and movies. Does that happen to you guys? Because I feel like all the television and movies, they're grounded in a reality or in a framework that is devoid of all the stuff that we've been uncovering. And so it's like, it just feels silly a lot of times, I guess. Like a lot of movies and TV shows are just feeling silly to me, surface level and uninteresting. MMA, for whatever reason, is still very interesting to me. But movies, the whole idea of acting and playing out these narratives and it's just like I can't get into it anymore. I can watch old shows that I've seen before, or maybe go to a movie with somebody else, but like sitting down and watching stuff by myself, I'm having a really hard time getting engaged to any extent. So I wonder if that.
Oh, he's having a hard time watching Hollywood and enjoying it. This guy's so awake, isn't he? He meditates. He's close with Tina and Karen, those two scammers that I exposed years ago. And people will just keep watching this shit. They love it.
That's common. I bet it is. I bet you guys feel the same way, but I don't know. That's interesting. Hey, Bliss Lee, haven't been on your channel in a while. Where have you been? Are you still wanting to leave the body or no? Great. You just asked a great question. And we were just talking about this. No, not anymore. Not anymore. Literally after today, I still want to go into deep states of meditation, but I'm going to be pursuing quantum healing with Tina and Karen. And we'll be trying to learn and unlock the mysteries of the universe through that modality instead. You have a C-Ray bow rider. Let me look that up. C-Ray bow rider. Let's see what that is. Oh, cool. I'm going to show everybody your boat. This is Mr. Mex Biker's boat. Hey, what's your name, Mr. Mex Biker? I don't know if you want to share it or not, but what's your first name? So this is the boat that Mr. Mex Rider is rocking. Looks crazy, like a speedboat. Damn. Sure that cost a pretty penny. Anonymous Void says, I ran into terrifying entities that look like Samara from The Ring during an OBE. There were multiple of them, and I could immediately sense they were extremely wrathful and powerful. Interesting. Although a lot of times I wonder if they're trying to make themselves seem powerful, where actually we're more powerful than them, but it's just a part of the facade. Oh, Mr. Max Spiker, you didn't do it with Tina and Karen. Okay, got it. Other people. Right, I'll just do this quick because I'm going to my bed. I've really talked on the internet about this before. Right, I'll just do this quick because I'm going to bed. I've not really talked on the internet about this before, but I've told all my you told all your family and friends what? About quantum healing, about the nature of reality. Robert Brown is in the house. After my dark night of the soul, I didn't watch movie. Wow. Yeah, right? Wait, so tell me about that. So what was it, the same thing where you just felt like a repulsion? Maybe it's not the right word, but like it just goes right over your head kind of type of thing. You just can't get into it anymore. It's crazy. Yes, indeed. TV, it's mostly destruction. Yeah, like it's so crazy. Like just the thought of sitting down to watch a new movie is like, I don't want to. It just feels terrible. Now, watching a movie that I've seen before, that's different for some reason. Like I feel like it takes me through an emotional ride from the past that I still enjoy. But even that's been difficult lately to get engaged in old movies and shows. One thing that I did rewatch recently is The Wire, and that's a show that just connects with me in a different way. I don't know why, and then I did go and see a movie with somebody like a week ago. I saw The Odyssey, and it was okay because I was with with somebody, and so I was able to enjoy it just by being with that person, if that makes sense. But it was still the movie. I couldn't get into it. I remember at times thinking when I'm watching The Odyssey, I'm like, this is just, what am I watching? A bunch of people putting on costumes, acting this stuff out. What is acting too? I know it's an art, but you know what I'm saying? You're just make-believing. It's false. Maybe that's not the right way to look at it, but it felt like that. It just felt fake. Like, what is this? This is a whole fake thing. Everybody's make-believing for what? For us to be entertained, for us to be brainwashed? Like, what is it? What am I doing here? Has anybody else felt like that? I just couldn't handle the fake. Yes. Wait, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying right now, Robert Brown. Holy smokes. Wow. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. So what do you think quantum healing will prepare you for when you leave your... Well, I don't think I'm going to leave my body anymore. I think quantum healing is going to recalibrate me, is what I gathered from my first session. It's going to recalibrate me, help me to heal myself. Not like it's going to do the work for me. It's help me to heal myself so that I can be more in tune with my objectives here, more able to pursue whatever it is that I want during this life and after. Multitude of things. What's up, Jay Bird son? What's up? What's up? Rarely watch TV, far more crazy stuff. I know, right? Yeah, like how it doesn't even compare. The stuff we watch, it's boring. It's totally boring compared to what we're uncovering here. And reality, right? They would say, well, reality is stranger than fiction. And it seems to be a profound thing when they say that, because, wow, isn't fiction so crazy? Reality is actually stranger than fiction sometimes. No, not if it's by a landslide. It's not even compare. It's not even close. How wild reality is. Alexandra says, I know how to protect myself. It's part of what my energy work is about. You get into your heart space and pulse out, clearing and banishing energy, like setting off a bomb from the heart. Hey, I have a question for you guys. That's cool, by the way, Alexandra. I have a question for you guys. Do you want me to put timestamps into the live streams after the fact? Because I can do that. I just wasn't sure if people wanted those, but let me know. Everybody in the comments say, do you want timestamps? And I'll do it every time going forward. I can even do it to old times live streams as well if you want. Did you see about how Elizabeth April just put? So Betty Guadagno actually was in that same influencer Monroe Institute thing, and so I know I saw in photos that Elizabeth April, she posted some stuff there, but I didn't look into it. I don't know, man. I used to want to interview Elizabeth April on the channel, and I don't even want to say too much about it. I just think that it's not the right fit. So I haven't been listening to her stuff as much anymore. I'll just leave it at that. Everest says, and it's also challenging because people care about, and by the way, Elizabeth April may want not even know about my channel, want nothing to do with me. So it may not even be something that I could have gotten. Let's be clear about that. She's got, she's doing her thing. She's got a big following, but not saying she's, you know what I mean? I don't want to make it seem like she wants to be on here and I'm not. It's nothing to do like that at all. She's got lots of things, podcasts to go on, and she's doing her thing, and it is what it is. I just don't think it's a fit. And it's also challenging because most people care about status, money, paper withdrawings. Yeah, feel better when they get it. Listen, man, you're right. I'm a victim of it too. I'm not going to lie. Like I'm not totally detached from it. I don't know if it's even possible. Maybe it is, but maybe is it possible to eventually detach from it? I mean, for me, education, status, money, this has been my guiding light for a lot of the things that I've done in my life. Why I was so ambitious to build my business up to the point where it is. Why I wanted the house that I have. Like these are, I think I'm a lot better than most. I'm not sitting here throwing tons of money away on a flashy car and different things like that. But it's definitely a huge thing in LA. Something that I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh, I'm totally beyond all that. Is that something that I can work through or get better about? I'm sure on a continual basis. But anyways, hey, there we go. Larry. Now I know. Okay, so I'm just going to call you Larry going forward. Hopefully I remember that. Post-awakening, you definitely get more discerning about content and how it resonates. You can also lose interest in hobbies. Some interests come back post-integration. Yeah, for some reason, MMA, mixed martial arts, I've not lost interest in it. And it's actually it's almost a fun break from all of this stuff that we talk about here on this channel and all the content that I'm making. Maybe because it's competition. It's not acting. It's not a recreation and this fakeness. It's real combat. It's real competition. The people are going through real emotions. Real massive stakes are on the line. I don't know, but that's just a guess. Robert Brown says, right, yeah, I did quantum healing with, is it what? You did? That's sick. Dude, I haven't heard from Isabella Green in a while. She was emailing me all the time. And I love Isabella Green. I don't know. She's so cool. And I haven't heard from her in forever. So, but maybe she's just gotten busy. But it was cool for a while. After I interviewed her, we were emailing a lot. And it was really cool. But it's all good. Because I prefer participation over passive consumption. I like steering, reacting, testing, talking, creating, and following. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Movies and especially TV lock you into. Yeah, you're so right. I love timestamps. Okay, timestamps it is. Yo, power off. What's up? What's good? Not much. Just met with Tina and Karen. You're doing awesome. Whatever you want, brother. Timestamps are cool, but don't need them with your lecture and improv. Don't need them with your lecture. Wait, what do you mean by that? Don't need them with your lecture and improv? Oh, wait, what? Are you talking about wait, what do you mean exactly? You're talking about the timestamps will be auto-generated from the transcripts. I have a script that I run things through for timestamps for through ChatGPT. Oh, but you're talking about wait, what do you mean my lecture? No, leaving body in QHHT. However, take a deep journey in time and soul. No leaving body in QHHT. Oh, yeah, okay. However, take a deep journey in time and soul. Right. Sorry, I never clarified. I seen an ET in 2008 in Australia when I was traveling all around. Oh, no way. And this was a physical ET or an interdimensional? What was it exactly? I don't believe Elizabeth April. I don't know why, but I don't feel her authenticity. I just don't want to comment. I just don't want to comment. I don't really know. I have a sprint car racing, never lost it during. Oh, you never lost it during. Got it. So you're always into sprint car racing. Azad, welcome back. If I liked your last video, okay, I'm glad you liked it. Dude, there were some audio issues. I'm so upset. So it happened in 2 videos. It's when I'm sharing a page now and I play the audio, it's like picking up in my mic and there's an echo. I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm really bummed out about it. So I wonder if they changed the setting in StreamYard or what happened, or if I now need headphones when I'm recording videos. Maybe I do, but yeah. All professional sports are rigged, unfortunately. I'm sure listen, I mean, all is an absolute statement. That's obviously, you can't say that. But if you're saying that there's probably different forces manipulating in different ways all throughout, I'm sure that is like look at the world. I mean, when there's big stakes on the line, I'm sure that is the case. But I would not say that about every single fight or every single outcome. I'm sure there's certain ones that are influenced. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But I think you are still going on a journey with a lot. It's when you go on a journey with these individual fighters, you see what they go through. I think there is a fair amount of it that is authentic and real. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's some of the higher levels, where bigger stakes are on the line, gambling and these types of things that are involved. Certainly there's influences. I mean, that just happened in the UFC. Somebody got cut from the UFC because there was heavy implications that he threw a fight to rig the odds. So, but I wouldn't say all professional sports. EA really pushes hard and distracting from the truth. EA. Oh, Elizabeth April really pushes money hard and distracting from truth. I'll just say this. It just doesn't resonate. I mean, I'll just leave it at that. But at the same time, there's a chance that I don't even know. It just doesn't resonate. Bliss Lee, Elizabeth April is an industry plant not to be trusted like Darius. You talking is top notch. Never want to miss anything you say. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate that. I'm pumped to hear about your session with Tina and Karen. 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today. Let's go. Tiger speaking some truth. They're going to send me the video of what we talked about today. Do you guys want me to? I might take little excerpts of it, and I got to ask them, though, if it's okay. Or I can do, not me, no. You know what I'll do is this. I'll probably, no, but I've kind of recapped what we talked about today already. But I will do a recap of our first session. I will break it down and talk about exactly what we went through. Maybe I'll even share it. I don't know if they want me to, or they're okay with it. But I gotta run it by them. And I don't know, it might get personal. Like, for example, today we talked about some personal stuff that I don't want to necessarily put out there in my history, because it just, different things that involve other people that I may not want to put out there, I guess you could say. Tiger speaking some truth, 100%. Bo Nicali is from my college, Penn State, where he was a D1. Oh, Bo Nickel. Yeah. I love Bo Nickel. I'm a fan. Not a lot of people don't like him, but he's very tough and he's on the rise. Alexandria, Tony Sayers' debunking video about Elizabeth April is hilarious. I almost died laughing at his commentary. It's good to have all kinds of people perspectives, though, in my opinion. That's why I like your channel. Awesome. Thank you, Alexandria. Yeah, Tony's pretty darn funny when he does these breakdowns. Maybe not all players, but the top ones most definitely. They use gematria or numerology to do magic rituals during the games. Interesting. I've heard about gematria. Look, it's okay. You don't need to speak on EA. It's just a noticing with energy. All good. We're all learning to trust ourselves, 100%. It's so crazy how we come to our awareness and hold on to our passions. UFC, sprint car racing. Yeah, it is interesting, right? Like there's something about MMA that draws me to it. And I'm not a sports guy. I don't watch anything else. I don't care about football. I don't care about basketball. I don't know what it is. P.S. This is the best channel ever and the most important topic. Dude, thank you so much. I'm really trying hard to grow it and improve it and push and keep learning and growing the best way possible. Yes, Tina and Karen seem legit. I've listened to them for many years. Mr. Mex Biker says bye. Wait, B-I-Y. Oh, bye? Bye, Nicali? No, you mean Bo Nickel.
All right, everyone. Hello. Good morning. I just said hello to a neighbor. Sunny day outside, beautiful day. This guy loves the tank tops. He's got the neon green tank top on. He's part of the Tank Top Bros crew. Justin, remember the big nose, big schnauzer, likes the tank tops. Tony likes the tank tops. Lion Sword likes the tank tops. It goes on and on and on. On and on and on. The Tank Top Bros. Good morning, Mind Mirage. Good morning, RI. Good morning, TG. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Salty Siren, if she's still here. Good morning, everyone. So this guy wants to grow his channel. He's in contact with Tina and Karen, two scammers that I exposed years ago. They talked about me in groups. They're real sneaky snakes. They're frauds. And he's promoting frauds. What else is new? And if he ever, in the future, I wouldn't be surprised, maybe one day he'll admit, oh, I just didn't know any better. He'll say something like that. That's what they do. But they promote frauds. If you want to go get hypnotized by Tina and Karen, go ahead. Have at it. I have videos on my channel exposing them years ago, probably 3 years ago. But I know what I say usually doesn't reach anyone. It reminds me of giving advice to family. If I said, I don't think you should do that, it'll fuck up your life. They go and do it. And then later on, months or years later, they'll say, I should have listened to you. If you want to fuck up your life, go follow this guy and Tina and Karen. Give them hundreds of dollars to mind fuck you. Because I'm tired of just warning people. Most people don't listen. They go right for the brainwashing. So this guy's tight with Tina and Karen, and he does meditation. Wow, what a shock there. He meditates, as all the other fucking demons do. That's a pattern. The demons love to meditate. Creepy Keith is into meditation. Chrissy Pissy Shateris used to meditate, he said, for 12 to 16 hours a day while drinking alcohol and stoned. Let in all sorts of entity attachments. Most of these YouTubers that you're watching, you people either used to watch or still watch, are full of demonic entities. And then you wonder why they're not leading you to truth. It's remarkable. It's like you're swimming in a swimming pool full of shit and saying to me, Stephen, I don't know why it stinks. Gee, I fucking wonder why. I wonder why it stinks. You're watching shit channels run by fucking creatures that have demonic entities and black eyes and everything else. Gee, I wonder why I was duped, Stephen. I've only been following these shit channels run by demons. But don't let me keep you away from it. Have at it. That's what some of you say. He's trying to keep us away from these channels. Have at it. Fucking go to them. See where they lead you. See if it leads you anywhere good. Most humans at this point have zero discernment. And it's not even troubling to me anymore. It's just like, fuck, I tried my best to reach you people, but most of you are foobar. You'll look at something like this and say, his eyes are normal. Nothing wrong there. What's wrong with that? His black-eyed demons club. Why would Steven put that on this guy? He looks normal. Choose wisely if you can. If you can. I don't know if you can. Choose wisely if you can. Or follow the Black-Eyed Club. Follow these creatures. Follow this guy, Landry. And then this new guy. Go ahead. Doesn't hurt me. It hurts you.
Thank you, Paula. Hey, Pinky. I think it's so funny when people call me Pinky. I like that. Hi, Pinky. Miss Saigon. Hi, Pinky. Hey, sound is great again. Thanks for this. Okay, awesome. You're very welcome. I was big on UFC back in the day, Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz days. Dude, you should get back. I think it's better than ever right now. I love it. Some people think about the old days, say it was better back then. I don't know. I think it's amazing right now. Oh, shit. Hold on. I ran over my cable. Okay. I'm going to plug my phone back in. Laughter is the best medicine. It is a great medicine. Truth is even better. I have found some QHHT regression therapists don't push some entities hard enough and just believe anything they are told. Yeah, see, that's why I don't want to do it with anybody but Tina and Karen. And I told them that because they actually share the same view and look at the nature of reality in what I believe is the correct way. And that's so important. How could you do it otherwise? How would you want to do it otherwise? Because otherwise you're just, if the people that are running the sessions are inviting these entities and trusting these entities, oh, bring it in. Just like people that they think that same way about NDEs. What are you doing then? You're probably potentially making things worse. You probably are. I'm sure there can be trickery in these sessions. There can be trickery anywhere. Your It's okay to like whatever you like. True. UFC Bo Nickel from my college. Right. Penn State, where he was a D1 champion.
I just saw Paula K over there. I think it's for Paula Kitts. She used to be on my channel years ago. I don't mind losing people to these fucking Black-Eyed Demons Club loser channels. At all. Have at it. You want to leave my channel and bash me, which I've seen her do, and go to these evil channels and end up following demons into hell? You deserve it. Good for you. Have at it. I'm not worried a bit. Because I don't need you to help me. I don't need low IQ losers that are prone to following evil. You have a lot of work to do before you leave this realm, and most people won't do the work. What they will do is follow shit like this, which I covered years ago. I covered this years ago, 3 years ago. Tina and Karen, review of quantum healing. 3 years ago, I exposed them. You can see right there on the screen. 3 years ago. Lesbian, gay, or bisexual individuals twice as likely to suffer mental health issues. Well, guess what Tina and Karen are? This one's lesbian. I think the other one's bisexual. I think this one's called Tina Wants a Pina. Tina wants a penis. And Karen, I think, is the Asian one. She's an Asian Karen. They're a couple. They don't just work together. They're a couple. So if you want to follow them, I'm going to share the link to this video that I did 3 years ago showing what they are. And people are too dumb after years to see through them. Years. I think most beings could spend lifetimes with an S on the end in this realm and never learn anything. You'll follow deceivers, scammers, liars. You should read the bios on these creatures, what they claim they've healed. It's just off the charts. It's hilarious. It's actually funny. It's so laughable. Beyond quantum healing services. It's a business. And they were worried about me exposing them. So they bought some t-shirts of mine and put them on. Tina wants a Pina, yeah. They put the t-shirts on their show years ago. I'm not kidding about this. They wore shirts on their live stream with my artwork, trying to kiss up to me, to butter me up, hoping that I would never expose them like I was exposing others. They said I was on a rampage. Privately in their group, they were bashing me, saying Steven's on a rampage. They're worried that he will come after us and expose us. They were worried. They were worried because I was exposing others like Forever Con Man that they worked with and others. They're real scammers, these two lesbians. Carpet munchers. Oh, that's the way they are. These creatures. Look at the eyes on this. It doesn't even look real. It's like it's been airbrushed and photoshopped into beyond uncanny valley. It's actually beyond what you would even think is possible for something to walk around, we'll say walk around on Earth. It's so how can I put this? I'm trying to put it the proper way that really, just a second, I don't want that yellow part in there, the cursor. Go down to this. It looks so fake to me. It looks worse than magazine photos that have been airbrushed, photoshopped, photo filters. It has the works to make it look like that, because it doesn't even look like there's the skin, everything. It's so weird. The eyes are fucked up or weird. It doesn't even look real. It doesn't look like a human being to me anymore. It's actually worse than Uncanny Valley somehow. It's weirder than that, this thing. Now, I know some people are fucked up in this realm. They'd look at this and go, oh, you just hate her because she's pretty. That's what they say, something weird. Well, the skin, there's no pores. It's been airbrushed completely, photo filtered, airbrushed, photoshopped to look this way. It doesn't look like a human being at all anymore. Okay? And the vacant stare in the eyes and the squared off, you can see there's a straight line. It's almost a hexagon shaped pupil, shaped eyeball. It's really fucking weird. Do you know why I say it is weird and creepy? Because it is weird and creepy. That's why. I'll break it down for you. I'll make it simple so you don't do the mental gymnastics for the next 25 years. Because I get tired of people that are slow to see. It is weird. And I call it weird because it is weird. I call it creepy because it is creepy. I call it fake because it is fake. That's not just a candid snapshot or selfie. Okay? Because that thing on the screen is about 40 years old. So get your heads on straight. For the people that are dragging their feet, not wanting to learn, I'm going to keep pushing you until you start fucking learning something, or until you get honest, at least a little bit more honest than what you are. There's some people that come to my channel that are still extremely fucking dishonest, and I don't like it. They'd say there's nothing wrong with her. Either they'd vocalize it, or in their heads they're going, oh, there's nothing wrong with her. What's he talking about? Oh, there's a lot wrong there. Because that isn't just a selfie of a 40-year-old. Now, some women would defend her because they have issues with their own aging. They don't want to face it. So they'll pretend in their mind, oh, we can look that way without beauty filters, Stephen, without airbrushing, without this. No, I think that took a team of photoshoppers to make it like this. It's fake as fuck, if you're honest. But most of you beings walking this earth, I realize, are not honest these days. You can't just admit how fake that is. I'd say most of you on earth would defend this and say, you're mean, Stephen. There's nothing wrong with her. Because I know how you are. To be. See what I'm saying? Harming others and bashing them and trashing them behind their back is okay. Harming others and quickly and this is for educational and research purposes. So yes, she does call herself an intuitive empath. So I suppose that harming others and bashing them and trashing them behind their back is okay, and allowing others to do that. They had a live stream 3 years ago, or over 3 years ago, talking about how they were sick together. I think Karen, she's Canadian, from Quebec, I think, somewhere in Quebec, Montreal maybe. The Asian on the screen, the Asian Karen. Fitting name for her, Karen. She went to visit Tina to go munch her carpet and hang out together. Karen has kids, and yet now she's a lesbian. She got her kids out of a guy, and now she's a lesbian. But anyway, she went to visit Tina once a Pina, and they got sick, and I don't know if it was food poisoning or the Rona or something, but they were sick, and they said something about not changing their panties for days, just laying around puking and laying around getting filthy, dirty, sweaty, stinky together. And they talked about it and laughed about it, how disgusting they were. She didn't shower the whole time there or change her underwear. She just laid in her filth. Okay? And people pay hundreds of dollars to get put under hypnosis by these creatures, and they trust them. Because most of you are just fucking losers. Most humans are just idiots. You're fucking idiots. Kirsten, that used to come here, paid these two. She was in the group. She was in their private group where they would talk. I don't know if it was Discord or some group, maybe through their website. They had clam chowder together. These fishy bitches. And people pay hundreds of dollars, and a lot of you are desperate to get scammed. And then when a being like me tries to warn you, a lot of you just go right in for it. And I have family that would do that. If they saw something like this, their first reaction would be, oh, Steven's just bashing them. I'm going to go to them and pay them and go under. Go under. Dolores Cannon used to hypnotize people. That's essentially what they do. That's one of their heroes. Dolores Cannon. Go for it. I'm not stopping you. For you people that just don't fucking get it. I'm not stopping you. I've done my work exposing them so that people with the mind can actually look and go, oh, now I see what they are. Or you should be able to do it without my videos exposing them. But I know most can't do that. Most on YouTube can't do that. They can't see through these creatures at all. These two or thousands of others. You just prime for the pickings. I wouldn't be surprised if Sean and others that left my channel, maybe Louise, go over and get hypnotized by these creatures because they're into that stuff. So's Manny. Louise was going to pay Lolita for a session. Manny did pay Lolita. Kirsten did pay these two. So a lot of people that have been on my channel, before they came to my channel, they were duped by beings like this. They couldn't see through them on their own. And I don't expect you to. I don't. Because I've been in this realm long enough to know most humans line up with their credit cards out to get fucking duped and to get brainwashed and mind controlled. It's what you're good at, humans. Interesting. Trauma mentor. Wow. But you don't care if you cause harm to others, right? You're just worried about trauma coming to you or bad energy? Interesting. It's pretty interesting. Huh. What kind of services do they have here? Let's check this out. Oh, they offer a 1-hour consult call via Zoom or by phone for $99. So almost $100 to just consult with them and not really go into it. Yeah, that was $100. That was 3 years ago. $100. I don't know what it is today, but this was over 3 years ago. I expose them, and most of you follow them and defend them. That's reality. And I'm not necessarily speaking about the people sitting in my chat. Most humans defend scammers, liars, demons. It's what you do. It's what I've noticed my whole life here. It's what you're good at. You're good at that. February 20th, 2023. So we're already at 3.5 years, essentially. 3.5 years ago. People still can't see through these two. Any therapy. So you spend $100. Wow. Okay. US dollars, but 450 US dollars. Wow. Most popular and highly recommended. Interesting. Via Zoom. You should sign up for this. All the idiots out there that love being scammed and throwing their money away and not paying money to help the needy but giving money to the greedy scammers. Go for this. Pay them. You can put some money in the pockets of these greedy frauds. I'll drop the link again to that video that exposes them. That was seen by quite a few people. I think it said 1,300, something like that. Yeah, 1,346 views. But almost no one learns anything. That's the problem. I put in work trying to expose these frauds, and almost nobody learns anything. That's the state of humanity. Unteachable, unreachable, FUBAR. Fucking losers. That's what most people are. You can call me whatever you want. You can say that sounds bitter. I put in so much work and almost no one learns anything. Humans show me what they are. Some of the slowest to learn beings that I've ever encountered. The dumbest of the dumb. I think humans enjoy getting deceived and scammed.
Face coming down, trying to prevent the layup, but that is just a hard hit. That's definitely going to be upgraded, I think, to a flagrant 2, Ryan.
I think that is going to be a flagrant 2. There is wind up, there is follow through, there's potential for injury.
Once again,
Sophie Cunningham in a vulnerable position in the air.
so that is Sophie Cunningham being injured by Dijonay, who then posted white privilege in all caps. And she added the Indiana Fever, which is Sophie Cunningham's team. So that's pretty bold. This is one of many flagrant fouls, hard fouls by an African-American black player on a white player in the WNBA. There's Sophie shortly after the injury. This is Dijonay. She seems to be quite jealous and envious of Sophie's blonde hair.
So Jeremiah recently said he doesn't like watching my channel when I show or talk about black people. He summed it up as me just talking about black people, as though I'm not exposing a massive agenda. He's just a moron. And I think that he's not the only one, is what I'm saying. There's a lot. There's a lot that would sit on my channel and say, yeah, why is he showing black people again? You don't have the brain cells and IQ to be here. You're on the wrong channel. You should go to the dummy channels. Go to the shit channels. Just don't waste my time and energy. I don't want everyone around me. I've said that so many times. And that's why I sometimes actively try to push people away and tell them to go away, or I shame them because they're too dumb to be here. They're too immoral to be here. They're not good spirits. They don't have manners. They don't have care. They're not loyal. They're missing a lot of things that I would consider basic things. And a lot of you humans would say, well, your standards are too high. Not everyone's loyal, Stephen. Not everyone's this. Not everyone's that. I realize that. I realize how rare these things are in this realm. And I realize what humans are. You're not what most of you say that you are. And humanity in general is not good. Not at all. Because it's not even basic things. You can't even be a basic friend, as demonstrated by Trace. She hadn't been here since last December of last year. Humans always eventually show what they are. Always. And she's not the only one. Not at all. That's the thing. And a lot of beings will isolate it and say, well, that's just her. As though she's the only one in the realm that behaves that way. There's lots on my channel that have done the same thing over the years. Doing the same thing. And once you experience that dozens or hundreds of times, you're going to start to see, or at least I do, maybe you won't. Maybe you'll never learn. But I see that many humans are that way. There's not a lot of good ones in this realm. There just aren't. There's beings in this realm that I or you could save their life and they won't even show gratitude. They just take it for granted. That's the way a lot of you are. A lot of you humans that identify as being human. You are what your masters call you. They call you humans. They call you people. Sometimes they'll call you sheep. Sometimes they'll call you robots, monsters, slaves. I don't think most of you mind any labels that you're called. Most of you on earth will take whatever you're called and you'll praise God for it and you'll praise your masters and that's what you're good at. You're good at being obedient, lazy, stupid, weak, immoral, Stockholm Syndrome, slaves, and losers. Now, do I wish it were that way? Or no, I don't. I wish it were different, but it is that way here. I've even said I might, once I leave this realm, just go so far away that no one can find me ever again. That's how tired I am of humanity. And you can say my standards are too high. You can blame me, and that's what humans are good at. They'll shift the blame away from the pieces of shit that behave in shitty ways to the beings that have standards and say, well, why would you have standards like that? Surely people can disappear for 7, 8, 9 months, whatever, and just come back, waltz in and pretend that, oh, hey, and then kind of be snotty about, oh, well, I'm not a demon or I'm not with them. And it's like, where did you come from? I thought you were gone for good. I never expected to see you again. You never stopped by, and it's like, yeah, you're just checking in. Almost a year later? What? What are you talking about? And they try to spin it, and that's how humans are. That's exactly the way people are. Now, it's not every single person, but it's a lot of you. There's family that way. You could be gone for years, and they'll waltz in a room, and it's like, I didn't know whether you were dead or alive. I haven't seen you for years. Let's say a sibling that just disappears. That's the way people are, man. And it is not normal to me. It's normal to humanity. I'll grant you that. There's people here going, well, it's normal to us. I bet it is, but it isn't to me. And I don't care how it sounds to you if you say, well, he's saying he's so different. I'm not like you. I see a lot of fucked up behavior here for people that I've tried to help and cared about. And you just act like fucking retards. You have no care for others, no concern. You don't even know what friendship is or gratitude. And then it's the I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, and all that bullshit afterwards. I just get tired of it. I get tired of experiencing the same behaviors from fucking humans. And I do associate humans at this point with demons. And I know to some of you, if not many of you, maybe even all of you here would say that's crazy. Because all truth, when it hits you, is crazy to you. Most of you can't see very much until somebody shows you and repeatedly rubs it in your face for years. And then sometimes it starts to sink in. That's humans. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish you could catch on in a fucking day. I wish you were way quicker to see it, but you're not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do this for 4 years, night and day, trying to get through to people. It's like taking a jackhammer to people's skulls trying to get in. because almost nothing gets in. Time after time, people show me they're not even learning anything. They'll sit here for a year or two and leave, and they've learned nothing. Nothing. So you're showing me you are different from me. I can't sit anywhere and learn nothing for a year or 2 years. That would be impossible for me. Yet it's a breeze for most of you humans. So you are very different, and you show it.
As you can see with her dyed hair, and it looks like kind of fair makeup, fair skin makeup. And this is just one of many, as I said, one of many flagrant fouls of an African American player on a white basketball player in the WNBA. This is Sports Illustrated, which has fallen so low. Sophie Cunningham got a bitter taste of karma after drawing flagrant foul in Fever Sky. I don't know what she did. I don't know what karma being an attractive white woman with blonde hair, perhaps. And here is the Pacers, the Indiana's Pacers press conference afterward. This is the coach.
I mean, look, it was a hard foul. I don't think that Dejanay intentionally came out to get her across the neck like she did. But it did happen, and I thought it was the right call. But, you know, one of the things about Nay is that she's going to play her butt off, man. She's going to compete. Nobody's going to go walking in for a layup. And so,
defending Dejanay.
I don't oppose the hard foul. But I also don't think that she intentionally went for the net.
Okay, Caitlin Clark, hang her head in shame.
What's your view of the play, and of course, why did you choose?
I'd be pissed if that was my
just
coach.
To protect her. That's it.
Pissed.
You know, I got my teammate back always, so just to get out of the way.
Gotta ask about her response. She went in and she got on social.
Don't cry for me in the end and call out for me when I'm out of body as a spirit. If you didn't trust me and believe me and understand or try to understand my message, my model, all my teachings here, don't bother. They can eat you alive because you're not listening to me here and now. I've worked for years for free, tirelessly to help you. And most people don't want to see. So when they're cannibalizing you one day, I told you, I warned you, I showed you, you didn't listen. You'll end up with what you get. You don't want to listen and learn? So be it. Go with Trace and Rashawn and Kirsten and Carmen and Louise and Manny and all of them. Callie. Go with them.
And said white privilege after her getting.
Who did this?
Dejanay did. Any response to that?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Of course, a black person can be as racially divisive as possible, and all a white person can do is shrug it off. They can't really fight back. They can't say, well, that's ridiculous, that's racist, or whatever the case may be. They just have to go, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Pretty standard response. The topic of this video essay is that racial resentment runs very deep in certain populations, especially among African Americans, especially among blacks who live among whites, whether it be black Africans in South Africa, in the former country of Rhodesia, blacks who settle in Europe, in the UK, in Canada, in Brazil, whatever they may be. The relationship between people of African descent and heritage and people of European descent and heritage is a tortured one. I think we all know that. History has proven that time and over again. It doesn't seem to me like a solvable problem, because the problem is this. You have one population that
It isn't a solvable problem. You can't fix this. It's going downhill, and it will only get worse. And as there's less white people will be viewed and treated as a despised minority. And that's obvious. I've been saying that for at least 15 years, if not more, maybe 25 years solid. And people don't want to hear it. And humans are also very slow to listen. Slow-eared.
it is more successful than the other. And has been for 600 years. Actually, longer than 600 years, but a 600-year history of continuous interaction. This difference in...
Try for another 600 years, maybe 6,000 years. That's the way humans are. That's the way humans are. They'll say, just give it more time. Be patient. 400 years isn't enough. 600 years isn't enough. They've been in America for over 400 years, Tigges. Over 400 years. And they've never assimilated. And I don't mean assimilated like the Borg. I mean learn basic fucking manners and becoming civilized and being able to interact with us in society. They can't do it. They can't do it. Now, do I think you could find certain children in certain villages in certain African countries that behave better than American Tigges? Yeah, I bet you could. I bet I could. I bet I could. But overall, and that's where the issue comes in with most people, and I would say especially with Tigges and women of all races. Women have trouble viewing a big picture. A lot of times they'll say, I know one black person that's nice. I have a black friend, just like Rose did, Rose 777. She's a woman, Rose. She's not a white woman. She's a Jewish woman. But she's a woman. And a lot of women behave that way. On her show live, she started mentioning her black friend that's deceased that took the Jabba Dabba Doos during the 2020 scamdemic incident event. And that's what women are good at. That's perfect what she did on her show when I was a guest. Point to the one black friend, the one exception, or my black friend was nice. My black friend wasn't like that. Well, your black friend had such a high IQ that they took multiple Jabba Dabba Doos until it took her life. And she was young and died. The 2020 event was over 6 years ago. We're getting close to 7 years for that. Okay, it's coming up on 7 years. She wasn't that old. Rose 777's darky friend that's dead. So a lot of women want to point to the exception. If they have a black mailman or they have a black whatever, they know one black person that isn't totally ghetto, they'll say, well, see, there's one like that. And it's just so fucking annoying. And men in general don't do that unless they're very feminized men or gay men or something. There's usually something defective with a man. They're not masculine if they're pointing out to the exception and they can't look at the rule or the big picture. But it's women's expertise. That's one of their forte. They're good at it. I grant you, you're good at that. Okay, you're good at that. Has Rose hasn't been around since then, since the video I made on her. I haven't seen her here in comments or live streams. Haven't heard from her. I didn't answer whatever emails, and I haven't heard anything from her in I don't know how many weeks now, but it's been weeks. Maybe it's months, but it's definitely been weeks. I lose track of time, but it's been weeks for sure. And maybe longer than weeks. I'm not sure how long it's been. But I don't think she'll be around again. I'd kind of be surprised if she showed up. I can't remember what that video was called that I made on her. Does anyone remember the name of it? Where she treated me like a stranger on the Ceiling Fan Man channel. That creepy guy that's a weirdo. He's probably a tiny hat. He seemed very strange. Seemed like a shekels beggar. He was begging for shekels. He was acting like a weirdo. Yeah, I don't know where that video is. It's got to be somewhere. My point is, she immediately pointed out on the last time I was live on her channel an exception. She went right to her dead black friend instead of listening to what I was saying about the darkies overall. And it's just a classic example of what most women do. And they hate hearing it. I know most women don't like to hear it. I can't seem to find that video for some reason. Otherwise, I would play a bit of it, but I don't know what happened. I can't find it. That's weird. Strange. Oh well, it's been weeks. She is fake enough that I could see her eventually dropping back in. That wouldn't surprise me either. I wouldn't be too shocked because people have a habit, like Trace and others. And then they'll just guilt trip me and say it's your fault. They'll say, I came back. Why are you being mean to me? Or that's what they do. So I won't be surprised. That's the way people are. There's a lot of chameleons in this realm. There's a lot of fake beings. There's a lot of excuse makers where they're shitty friends and they'll just turn it on you. It's your fault or my fault. It's what they do. Some beings could disappear out of your life for 10 years, a decade, and show up, just waltz in like, and they'll just let on that they saw you yesterday. That's how fake people can be in this place. It's bizarre, but it's what goes on here. It's the way it is in this realm. Does anyone want to join me live? I think I posted the link privately. Maybe I'll drop the link again for guests to join. Was it the live that occurred the day after? Yes, it was, with that ceiling man guy. Ceiling, what was it? Ceiling fan something? I can't think of the retard's name, but he had a retarded, I would say a literally retarded, literally retarded name. And he looked weird. He looked like a creep. And for the people that don't like that, they can fuck off. Because that's what he looked like to me. Looked creepy. Sounded creepy. He had kind of a phlegmy, weird voice. He looked like a creep. And she was hanging out with him. And basically treated me like I'm a stranger. That's what I remember. Didn't say my name. Didn't let on really that she knew me. Didn't say, oh, hi. Oh, hey, Steven's here. King Steven's here. Just none of that. Just was kissing up to him. And yeah, I had been on her show the night before. Her true colors showed. Just like sometimes if some people are away from you in the way they talk about you with others behind your back, and then it gets back to you that, oh, they pretend they're your friend to your face, but behind your back they're just a snake. And that's common in this realm. Oh, that would be great if you called in, my Mirage. I would enjoy that. I'm going to play a little bit more in the meantime of Mr. Big Nose, Tony Sayers. Mr. Big Nose is still making videos. He's doing some walk and talks. He's trying not to put his head to the side too much. He stepped in a big pile of horse shit at the beginning of this.
I just followed you for years. You're doing a live walk and talk. As soon as I turn the camera on, a whole bunch of trucks turn up. Oh, and I've just trod in horse shit because I was looking at the camera. How is everyone? I don't know how many people come.
I laughed the first time I played this earlier. He stepped in a big pile of horse shit. Mr. Big Nose, he couldn't smell it. He couldn't smell it with a schnoz like that. He couldn't smell shit on the road or wherever he's walking. I don't know if it's a road or a trail, but they have horses down there in Mexico. He's in Mexico. In Mexico, my amigos, my amigas. My amigas is M-I amigas for my female friends. I think it's all women tuned in right now in the chat. My amigas. And besos means kisses. Hola means hi. Hola, my amigas. I know a little bit, not much, a little bit of Spanish I can understand. I've been to Mexico. My parents traveled all over to Mexico, both sides, both coasts, east and west, Gulf side and Acapulco side, Cancun side is the Gulf side. I was never to Acapulco. I was in Cancun at a resort. But I also went into Cancun, the city, outside of the tourist zone. There's a tourist zone there. He couldn't see the shit. Yeah, his nose was in the way. His nose was in the way. But why couldn't he smell it? He walked right into it. He walked right into a pile of horse shit.
Doing a live walk and talk. As soon as I turn the camera on, a whole bunch of trucks turn up. Oh, and I've just trod in horse shit because I was looking at the camera. How is everyone? I don't know how many people are coming on because I'm doing this at a bit of a weird time. So we'll give it a few moments where I've got this awkward few minutes where I wait for people to turn up and I'm talking to myself, which I normally do in my head all the time anyway. So, oh, we got our first person. 50 seconds. 50 seconds I've been talking to myself. So, hello.
A whole 50 seconds. Wow. That's a real long time. Mr. Big Nose. Mr. Big Nose, sell me a dream. He has nostrils like you've never seen. Look at the nostrils on this guy. Oh my goodness. Look at that schnoz. Would you look at that? I want people to really take a good look. That's almost his whole goddamn face. That's just, it's incredible. It is. I think the horses had to walk by him and they had to make room to go around his nose. His nose was in their way. The poor horses couldn't get around him on the road. Tony's nose was blocking the fucking road. His nose was in the road. Oh, I agree. And certain people like Jeremy assumed that I couldn't see through rows or that I was duped. They're just idiots. Absolute fools. They don't know what I can see. I saw Rose years ago. Before I started my channel, The Sanity Machine, she was on the Jeranism show with David Weiss, Alex Stein, Jaron from Jeranism, and they were on this show called the Baby Truthers Show. They called themselves Baby Truthers and they danced at the beginning. I was aware of all that. I think they're all Jewish. David Weiss, Alex Stein, Rose, 777, and Jeranism. I think they're all Jewish. Just controlled opposition. I knew that. I knew that over 4, 5, 6 years ago. I knew long ago. Here's Tony. Look at the schnoz. Mr. Big Nose. Tony Titties. Milk those titties. Look at the schnoz. The horses had to go around them. The poor horses. Look at that. They blocked the road. Oh, it was a month ago. Okay. Well, maybe I'll check later on. I'm going to play you a song. I hope everyone's having a good day. I don't know if you had breakfast already. Has everyone had breakfast today? Has anyone had breakfast? Let's play some breakfast music. I made some breakfast music for you. People say King Stephen's mean. The way he treats his servants is terrible. He sometimes shouts at Aunt Jemima saying, I'm hungry. Where's my breakfast? But I'm not mean. I pay her. I pay that chunky black ass servant. And I wrote a song for her. Thank you, Aunt Jemima.
Morning in the kitchen, cast iron on low. You got that apron tied, moving nice and slow. Eggs on the skillet, bacon has that sizzle. Sizzle. You smile right at me, serving me hot coffee, extra, extra creamy. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace. Steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden, I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. Bonnet by the stove light, tied up nice and neat. Gray blue cloth sitting soft above your cheek. Pouring that real maple syrup straight from Canada land. You laugh and say, eat up, like it's made for me. That bonnet stays on while you move through the room, like you already knew this morning would bloom. Every bite feels better, like a handwritten family recipe. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace. Steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden, I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. And when your bonnet tilts, the whole world slows down. Warmth in every corner, coffee coming round. I hear the plates clink softly, feel that morning glow. Nothing tastes like home when you're the one who knows. Fit for a king, right here. Thank you, Aunt Jemima, for the way you feed the room and set the table true. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate. Pancakes stacked so golden, I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine.
Hello.
Squirrels come to your yard every single.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Are we live? Is this still live? I can't tell. Testing, testing. Is this a hot mic? Hello, are we live? Hello, are we live? Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? I try to take care of my staff. Pure maple syrup, yes. Not that fake stuff. I put together all those images for Aunt Jemima, wrote the song. So please understand, I don't hate Aunt Jemima. She works for me. She's not a slave. I might call her staff or a servant or something, or a house Negro, but she's not a slave. She's not a slave. She's a darky, but she gets paid. She gets a salary. She gets compliments. She gets holidays.
Squirrels come to your yard every single day. They run through the trees, sit on your fence, empty your bird feeder. But think about this. When did you last see a dead squirrel? On the road, in the grass, at the base of a wall? Almost never. And that's not a coincidence. Squirrels are everywhere. Their bodies are almost nowhere. This question should bother you, because the answer is stranger than you'd expect. There are an estimated 200 million squirrels in North America alone, and yet most people go years, decades, without ever seeing one that has died. Something is happening that your backyard isn't showing you. And once you understand it, you will never watch a squirrel the same way again. Let's start with the number that puts this in perspective. The average lifespan of a wild gray squirrel is somewhere between 1 and 3 years. In cities and suburbs where most of us encounter them, predation, disease, and cold winters take a significant toll. Population studies suggest that in a single city block, dozens of squirrels may die within a calendar year. Statistically, you should be stumbling across them constantly. You're not. And the first instinct most people have is that maybe predators are cleaning everything up. Hawks, foxes, neighborhood cats. And that's partially true, but it doesn't explain the full picture. Because the numbers don't add up. Predators can't account for all of it. There's something else going on, and it starts with what a squirrel does in the hours before it dies. When a squirrel is sick, injured, or dying, it doesn't lie down in the open and wait. It does the opposite. Every instinct it has drives it toward concealment. A squirrel that can no longer run at full speed is a squirrel that knows it is vulnerable. And vulnerability in the open is a death sentence that arrives before the dying is finished. So it retreats into a tree cavity, under a dense root system, deep into a brush pile, behind a wall or beneath a shed. The places where it has always felt safest become the places where it goes to disappear. And most of those places are invisible to us. We walk past them every day without knowing they exist. The squirrel has spent its entire life memorizing the architecture of your yard, every hollow, every gap, every shadow. And when the end comes, that knowledge becomes its final act of self-preservation. This is not a behavior squirrels learn from watching other squirrels die. It is written into their biology at a level that doesn't require experience to activate. Prey animals that expose their weakness in the open do not survive long enough to pass their genes to the next generation. Over thousands of generations, the instinct to hide deterioration has been selected for so strongly that it operates even when the animal may not fully understand why it's doing it. A squirrel with a broken leg doesn't think, I should hide before a predator finds me. It just moves toward cover. The same way it has always moved toward cover when something felt wrong. The survival logic is the same. The difference is that this time, it doesn't come back out. And this is why the dead squirrel mystery persists. They don't die where you can see them. They die where they always felt safe. But concealment alone doesn't account for everything, because even in hidden places, bodies leave traces. There would be smell, there would be evidence. And yet, backyards stay clean in a way that shouldn't be possible if dozens of squirrels are dying within range each year. Here's what fills the gap. Decomposition in natural settings is remarkably fast. In warm months, a small mammal can reduce to almost nothing within days. Insects, bacteria, and in many cases, other animals do the work so efficiently that by the time you'd have any reason to notice, there's very little left to find. The same ecosystem that supports the living squirrel breaks down the dead one with extraordinary speed. Nature doesn't leave evidence lying around, it recycles it. And the squirrel, by choosing to die in a hidden place, has given the process all the time it needs. There's another layer to this that most people never consider. Squirrels that die on roads or in exposed areas, and some do, are removed faster than you'd think. Crows, raccoons, foxes, and even larger raptors will find a carcass within hours in an active urban environment. They're not visible because someone or something is usually paying attention before you are. A crow's vision is remarkable enough to spot a small carcass from hundreds of feet in the air. A raccoon's sense of smell can detect it from across a city block. The cleanup crew that operates on your street operates faster than the news cycle of your morning walk. So by the time you're passing by with your coffee, the evidence is already gone, processed by the same neighborhood wildlife that you'd never think of as part of the system. But they are, and they have always been. Now here's the part that changes how you see the squirrel that's alive in your yard right now.
It's a beautiful system of death, decomposition, dying, rotting, getting eaten, pooped out, recycled into the earth. Mother Earth, one of the greatest recyclers of all. Mother Nature, Mother Earth, devours everything. It either gets the bodies decomposing into the earth, or it gets the animals shat out, eaten by a predator. As it's dying, it gets eaten, or after it's dead, it gets eaten. But regardless, it goes back into the earth. It's a wonderful system of recycling. And I know most on earth will never see it the way I just described it. They'll see it as good in a perfect system, and it's working in harmony. And I know most humans see it the exact opposite way of the way I see it. I'm well aware of that. I know the way I see it is not the way that I would say potentially billions of humans see it here, because you're in love with Mother Earth. So that basically corrupts your view, biases you into seeing Mother Earth as good, nurturing, caring. She's a mother. We call her Mother Earth because she cuddles us and holds us and coddles us and feeds us. That's the way many of you throughout your lives, perhaps lifetimes, see it. She's feeding you. She cares for you. She nurtures you. Mother Earth is loving, mothering. She's amazing. She's amazing. Isn't she? Isn't she amazing? Hello, my Mirage.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I timed it with "Isn't she amazing?" and then I brought you on.
Oh, perfect timing.
I did that on purpose. How are you today?
I'm good. I actually was up this morning. I saw you were streaming, and I made breakfast, made a cup of coffee, and then I went back to sleep.
You went back to sleep.
Yeah, I was tired. So.
Oh wow.
But
Did you have any of Aunt Jemima's pancakes and syrup?
I did make bacon and eggs.
Oh, I love bacon and eggs.
I love bacon.
Yeah, me too.
How are you?
Did you hear my Aunt Jemima song?
I did. I play it. I can play right now.
You want to hear my thank you, Aunt Jemima?
The breakfast song. Yes.
Yes, the breakfast song. Have you ever seen the movie The Breakfast Club?
I haven't. No.
Oh, wow.
There's actually a lot of movies I haven't seen. I didn't grow up with the TV, and then when I was 18, I didn't get a TV. I didn't have a TV for most of my adulthood, and it isn't until recently that I've started watching movies.
Oh, wow.
Movies that I haven't seen.
Interesting. Yeah, it was kind of a very popular 1980s classic movie for people of that generation that were old enough to watch it. But yeah, I'll play the Thank You Aunt Jemima song. I want everyone to be in a very loving breakfast mood today.
Morning in the kitchen, cast iron on low. You got that apron tied, moving nice and slow. Eggs on the skillet, bacon has that sizzle. Sizzle. You smile right at me, serving me hot coffee, extra, extra creamy. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace, steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate, pancakes stacked so golden I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. Bonnet by the stove light, tied up nice and neat. Gray blue cloth sitting soft above your cheek, pouring that real maple syrup straight from Canada land. You laugh and say, eat up, like it's made for me. That bonnet stays on while you move through the room, like you already knew this morning would bloom. Every bite feels better, like a handwritten family recipe. Hands that know the time and sugar, heat and grace, steam rising to the ceiling, home in one place. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate, pancakes stacked so golden I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine. And when your bonnet tilts, the whole world slows down. Warmth in every corner, coffee coming round. I hear the plates clink softly, feel that morning glow. Nothing tastes like home when you're the one who knows. Fit for a king, right here. Thank you, Aunt Jemima, for the way you feed the room and set the table true. Oh, breakfast in the kitchen, fit for a king, yeah. Best maple syrup on the plate, pancakes stacked so golden I could never wait. Breakfast at your table, you make the whole room shine. Bacon, eggs, and sweetness in the sunshine.
Oh, that song's awesome. It makes me
Thank
smile.
you.
It makes me just want to get up and dance.
That's good. I'm glad you like it. It was a. I didn't know if Hank would like it, but he did like it. Hank O'Flamio. So it's darky friendly. It's darky approved. Even Hank liked it.
Snackers likes it. She's barking at me. Come here, Sammy.
Hi, Snackers.
She's very bossy.
Oh, is she?
She is, yes. Yeah, I feel as though my life is ran by a 4-pound Yorkie.
Snackers, what are you doing? Oh, there's an echo, TG said. Really? Hold
Oh,
on. Is still an echo? Can you hear me, TG? Can everyone hear?
is it on my end?
I'm not sure. She just said there's an echo. But maybe, is it gone now? Is it okay? Echo gone? Okay. Anyway, I was going to say the whole squirrel thing where they hide when they're getting sick or they're injured or starting to die when they're old, they go away. It's not just squirrels that do that, birds do that. Lots of animals do that. So we don't really see a lot of the death in this realm. So a lot of people will say, it's not a hell realm. I hardly see anything dying. Well, it's out of sight, out of mind. These squirrels will go under your house, under a shed, under a bush. They'll go in a hollow of a tree, just like birds, just like bears in the woods. We don't see them laying around dead. Because if we did, we'd see thousands of squirrels every week. We see once in a while roadkill, but if it wasn't picked up by other animals or the cleanup crew in nature, we'd be seeing thousands all the time. You'd see dead bodies everywhere, and it'd be up to humans to pick them up and either bury them or cremate them. That's the thing. A lot of people assume, well, there's not that much death. There is, you just don't see it. It's hidden from you. So it's kind of interesting the design of this system, the way that it's designed to camouflage and hide death from us. A lot of people only experience seeing death when one of their grandparents dies. Some people have never lost a close relative in their 40s or 50s, and no one that they've known has died. So they haven't experienced firsthand the closeness, a close human death, and they haven't seen animals die. So they're just oblivious. They have no idea. I'm laughing about it because they're just so sheltered from it. They're in a bubble. They don't have a clue how much dies every year in the city they live in. They have no clue.
Sorry, I'm freezing up. I get anxious on live.
Oh,
I'm
you're
so
freezing
sorry.
up.
Yeah.
Why are you freezing up? What's wrong?
I don't know. I get anxious live.
Oh, you get anxious?
But I
Well,
do agree with the animals and death. It's almost as if there's like a quiet dignity to it where when they feel it's their time, they go somewhere private, somewhere quiet, maybe even somewhere dark. And it's less as a performance in this realm, death. It's a hidden event.
yeah, it is a private thing, but as a consequence, most people don't notice it. Where it would be more of a hell realm if we saw the death everywhere and had to bury the animals. If nothing came on the streets or our yards to take them away and hide it from us, we'd have to face it. But on the other hand, we'd be burying animals all the time. If there were no animals eating the dead bodies of squirrels, birds, like it would be all the time. Be burying animals every week. That's how many die. There's millions and millions of birds that die every year in America, and most people are like, I've never seen a dead bird, or I've only seen one dead bird maybe in their whole life or something. So it's kind of I see what you're saying. I see your perspective of it, the quiet dignity of it. But on the other hand, it shelters us from seeing what the realm actually is, which kind of sucks in a way because there's so many beings here that they view Mother Earth as nurturing and Mother Nature, and they view kind of this realm as being a place where Mother Nature just wraps her arms around us and hugs us and feeds us, and it just isn't that way at all. There's a lot of animals that suffer and die, and they don't live very long in the wild at all. And there's ones in captivity too. There's species of birds that only live a few years. There's hamsters that don't live very long. There's a lot of animals, certain fish that people have that barely live maybe a couple years and they're dead. It just goes by so fast. And I'm not trying to depress anyone. I'm just trying to get people to really look at things differently, how this system is designed, where Earth really, if you think of it, doesn't feed us. We have to feed ourselves. We have to either grow our own food or pay someone that grew it for us or raised it for us. It's not Earth doing it for us. Mother Nature doesn't care if we starve. Mother Nature isn't nurturing. And Mother Nature, Earth, devours all of us in the end, whether no matter if you're an animal, a human, if you get buried or you're cremated, it eats us in the end. So why would we view it as something nurturing when it's more like a monster that feeds on us? If you see what I'm saying.
It's also a good point that you make that it's not about dwelling on the death either. Rather recognizing that it's fragile, it's fleeting, it's happening all around us. And it is hidden. You're right, because you don't see the animals dying, you don't see the birds, you don't see the squirrel, you don't see. I don't. Unless it's roadkill, you just don't see it. And when people don't see something, it's out of their, daily experience. They will disregard it.
Yes, out of sight, out of mind. So they disregard it because they don't see it very often. Even if you see it once in a while, you'll forget. I don't remember all the times I've seen dead animals that are roadkill, whether it's a possum, squirrel, rabbit, raccoon. How many have I seen in my life? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I've seen some, various places that I've lived, whether it's in cities or outside of cities, on country roads, or the cottage roads going to our cottage or my grandparents' cottage. I know I've seen it. There was once that I had to put an animal out of its misery across the street from my mom's house many, many years ago. And I recall that because I had to get involved. I had to intervene to end the suffering of a animal that half the body was squashed and they were still alive. It was a rabbit. And it was horrible. I didn't want to do it, but it was a merciful ending its life because there's no way to save it and it was suffering. And who knows, it might have carried on for hours on the side of the road if I didn't do anything. So there's that. That's why I can remember that. And I don't want people to, as you said, to dwell on it. Like this goth Jesus character would probably like to dwell on death. I put him up on the screen. He would probably dwell on death.
Maybe death is part of the illusion because it's hidden so much that and yet it's everywhere in nature, it's all around us, but most people don't witness it firsthand.
Well, yeah, with the roadkill thing, it's usually fresh roadkill. It usually doesn't sit around for days. The corpse or the body of the poor animal that's hit. It's usually fairly fresh and hasn't been taken away by vultures or something. So, as for death, more of an illusion, it kind of is because it's just bodily death. This body, I know as I'm in it that it doesn't last forever. I've seen many in my own family die. And I know my body won't last forever, but my spirit's eternal. So the illusion is once we die, we're done, but it doesn't end with death. Our spirit just pops out of this body, just like opening up a car door and jumping out, popping out. Or popping out maybe the sunroof, or you have a, what do they call that? A moonroof that opens the whole way up, and it's a big opening, and you could just jump right out the top. That's what happens. We pop out. And as David Icke calls the human body, it's just a vehicle, mate. It's just a vehicle. And that's what this is. It's a meat suit. Now, I'm not saying to hate your body I'm not telling people any of that. I'm just saying it isn't you, though. You're in your body, but you're more than a body. The body doesn't last forever. The body's finite, but your spirit, if you're a spiritual being like me, is eternal. So death is just a process of leaving this body. And the thing is, people are shocked that once their body dies, oh, I'm still here, I'm alive, I died, but I'm still here. They get so shocked that they're easy to get reincarnated and tricked because they're just overjoyed that they're not done because they were afraid of death and afraid of being gone forever. What are your thoughts on reincarnation and eternal life? Do you see that the spirit lives on and that once the body dies, your spirit just moves on out of this body and it's as alive as ever. It's just on a frequency that we can't see.
I would agree with that. And as you've shown and demonstrated, and more of what I've learned from your channel is I never considered reincarnation before your channel. I don't even think I heard of that before. And there's so much evidence out there for it. And I do believe that the spirit lives on. And oh my gosh, King Stephen, I'm so sorry. I'm so nervous right now.
You don't have to be nervous.
Oh my God, I'm like melting down.
You're what?
I feel like I'm just melting apart. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It reminds me of when I was young and my mom would have me sign me up for theater classes. And then it would be time for the show and I'd have to get on stage with the audience and I would just stand there.
Oh wow. I had to perform in elementary Catholic school plays and do solo singing and all sorts of things. I didn't enjoy it, but when I'm on here, I don't even think of it as being on a stage. I just think of it as having a conversation. I don't even really think about or think too much about who's listening or anything. I just share what I think, share my thoughts, and I just relax, and whatever people are going to think of what I say is whatever. When it comes to reincarnation, I think it explains so many things. Have you ever thought about why people have certain phobias and fears, irrational fears, where they can't figure out why they're terrified, let's say, of snakes or spiders, or they have a real fear of heights where they don't like to even get up on a ladder. They can't do it. They can't climb a ladder and get up on a roof, or they can't go up on a tall building like an observation deck, maybe in New York City, one of the observation decks, or the CN Tower in Toronto, or Seattle Space Needle. They can't do that because they have this overwhelming fear of heights, or they fear diving into a pool, or there's all sorts of phobias.
Right. Would you equate that to a past life?
It could be. It could be an explanation that makes more sense than just being born with it. I think certain things could carry over with the spirit into the next body. There's even birthmarks sometimes with people that died violent deaths and they have past birth, pre-birth memories or past life memories, and where they were stabbed in the life, and that's exactly where they have a scar that they can't figure out, or a birthmark, something weird right in that spot. There's a lot of weirdness if you look into reincarnation when it comes to these things that people can't explain. Or there's cases of little children being born and describing their wife, and they're like an 7-year-old or a 6-year-old, and they're talking about their wife in another village and describing details and secrets and things.
And they're able to
And then
verify
they-
those events as well.
yeah, they meet the person and the wife just can't believe and says, "That is my husband." I don't know how that's the only way they would know these details. She shared secrets with them and no one else knew, and they weren't famous. It's not they could read about them in a book. Just ordinary people, where it's not like you can do any research and learn
And I
certain
believe
things.
someone in our group, I won't name who, but they had mentioned that they have a birthmark and their husband has the same exact birthmark in the same place as well. So it could also
Yes.
be that people, spirits, they follow us, that we, in our next lives, that they come with us.
Yeah, there is that theory of, they call it soul group families or soul groups. I would say spirit instead of soul. I think the soul is like a tether or an anchor on this realm, is something that tries to anchor us here. That's why I always refer to myself as a spirit. which some beings hate, like that Leslie creature, that ugly thing,
She's
says
gross.
that, yeah, she's really gross, and she loves to use the word soul. But I think there is something to the sole of the foot and grounding to this earth, and then they call it soul. I know the spelling is different, but often this matrix plays games that way, word games, word magic. It does little tricks and games like that, demon games with people. They want people to identify themselves as a soul. Then you think of soul of your foot, stepping on the earth, grounded to earth. So maybe the soul is something that grounds us. A lot of New Agers talk about grounding themselves. Go barefoot in the dirt and ground yourself to the
Walk
frequency
in
of
the
the earth.
grass. I
Yeah,
hear that.
walk in the grass and walk on the beach barefoot and be barefoot, barefoot, barefoot. Does it feel better? Will I admit to that? It does feel good to be barefoot. It does. But do I want to ground myself to a torture chamber that's worse than a prison? Not really. No, I don't. I wouldn't want to walk barefoot in a nasty prison where inmates may have spit all over the floors and walk and say, I'm grounding myself to this prison. I love this place, because I don't. I don't want to stay in earth forever. I don't want to be reincarnated again. Do I, in a sense, respect people? I think they're foolish, but do I give them the respect if it's really truly their informed choice that they want to reincarnate here? That's on them. That's how I look at it. It's not up to me to control people. I'm not forcing people to leave ever while I'm here, and when I'm out of body. When my body dies and I'm a spirit and I leave this place, I'm not forcing people to leave if they really love this hellhole and want to stay here. And a lot are confused where they'll say, he's calling it hell, he's calling it a hellhole, he's calling it this. Doesn't he enjoy anything? I've enjoyed many things in this place. I've never said I didn't. To use a favorite term of New Agers and a lot of baby truthers, it's more nuanced than that. They love that word. I swear they love saying nuanced, and they'll try to paint me as a black and white thinker. They have no idea how many angles I've looked at this place. I tend to look at things like I would look at a sculpture or statue sitting in the middle of a large room of an art gallery or museum. I walk all the way around it studying it. I don't just look at it from one side. I look at it 360 degrees all the way around. And that's what I've done with this place.
And I think that's an important distinction between what you do and what many others have done. So when you're here, I can speak for myself. When I was younger, I never considered any other possibility. So when something is all that you might look around and say to yourself, well, this place isn't so bad, this is where I live. And oh my gosh, why am I freezing up? King Stephen, I'm so sorry. This is terrible. We're live and I'm freezing up.
It's okay. I do understand the point that you're making. Just try to relax. It's just me and we're just having a conversation. But in terms of, a lot of people might be that way usually until something devastating happens to them. And I don't wish this upon anyone whatsoever, ever. And evil often tries to blame me for their dogs dying and all sorts of things. I don't curse people and their pets. They have all these weird ideas and paranoia.
Mushroom's very paranoid about that.
Yeah, really. It's insulting that creature would blame me for the death of an animal. I would never do that. But in terms of the view that this place isn't so bad, there are people that say that until their child has leukemia. Again, I don't wish that upon people, but there's millions that have already died with leukemia. It has nothing to do with me. And that's part of the paranoia of the truther movement. There's so many beings that don't want to face it's the realm and the way the place is designed, not the people that are observing it and revealing it. It's not me doing that any more than if there were a camouflage tarp over your car, or let's say I bought a new car for my girlfriend and it was under it was wrapped up somehow under a tarp that made to look like a Christmas present with a big bow on it. I'm letting her take and helping her. Let's say it was heavy and she needed help pulling it off the vehicle and saying, here's your new car. Surprise. Well, I'm kind of doing that with this realm. I didn't make it though. I didn't make the car and I didn't make the realm. I know it's a surprise or a shock to people what this place truly is once they start looking at it deeper, but it isn't what they thought. But they try to blame me quite often for it being evil or the evil, suffering, disease here. I didn't create leukemia and hundreds of other types of cancer and thousands of types of diseases. I didn't create MS. I didn't create pancreatic cancer and breast cancer and you name it, diabetes and all sorts of things, Lou Gehrig's disease, Alzheimer's. I didn't create these things. These things are part of this realm. And eventually everyone is touched by knowing someone who gets some type of cancer. It's not uncommon. It is common in this realm. So my question would be, why does cancer exist? I want people listening to ponder that. What kind of being would create a realm filled with cancer for our dogs, cats, and humans, babies? What would create that? What would put that into the design as a design element?
Right. And I
That's
think
the
people
thing.
get stuck in false binaries. So they enjoy many aspects of life. So that means this is a wonderful place. This is a beautiful place. Versus looking at the deeper problems, examining what's going on here, questioning things that are horrific that take place here, and being able to say, all right, there are aspects of this realm that are nice, but that doesn't make it a good place. And so instead of being able to see things in a greater picture, they get stuck in the false binary of, well, you know, there's so much beauty here. There's wonderful things to do. You can travel. You can go here. You can do this. So it must be a good place. And you know, when people get sick, they'll just write it off as it's God. It was your time. It's God. God's plan. God's design. Versus saying this isn't right. This is wrong.
Well, I could say God's design sucks.
Yeah.
And they'd get upset. They get upset. But have they sat there and watched someone die for years, suffering with cancer and getting the treatments and just turning into a skeleton while they're still alive? I have. I watched that happen to my mom. Now, what can they say? Well, that's God's design. Then my response would be God's design sucks. Because if I was an all knowing, all powerful, omnipotent being, I would never create a design where people suffer horribly for years, slowly dying and turn into a skeleton and end up in a hospital bed where they're too weak and dying to walk and all of their organs are failing.
And
And
people
they have
get
to be.
stuck there when it's brought up that God sucks. They can't go past. They can't work past that. They can't even look at that.
Well, they're very weak and they're not very honest and they're not ones that want to face the truth.
Because if they did look at that, then they would have to see a bigger picture, an uglier picture about what this place is.
Yeah, well, I could say this place is wonderful because I have money in the bank, and I do have money in the bank. That would be true. I have money in savings, checking, I have investments. I'm fine. I'm retired young. But does that mean that others aren't poor, homeless, starving? That there aren't children right now in trash heaps in India looking for scraps of food? And I've shown footage of this, my live streams. I always back things up with evidence. If people really required it, I'd fly them to India to witness it in person. And they can smell the pollution and fog. The air quality is terrible. They can get their lungs burning and taste the chemicals in the food, street food, because it gets absorbed in the food. It's horrendous. They can experience that. I'm aware some people have to go. They can't learn the way I do. In other words, they can't learn. They have to go through it. There's certain beings that are so stubborn and hard-headed that they just won't face it. And even then, they'd probably try to come up with some lame excuse. Just because someone can deny something doesn't mean that their denial is plausible or logical or true. They could go to India and see the children on the trash heaps in the cities, huge trash heaps. Some of those trash heaps are 8, 10 stories tall, enormous. right by shacks where people live, smelling it. And they're hunting for food or hunting for anything that they might be able to sell or melt down, if it's a little bit of silver or gold or a little bit of whatever they can get together to get something. That's their life. So that would be God's plan and God's design as well. When people say God's design and God's plan, that's part of it. Starving children on trash heaps, going through slimy garbage every day for hours. How would anyone like that life? Or making mud bricks, paying off family debts of dead ancestors or their parents. And I've shown this as well in Pakistan, in India. Children working, making mud bricks, back-breaking work in the sun every day. See, this is all part of the same realm they're in, but they're in a bubble. They don't want to look at what's going on. They just want to look at their life. Like, food is in my fridge. I have a place to live. I have money in the bank. But on the other hand, I know that countless millions here, millions and millions and millions, are in poverty and starving every day, hungry every day. And wildlife as well, by the way. That's why when you put out food in the wilderness, deer, raccoons, birds, rabbits, all sorts of things, squirrels, chipmunks, will all go to that and feast on it because they're hungry. Nature isn't so abundant. They always go to the food that's put out by humans, even if it's strange food that they've never seen that doesn't grow there. Watermelons don't grow in the wild in Canada. There's lots of things that don't grow in the wild here, but I could put it in the forest and animals would eat food they've never had contact with, that would be smell and be completely foreign to them, and they would eat it out of hunger.
I would agree with you
So,
also that many people need to experience to learn and understand. I saw a survival show a few weeks ago, and by the end of the show, the people who were sent to the island, they were starving for weeks. They began to call this place a hell realm, and they began to understand when you're not when you don't have the comforts of life all around you. So much of this place, whether it's medicine, shelter, is put in place to mask and hide the reality of this place. And when that's stripped away, only then are people able to see the nature of this reality. Mind you, it was put there by people. People had to put, medicine in place, shelter in place, AC, heaters, so that we could survive. Outside of
yeah,
that,
and I would add, it wasn't just people. Sorry for interrupting, but it's not darkies in Africa inventing AC and roads and building these great homes and shelters. It's white men that invented almost everything, from electricity to air conditioning to indoor plumbing. It all goes back to one source:
definitely.
white men, European men. If you look up all the inventions and you look at our societies that we built, we've tamed nature and made it more comfortable for men, women, and children. And men mostly did it for women and children. If you truly understand men, even going back centuries, most men aren't as comfort driven as women. A lot of guys, if they're masculine, will tough it out. A guy doesn't necessarily need the most luxurious home that's the most comfortable or the most beautiful. A lot of guys could be comfortable just sitting in a chair or sitting on whatever, like, and that's the thing. We've mostly made it safer and more comfortable and given creature comforts and inventions for the sake of women and children.
I would agree
That's
with
mostly,
women are
yeah.
consumers here.
What were you saying about, sorry?
I would say women are the main consumers. You mean to say that?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, and shoppers, consumers. In
Exactly.
terms of shoppers, clothing shoppers, shoppers for decorations
A
in
man
houses and
goes
things like
out
that.
a lot of the excess things, but it's the women who require a lot more.
Yeah, I could live and be perfectly content if I were camping somewhere that doesn't get brutally cold, freezing cold, and as long as I had a way to even have a hang up shower and things like that, just a couple little things, be able to boil water, I'd be okay. I wouldn't be miserable or unhappy. Now, most women, you take away the comfy home, the air conditioning, things like that, they'd be bitching and complaining and miserable
And blame the
after
man.
not too long, and blame men and why are we living this way, and this sucks and this is hell. The people that you described, they probably temporarily viewed it as a hell realm, but I bet once they got into civilization, they would go
Out
back
of
to
sight, out of
it's not a
mind.
hell realm. Yeah,
Right.
that's the way a lot of humans are wired. So once they have the conveniences back, I call them creature comforts, civilization. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what we've built. We've taken a hell realm and made it tolerable to live in. With what we built with apartments, houses, roads, sewer systems, hot water, all the appliances, whether you use natural gas, electricity for stoves, fridges, everything that we have, our shower, all the stuff that we have, all of it. I have a little bar fridge here just for Coke Zeros. So that's a luxury. That's not necessary. It plugs into the wall. It's electric. I mean, you're not going to have that in most African countries or wilderness places or the third world. It's going to be harder to live in third world countries. It's going to be more brutal out in nature. The closer you get to Mother Nature, the more hell it's going to be. The harder it's going to be, the more suffering for most.
And absent the white men going out and creating these comforts so that we can live comfortably here, the creator would just, or I mean, whatever it is, would just watch us rot and die. And
Yes. And I think it's entertained by that. I think what white men have done is essentially in opposition to the design, against the creator's wishes. It's not like it's set this up, because all of what we've done has come out of the earth. And it's weird to think about, but when you think about the plastics and the metals and the steel for buildings, that's all mining. We dig shit up and then make the world out of it, invent the world out of it. That's what white men do. We create out of what's under the ground or in the trees, growing from the ground, trees. Trees grow out of the earth, and all the metals and things are in the earth. So when you look around at things, people don't think, oh, this came out of underground, essentially. Almost all of it. And white men were able to take what's in the earth and make civilization out of it, including fridges, stoves, computers, microchips, phones, smartphones, the internet, electricity, like the wires connecting the grid, the electrical grid, all these things. It's all invented by white men, but what we did was fashion together what we could to make this place fucking livable. Similar to if I were locked in a prison and I only had bars of soap and maybe a plastic brush and maybe I had a Bic lighter, I could melt things to fashion maybe a shiv, like a weapon, a shank or something, or fashion maybe a skeleton key if I was able to, if it was the old fashioned prison systems where they didn't have electronic gates and doors opening, but if they were using keys, it could melt one out of plastic, maybe a hair comb, or out of a soap, bar of soap, or little pieces melted together, or something that could harden. And they've done this, prisoners. But there's not much. You have to use what you have. And that's what white men have done here.
we're creating out of death, even as plastic, anything, wood, the homes that we build, plastic, whether that's from, petroleum, everything that we make was once live in one form, and we're creating out of death.
Mostly, yeah. I think that petroleum, oil, might be the blood of the earth. If the earth is a living being, it could be. It might not be. But I think it might regenerate. It might be something that just keeps, just like our blood replenishes. If we go give blood, or we have a couple pints of blood taken and drawn, and whatever the case may be, it regenerates. We replenish. And I think that's what oil does. And they let on that it's scarce and we're going to run out, so they can jack up the prices. And they've been playing these games since before the 1970s. They've said many times oil is going to run out for the last 100 years. So I think they play these games to fix the pricing and to keep people in a scarcity fear mindset. It's fear programming. I think that Earth just keeps making oil. I don't think it's from dead dinosaur bones. I don't think dinosaurs really were real at all.
I would
There
agree with
might have
that.
been, yeah, there might have been certain, maybe the woolly mammoth or one or two, but when in terms of these great big lizards like the T-Rex with the tiny arms and these things that couldn't even stand the way they're built, they were so massive. There's nothing that could, like,
The
what
tiny
bones did they have
legs
and
are
tendons?
T-Rex.
And they have the tiny little arms and then they have the big long tails. How did they mate with these tails? Like, what positions were they having in? There's videos of them using these dinosaurs as plastic little toys, and it's like, well, how does that work? It does, lots of it just doesn't work. We don't have real evidence to prove that dinosaurs were real. I don't think the oil we're using is from deceased dinosaurs or ferns or all these plants. I just don't buy it. I think that the certain places that they say have been tapped out, wells in Canada and various places in Texas, if they left it alone for 20 years and went back, there'd be oil again. That's what I think. I think they could go back to the ones that they said were dry and they filled up again. The earth just replenishes it.
I believe
That's
they
what I
do
see it
that.
as. Yeah, they've done that before. They've gone back to places that they said that they pumped it dry and they went back and, oh, there's oil again. And then where'd that come from? Because I think it's producing it. That's what I think. Now, I don't know exactly why the earth is doing that. I'll say I don't know. Is it using it similar to blood where we can draw blood? Because we're drawing millions of barrels of oil, millions and millions and millions. So how's it possible in these countries that we're drawing these millions of barrels out of the ground that it never runs dry? That's what I look at. In America, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, wherever, millions and millions of barrels coming out of the ground. So I do think that it's producing and replenishing. But yeah, in terms of death, everything ends up in the ground at some point. The earth devours all of us, animals, wild animals, human beings. And people like to view it as Mother Earth. Well, it's a mother devouring its children, devouring life. So how is it mothering? It's more like a monster if it's devouring. People don't want to look at the earth that way. When you mentioned earlier about all this beauty, there's really not that many beautiful places that are truly, we'll say, breathtakingly stunning on earth. There are places, obviously, but some people travel the world going long distances to get somewhere that's really beautiful to them. On average, there's lots of places, farmland in Canada, you'd fall asleep driving these roads, and there's just nothing there.
But I
It's
think people's
boring.
standard of beauty is also different. Meaning to say that people can go to a lake and say, "Oh, it's beautiful. This is such a beautiful place," because the standard of beauty here in Hell Realm is. I'm sorry. I don't.
No, it's okay. The standard of beauty in Hell Realm, it would be like somebody going up to a prisoner that's never tasted a great dessert for 10 years, that's starving for something beautiful and delicious, and you serve them the most delicious slice of coconut cream pie or chocolate cream pie or something, maybe Dutch apple pie.
Even just a basic slice of it, and to them it would be the best.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. It would just be like, it would be so different for them compared to someone that could get that maybe at their closest restaurant any day they want. They just are so used to it. People in this realm are kind of starved for good feelings and beauty, so people will use drugs, alcohol, food. There's all kinds of ways that people kind of self-medicate in this realm, and travel. There's people that travel different places every year, or they're always traveling, seeing places, and they say, "Oh, they went to this beautiful place, and they went to this country and that country," and think about what they're actually doing. In a way, they're running away from themselves while they claim that they're having these experiences. When you really look at it, that's what it looks like. They're running
People
away from
often
facing
are looking
themselves.
for things outside of themselves to bring them comfort, happiness, joy.
Yeah. Well, there are people that they might take dozens of cruises in their lifetime and fly all sorts of places and take trips and go on helicopter rides and go over cities, and they see waterfalls here and they see mountains and oceans and tropical places. And at the end of their life, you could say to such people, or you could ask them a question: where are you? How would you describe this realm? What do you know of this place to be? And where are you going when your body dies and they're 99 years old, let's say? And they'd say, well, I had so many great experiences here, saw so many places, but what is this place? And they have no idea. They don't have knowledge. They had travel and experiences, but they don't have knowledge or wisdom. They don't even know where they are.
And I think this is an important part of what you do and what you're trying to do is push a message so that people begin to think, begin to look at this realm, so that when they are 99 on their deathbed and that question is asked, that they might be able to answer it.
Yeah, and I've seen old people pondering and looking back on their life as they are in their late 90s. People that I cared about that didn't have a clue what this realm is. I've seen that firsthand. And I also think that that goes on for almost all that reach that age. Hardly any in this realm that reach 98, 99 know where they are. They're thinking about it on their deathbeds in their last days. They're wondering, what is this? Where am I going? But they didn't take the time to look into it and think about it when they were younger, and really when they had the time to work on trying to understand what this is about, where they are, what this
They
is.
get angry if you try. When I try to, share your videos, or it's fruitless because people just get angry. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to look at it.
Yeah, they do. And then that's why I say in the deathbed situation, what are they going to say? That they watched a lot of movies? Are they going to say they traveled to 27 countries or 50 countries, or they earned a lot of money and they saved a lot of money and they left a lot of money to maybe to their children or grandchildren, or maybe they don't have children, or whatever the case may be? It's too late when you reach the deathbed scenario to figure this out. This is a complex realm, and I kind of giggle as I'm saying it because I've seen so many in this realm that say, "Oh, it's probably simple." Nothing here is simple. This is a tricky place. I'm not saying it's impossible to figure out, but look at how many esoterica videos I've made, and I could make 180 or 200 more easily. There's so many topics to cover in this place. There's a lot of mysteries. There's a lot of things to study, and most people don't do it. They're just very lazy, very fearful. They get angry. They don't want to look at reality in a different way or in a deeper way. They just want to skim the surface and say, everything's going to be okay, or, I don't want to look into that, or that's scary, or that's depressing, or that's quote negative. And they label it something so that they have an excuse as to why they don't want to look at it. And really, they're cowards. They're spiritually afraid. They're not as strong as I am. And that bothers them too. I'm aware of it. I don't mind triggering people. I wouldn't mind if there were a million tuned in right now and a million were triggered by me saying they're not as strong as I am spiritually. Doesn't bother me at all. I'm fine with that. I'd be fine with triggering everyone on earth if I knew I was speaking the truth. I'm okay with it because I know most people live a lie in this realm. They'll point out, they'll cherry pick little things, like I've given the analogy of a fridge full of rotten meat. You can imagine rotten meat. Let's say the fridge has been unplugged. It's not even cool. It's just an old fridge. Somebody died and maybe the fridge broke, and it's been months of meat rotting in an old fridge. It would be disgusting. Packed full of meat. But there's one little, let's say, cherry or something, or grape, something that survived those weeks and didn't get spoiled. What most humans do, they'd open the fridge full of rotten meat, and at first they'd react by the stench. Oh, that's horrible, and oh, it stinks, and it's all. And someone like me would say it's all rotten, and they'd go, "Oh no, Stephen, look, there's a grape here. There's a little piece of something that's not meat that didn't rot," and they'd be hunting for the exception. And that's what people do. They want to hunt and cherry pick that little tiny exception. Just like people in a dungeon could be tortured and they say, it's not all torture, Stephen. They gave me a sip of water yesterday. And that's what people do. They don't want to face where they are.
King Steven.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna level with you right now. I'm gonna go. And I'm sorry, I have so much anxiety right now, but at the same time I'm so compelled to call in because you do so much for us. And I don't know why I freeze up live.
It's okay.
And I
Yeah,
feel horrible, and it's
I don't
almost
want you to stay if you
embarrassing,
have anxiety.
but you do so much for us that I want to be here for you, and I want to call in, and then I just freeze up. It's the
Well,
truth.
yeah, it's okay. I appreciate you calling in. It was good to have you. I hope that you can get beyond the anxiety because I'm an easy person to talk to.
I'm better
I'm
one-on-one with people, or it's something about audiences, maybe, even if I talk with you guys every day, and I'm sure if we all called each other on the phone, it was just us, it wouldn't be this way. But something about live, any type of audience in my head, I just get into my head and I have so much anxiety and I lose my words. And I can't reframe.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that you reframe it another way, and there's something inside of me that gets stuck.
Yeah, I really just don't even think about an audience as I'm doing it. I'm kind of focused just on you, what you're saying, the ideas, and I forget that there is an audience. It's not on my mind.
So I want to thank you, and I will still be listening, and I'll be in chat.
Oh, yeah,
And I'm
definitely.
totally open to all of us, talking, voice chatting. I think I'd be better in that kind of setting. And I apologize, but you're so wonderful to all of us that when you drop the link, I just say, okay, I need to call in.
Well, yeah, I won't keep you on here if it's causing you anxiety. I do love having you on, though. I appreciate you coming on. It's always great to talk to you, and it means a lot that you called in.
Okay, I'll be in the chat and I'll be listening.
Okay. Thank you for coming on.
No problem. Bye.
Bye for now. I do hope that people understand the analogy that I was giving about the cherry picking, the rotten meat, and the Stockholm syndrome of the one in a dungeon, locked in the dungeon, saying, "Oh no, no, it's not all bad here. It's not hell because they gave me a sip of water." It's the same. It's known as Stockholm syndrome. It's an actual syndrome that people go through quite often as hostages that are mistreated, that are kidnapped, that might be tied up. If their hostage takers give them a drink of water, simple things after days, and they grow to love their captors and they'll defend them afterwards, saying, well, they weren't that bad, and they gave me water when I was thirsty, and they let me use the bathroom, and things like that. And that's this realm, except on a bigger scale, obviously, than 5 or 10 hostages in a bank vault. It's a huge scale. And most humans are that way. And I'm not that way. I'm not human. People can feel free to think that's crazy, think whatever you want. Most people here in this realm accept whatever labels they're given. They could change the calling you human to calling you sheep tomorrow. And most people wouldn't take that long to start going along with it and parroting it, because that's the way most people are. They're programmable. They're followers. It's not a put down or an insult. This is observable. That's the thing. It was great to have my Mirage on. I really appreciate her coming on. I like having her on. I feel bad because I don't want to keep her on if she has anxiety. I've just grown very comfortable with doing this, having these conversations and putting things out there. In terms of reincarnation, I wanted to mention earlier, and I'll mention it now before I forget, everything gets recycled here. So why wouldn't spirits? For people that haven't even gone deep into researching reincarnation, just think about it. What doesn't get recycled here? I'll repeat that. What doesn't get recycled here in this hell realm sewer matrix? You could call it Earth system, recycling system. What doesn't get recycled here? Well, the rain does, water does, your pee does, your waste does, animal waste does, corpses, bodies do, trash does. What on earth doesn't get recycled? Bodies of dead animals, humans, everything here does. Food. What doesn't get recycled here? Can you name one thing that doesn't get recycled? Dead trees do when they die in the forest. What doesn't get recycled? I'm asking my audience, and I'll type in the chat. What doesn't get recycled here in this hell realm, earth system, sewer matrix? Name the things that don't get recycled here. If none, then why wouldn't spirits also be included with the trillions of other things, from insects to rain to food to humans? Everything gets recycled. So why would spirits be the only thing that don't? If you think about it. I'm trying to help the people understand reincarnation. Reincarnation is just a form of recycling. That's why I call it the recycling bin. It's spirits going in the bin. And I'm not putting it that simply to insult anyone. I'm trying to make sure that everyone who tunes into this at some point, today, tomorrow, next week, they might find this live stream a year from now, is able to understand. I want to make it understandable is my goal. My goal isn't to sound like a thesaurus puked up on me. I want to make my message as understandable as I can so that people can comprehend what I'm getting at. Everything here gets recycled, including spirits. That's what makes sense. That's what's observable with everything. It's a recycling system. And then once you start looking into reincarnation, it all ends up adding up. That it makes sense. That spirits keep getting recycled here again and again, just like soda cans and rainwater falling into ponds, rivers, lakes, the oceans. Evaporation, the system of rain falling and getting recycled back. Well, that's the same with everything. Food, waste, rain, water, garbage, all of it. Rusted out cars, you leave them long enough, they rust and dissolve. And you could go to an old car that's been rusting for 50 years in a farmer's field, let's say. Some of them are dumped. You could, it's falling apart. Like they're so rusty that it's like paper that just breaks apart in your hand. Old rusty cars, they break apart and they go into the earth. The earth takes back that steel. It takes back those minerals, we'll say. That's what's making up the steel, right? Same with our bodies. The chemicals and minerals in our bodies. When we become corpses, or when our bodies become corpses, it's not really we. It's a bad way of phrasing it. When the bodies that we're in become that way, they go back into the earth, just like animals, everything. Everything here, given enough time, degrades and goes. And this isn't depressing. It isn't negative. It's just the way it is. That's the way I want people to look at it. If you could set your feelings aside, set your fears aside, and say, yeah, it is that way, and just observe it. And think about the rain, and think about how does the rain get up into the clouds, and how does it get recycled? Round and round it goes. And start looking at it like the arrows of the recycling system. It's a perfect way to look at it. in my opinion, or in my view. And I think it's very helpful, at least to me, to visualize it that way. Did they choose that on purpose as a symbol to show you something? I'm not mocking you, but I really want people to understand. Are they showing you something when they come up with a symbol to represent recycling and its arrows going round and round? Yes, they are. That's a truth drop. That's them saying, hey, take a look. This is how it works. And they're showing you in a symbol in these blue recycling bins. And I didn't put this guy in there. He did this himself and made this GIF. This disabled guy with the cookies is a YouTuber. I'm not mocking him. I didn't create this. Hopefully the GIF is showing. I don't know. Sometimes they don't show up on live streams for some reason. So hopefully he's showing up for you. He's in the recycling bin. And he's eating what looks to be maybe oatmeal cookies or something. Do people in the chat see him on the screen? Is that showing up for you? Do you see him? That symbol, they claim, the system claims, was a design entry by someone in a contest to come up with the symbol for recycling. And they claim an ordinary person came up with that symbol. That's what I recall. That they won a contest for designing the symbol to be used worldwide. All right. Okay, it's showing, yes. So they are showing you when they create these symbols in this realm, not just that symbol. I've made videos on symbols. To me, the symbol stuff is low level. Doesn't mean that that it's meaningless. It's kind of lower level stuff. To me, in my view. Is it that way with everyone? No, some people would insist it isn't. But the recycling symbol, they're showing you something spiritual. They're showing you in a symbol how this realm works. Now, most people, most humans would say, that's crazy. It's just a symbol. It's just for recycling bottles and cans, and that's what they'd claim. But it's always deeper. If you look at the center, you can see the Star of David or the Seal of Solomon in the black empty space. You see it? You see the triangle going up and the triangle going down in the center. It has what most people would call the Star of David right in the center. And they'd say by coincidence. That's the way humans work. They always want to say it's coincidence. That's what they want to do. Who else has talked about the recycling symbol this way? Showing you the layers, or some of the layers. It's also a 666. Those arrows. Sometimes they're shown more as sixes going around, 666. But that's this system. You're in a spiritual recycling system, whether you like it or not. It's not about your feelings. It's what it is. Just like water's wet, you can cry about it. You could be like a toddler that doesn't want to get in the bath and yell and scream and say, I don't want to get wet. Water's wet. You can say, I don't want it to be wet. Like that being, I won't mention the name, but they used to come here saying, I don't want that. I'd say, that's what's going to happen. You keep coming here. I don't want that, they'd say. Doesn't matter. It is what it is. You don't have to like it. You could say, I don't want Earth to be a recycling system. But it is. You don't have to want it to be this way. You could walk on the pavement, on the asphalt, and it could be black, fresh pavement, and it's 45 degrees in Great Britain. It's the hottest day maybe in history, and it's hot. And that asphalt, that pavement is hot, blacktop. And you walk on bare feet and go, it's burning my feet. I don't want that. But it is. You might not want it, but it is. You don't control it. And that's what people need to understand. You have to start kind of letting go of being a control freak. Talcott will never do that. He's a control freak. He'll be that way into his grave. But I'm hoping there's some beings in this realm that can accept things that accept things that they don't necessarily like. Okay? Some of you don't like liver, but can you at least accept that liver, beef liver, and other forms of liver from animals exists, and that people do eat it, and you can buy it at certain grocery stores and butcher shops? You can go buy a piece of liver. You can go buy liver at certain diners where I live. You could order it off the menu, and they'll cook it for you. Liver and onions with bacon and mashed potatoes, and maybe a side vegetable or whatever. Okay? It exists. You could say, I don't want that. I don't like that. You don't have to. It still exists. So some of you got to work on, or hopefully you work on, stopping the denial of reality and just start facing it. Stop being afraid of it. Stop pretending, and just, it's not whether you like it or not. Got to get beyond that childish stuff. And it is childish. You remind me, some of you, humans is what I mean, not necessarily people here at the moment tuned in, but humans kind of remind me of my younger sister growing up. She'd sit at the table in the kitchen and say, I don't want that. I can't eat that. I don't want that. I don't want that. And just wouldn't eat certain things that were served. Well, some of you are that way for life. You just won't face it. You won't do it. And you'll close your eyes and fold your arms, and you just won't do it. Now, I'm not saying it's good to make a kid eat something they don't want and force them, but a lot of you just won't look at reality. By you, again, I mean humans. A lot of humanity just won't face it. They won't do it. I could take you to funeral homes and show you bodies, and we could go as visitors to people's wakes that were not even related to us. If you haven't had someone die and experienced death and seen it firsthand. I was taken to funerals as a young child. I've been at many funerals in my life. Most of the people that I've known in my family, or the ones that I was close with, they're all dead. Grandparents and parents, they're all gone. Aunts, uncles. Okay? Lots of them are dead. Friends. Some kids that I was friends with in high school died long ago. Dead. So for me, death isn't something that's, it's imaginary, or like a lot of people try to go through life not facing it. They avoid facing reality. And I don't think that's good. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's strong. And I don't think it's going to prepare you to get freedom. I think facing it is a healthy thing to do. Mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. That's what I think. Did I understand death when I was in third grade, when one of my grandparents died, the way I do now? No. I was too young to have a real grasp of it back then. I was more feeling based on my parents' sadness and others. Anyway, I think it's healthy to look at where you are and really face it and come to terms with it, if you can. That's my advice to every good spirit on earth, whether you call yourself a human, a person, or not. It doesn't bother me in the least if someone came to me and said they're not a human being, that's a slave term of the system. I'd nod my head in agreement. I wouldn't think they're a freak. I might even quote Doctor Who saying, and I love doing this, as you know. I'm not a human being. I walk in eternity. There's a clip of him saying that. It was, I think, a 1970s Doctor Who, the one with the colorful scarf. Tom something, I think, was his real name. I think that's one of the greatest lines in all of TV show history, in my view. It makes absolute sense to me. Now, if you could ever understand that line in a deep spiritual way, you'd see what I mean. Because it describes me. I don't know if it describes all of you tuned in, but it does describe me. And the way that he said it kind of dramatically in the show. I'm not a human being. I walk in eternity. It makes perfect sense to me. I don't identify as a human being. And by the way, I think that's healthy and spiritual and freeing and will help me leave here. I think it's helpful to discard the bullshit labels that they put onto us, the control mechanisms, whether it's religion or teaching us, well, you're just human. Really? Because I don't buy it. This body might look human, but what am I? I'm a spiritual being. I existed before this meat suit, and I live on after this. And I know that. So to identify as a human being would be ridiculous. It would be dumber than a hermit crab to identify with the shell they just outgrew and left and say, that's me. And they just walked out of their shell on the beach and they found a new shell. They moved into a new home. The crab is still the crab. Okay? This body is just a husk. It's a shell. It's a meat suit. It's a vehicle, mate. It's a vehicle. This isn't me. Now, once you understand that, you'll be at a different level. Some of you might already. Some of you probably don't. But there's a mixture. Do you think my spiritual essence is the meat that I could take this knife and slice into right now if I wanted to and start bleeding? No. That's flesh and blood. That's the body. The spirit is not the body. And it's way bigger than the body. Way bigger and way more impressive and more beautiful and powerful and magical and eternal. This is temporary, this meat suit. I suspect when all of this goes down, when this matrix is coming to an end, we'll say, some of you might even admit out of body, you wouldn't admit it in body, but out of body spirits, I didn't believe you, or I'll hear your thoughts. I'll be able to hear your thoughts saying, I didn't believe you. I didn't believe you were going to do this. I didn't believe you or believe in you. And you don't have to. I'm not forcing anybody to do that. I think you'd be stupid and unwise, but I'm not going to force you. It's pointless. Just like I'm not going to force you to leave here. There will be beings saying, I love this realm. Don't pull me out of here. Don't make me go. I would say immediately, telepathically, I'm not making you leave. You can stay in that fucking shithole forever. It's your choice. Some of you don't like that, I bet. You want me to rescue them from themselves, perhaps, or I don't know, but I'm not going against their decision. These creatures that are attached to this shithole, I'm not going to pull them out and put lovers of Hellrealm into eternity to destroy it, which is what they would do. They belong here. You love this place, you're attached to it, stay here. Stay in this place and see how bad it gets. I've tried to show you in images and videos paint pictures with words to describe how bad this place is going to be? The stench, the screams, the pain, the torture, the cannibalism. It's going to be horrendous here. And realms outside of this matrix will be paradise beyond words. It's a lack of imagination that many humans have. They just can't imagine better than this. And some of them, or maybe a lot of them, can't imagine worse than this. They can't imagine this getting worse, and it will get worse. I don't just assume that people have the imagination that I do. I don't assume that we're all equal or all the same, because I know we're not. We're not. There's Tiggas in this realm that can't even follow my line of thinking. They can't do it. They can't even understand every third or 10th word that I'm saying. They can't do it.
It is so different when I compare the animal kingdom and our thoughts on death, because for most animals, and I've been helping a lot of animals crossing over together with the veterinarians just before euthanizing them, none of them were afraid of dying. If we were out in nature and we didn't hold them back into our homes, they would seek nature and they would lay down in the grass and wait for a huge tiger to come and finish them up. They seek outdoor when it's time. So when we euthanize,
This Asian here reminds me a little bit of Jeremy, talking about animals in pain, animals dying, and Creepy Keith as well. A lot of them want to push this idea that animals, they don't feel pain the way we do. They don't suffer. When they die, they're not afraid. When they just, how the fuck would you know? To her and to ones that agree with her, how would you know what they're thinking and feeling? You're not a mind reader. You're not in their body. You don't know how much pain they're feeling, how much fear, anxiety. I'm not saying this to make anyone feel depressed. I'm just saying because a lot of these creatures just lie. They make a living lying. And that's what they do.
we actually help them cross over. It's not murdering them. It is helping them, because otherwise we should let them out the door and they would finish it themselves. They're not occupied with dying. They're occupied with, what am I going into? I don't want to step into death by myself. And a lot of animal owners have asked me, can you stay there? I am in a lot of grief. I am devastated. So can you, as the animal communicator, be there and hold the paw when the veterinarian is helping my animal? And my response every single time is no. If I'm going to be there, you're going to be there, because I know that the animals want to have a friend.
Okay, I agree with this part, that they should be there. The pet owner, or have a friend, have their loved one, the one that raised them, cared for them, should be there. So I agree with that. But the rest of what she said, I think, is bullshit. I really do. Based on my experiences in this life and with dying animals, including my pets and neighbors' pets that have been hit by vehicles, and I had to help take them to the vet.
Just before they see the light, and that friend should be the one they connected with throughout many, many years, and not a stranger as I am, even
I agree with that. Not a stranger. It should be you.
though I have the abilities of building that bridge.
What abilities are you talking about that you have? I don't really think you have any special abilities, lady. I don't think you do. I think you have about as many special abilities as Jeremiah Finkelstein. That's what I think. Oh, I hope everyone is having a beautiful day today. I really do.
Champion wrestler. Yeah, dude, Bo Nickel is a legend in wrestling. The is, what are you doing then? You're probably potentially making things worse. You probably are. I'm sure there can be trickery in these sessions. There can be trickery anywhere. Your inter. It's okay to like whatever you like. True. UFC Bo Nickel from my college, right? Penn State, where he was a D1 champion wrestler. Yeah, dude, Bo Nickel is a legend in wrestling. I hope he eventually makes it to a title shot in the UFC. I don't know. He's getting up there in age. He did have a good victory at the White House, and it was a tough fight too. But will he grow enough as a fighter? Because wrestling is a great base, but the sport has evolved so much. And I had a conversation with this guy named Kobe Fair. He's a fighter in the PFL, but an amazing fighter. I mean, this guy could be UFC champ one day in the bantamweight division. And he said something that I'll always remember. He said you have to get rid of about 80% of what you learned in wrestling, because he was a hardcore wrestler as well, college as well, to adapt it over to MMA. So it's a great base, but there's a lot of things you have to change and learn and add into your game. And so I think we're about to see a new wave of MMA fighters where they're going to, the guys that just trained MMA growing up and didn't have a strict wrestling background, they're going to have way better MMA wrestling than these guys like Bo Nickel coming in. So I think that's happening right now. We're seeing it with Quillen Salkield. Sorry, I'm talking too much MMA and too many names, but just real quick, the days of the hardcore wrestlers coming in and dominating, I think, are coming to an end in the UFC. But Bo Nickel may be on the tail end of that and may still be able to get a title shot. Anyways, Matthew, exactly. Monroe says OBE is a natural process. I know, but maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I'm inclined at this point to listen to Tina and Karen, because Monroe is speaking from personal experience over and over and over. He may not even be aware of what's happening, whereas Tina and Karen have worked with 1,500 clients over the duration of their career, and they probably can see the entities. They probably have a greater sense of awareness. Look, that's what I'm trying to do with all this information, is try and think of ways to sift through it and compare it, which again is going to, the differences are going to account for the differences in terms of the data gathering methods are going to account for the differences in the data. This seems like a very reliable way of gathering information compared to individuals having OBEs, even like Robert Monroe, like Darius, like Elizabeth April, and things like that. So I am inclined to listen to Tina and Karen on this one. Literally, this is the first time they told me and they convinced me. So, and I get a good vibe, man. I'm trusting my discernment. I get a really good vibe from Tina and Karen. I always did from their videos. It's authentic, it's honest, it's real, and look, people can be authentic and honest and still be conveying incorrect information, but I feel like they have good discernment themselves. Therefore, they have a good filter, and yeah, I think it's legit. Agree. EA, Elizabeth April is a nice person, but just does not resonate. Thanks. Yep, I'm with you. Oh, bye was a typo. That's what I thought. My daughter has a cage fight on what? Really? She loved that stuff. I don't know why. I regret not putting her in gymnastics. Not fair to her. No way. How she had one fight? I can look it up and show it if you want me to. That's cool. Matryoshka back in the mix. Hey, Zayf, I appreciate you, brother. Hopefully one day we can meet before Exodus. Maybe we'll do, as the channel continues to grow, maybe we'll do a meetup at some point. We can organize something. That'd be super fun. That'd be super fun. I don't know if any of you guys live in LA. Oh, Maria, I'm sorry, Maria. I keep looking at your name saying Maria. Alexandra, maybe we could put in things on Discord for different communities in different cities. Like we could do some of the big ones. People in Chicago can connect. People in New York, people in LA, people in San Francisco. I'm just thinking of big cities. That might be a really cool idea. So if people want to get together in their city, we can maybe think about doing that. OB is our birthright, Alexander says, a natural ability. However, if you don't know what you're doing, and many don't, entities may exploit your innocence and latch on. Well, another thing that Tina and Karen said specifically, not only latch onto you spiritually, energetically, but what about your body? She said, while you're out exploring, your body is just sitting there, unprotected. I think people who naturally have OBEs are often one with a lot of fear to begin with. Could be. I think OBE, astral travel, and QHHC hypnotherapy are all just tools with slightly different risk mechanisms. You're probably totally right. Matthew Shamley, are you new to the channel? I don't recognize that icon. Robert Brown, I'm with you. I don't have the gift to leave OBE go another right. I don't have the gift to leave OBE go another right. I can't never remember a dream. Oh my God, I've been remembering dreams like crazy. Robert, do you drink caffeine? What do you take before you go to bed? Because as I've stripped away caffeine for the most part, gotten rid of THC and all the stuff, I have been having such vivid dreams. I've been remembering them like crazy. Oh my God, I had another dream last night about losing my dog. I keep having dreams like that. It's insane. Speaking of which, let me just see where he's at right now. I'm going to track him on the collar.
Oh, okay. So that person said they can't never remember a dream. Yes, Hank. Do you mean Hank was rocking in his chair? Yeah, he was. Here's Tina wants a Pina. Tina M. Dodds on the left. Tina wants a Pina. That's how she actually looks versus the airbrushed. Tina wants a Pina, and Karen is a Karen. Karen is a Karen. Tina wants a Pina, and Karen is a Karen. Look at them. Look at this. This is who he trusts. This guy, the black-eyed guy. He loves this. Sorry, I stepped away for a moment, but now I'm back. This is what he wants. This is what he trusts. He said he trusts these two because they said they've had 15,000 clients or sessions or something. Why do you even believe that? Who knows how many they've actually had? They could be lying about that. They're liars, after all. They lied about me years ago. They tried to pretend to be friends with me in email as a channel, knowing I have a channel. They tried to kiss up to me, tried to butter me up. They tried to play me. People trust these two. It's incredible. You can if you want. I mean, you can. I'm not stopping people. I did expose them years ago. But if people want to trust scammers and charlatans, have at it. It's your choice. I'm not living your life for you. If you want to trust these creatures, go ahead. I exposed them years ago. This is my opinion based on personal experience, which I'm sure they don't care about. They don't really care who they hurt. They've been accused by people on my channel in comments of being grifters, money grubbers, price gougers. And I didn't really know what prices they were charging. But let's see here. Okay, we're gonna check. They're not just business partners. They are carpet munchers. They like to lick each other's tuna cans, if you see what I'm saying. They do. They like to scissors. Check this out really quickly. And this is for educational and research purposes. So yes, she does call herself an intuitive empath. So I suppose that harming others and bashing them and trashing them behind their back is okay, and allowing others to do that. Interesting. Trauma mentor. Wow. You don't care if you cause harm to others, right? You're just worried about trauma coming to you or bad energy. Interesting. Pretty interesting. Huh. Kind of service. I was doing that on purpose. Kept calling it interesting. I could have called them lying evil bitches, lying demons. They even have convid clearing. Look at this. Oh my goodness. I think people should, I'm going to share the link for this. I really think you people should forget my advice. Have at it. Don't let me hold you back. The people that say Steven's so mean. Here. There's a link to a video 3.5 years ago. I exposed them, and thousands are still believing them. There's no way to reach most humans. They love following scammers. Most of you on earth do. Given a choice between listen to someone speaking real truth or follow scammers trying to take all your money out of your wallet, people line up to follow this shit. These two. That's what they do. Go ahead. They are scammers as bad or worse than Tony Sayers, Howdy McCoskey, any of them. And people love it. Services they have here. Let's check this out. Oh, they offer a 1-hour consult call via Zoom or by phone for $99. It's almost $100 to just consult with them and not really go into any therapy. Sorry about the audio quality of that video, but it was almost 4 years ago. It was over 3.5 years ago. It wasn't this microphone. It was a previous microphone that I was using back then. And I didn't realize it just didn't sound good. So you spend $100. Wow. Okay. US dollars, but $450 US. Wow. Most popular and highly recommended. Interesting. Via Zoom. Quite interesting. Some people. Tina wants a pina. Tina wants a pina. And Karen is a Karen. $450 US for a one-on-one session. Sessions are done online via Zoom. So it's not in person. It's a Zoom call that you pay $450 US for. Isn't that great? How'd you like to make $450 in a couple hours? For a Zoom call. And people pay it. Because a lot of humans, they just love the shit. They love the frauds. They love the charlatans, the grifters, the scammers, the demons. Kirsten paid them. She had sessions with them. Kirsten, that used to come here, was duped by them before she found my channel. Before I exposed them. Kirsten was duped by them. And I don't know if Louise was duped by them, but Louise was duped by Lolita. So was Manny. So a lot of people that come here claim, then after years claim, oh, I saw everything. No, you didn't. Almost all of you were duped by these creatures. Duped out of money. Scammed somehow by fake psychics. Fake. Yeah, Kirsten had a session with Tina and Karen. She was in their group. She felt like they gave her entity attachments, she told me privately, years ago. I knew Kirsten online, not in person, for years. And Kirsten took screenshots of them bashing me in their group. Not Kirsten, others. And Tina and Karen, Pina and Karen were going along with it, saying, yeah, Steven's on a rampage, and they were worried that I was going to come after them and expose their channel. They're complete two-faced freaks. Demons. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kirsten did get entity attachments from going under fucking hypnosis with those two. If you want to be put in a vulnerable situation and put everything rely on scammers, that's up to you. But you people are supposed to be adults. But the choices that many people make in this realm, it's like you want to be deceived and pay hundreds of dollars US and get demonic attachments. It's so weird to me what humans put their trust in. If most of you could do a 180-degree turn and start trusting beings that are actually good, you might get somewhere. But a lot of you pay money to be fucked. She sure does. So does Louise and Manny, and I think maybe even Callie. I don't know Carmen. I don't know if Carmen went to any of these freaks. Maybe she just never mentioned it. Maybe she thought, oh, Stephen will shame me if we mention it. But a lot of these beings that end up on my channel were very gullible, and they paid money to either Tina and Karen or Lolita or other freaks. Tony Sayers is another one. Some people that have been on my channel have paid Tony Sayers for sessions. I'm trying to remember. I think Manny might have paid Tony and Lolita. I think he was desperate to find something. And he's willing to get out his wallet and pay absolute deceivers because he had no discernment. He still doesn't. The guy that lied to me live, Manny with the black eyes, that lives in England, but he's either Pakistani or from India, from the lowest caste, from the untouchables. That guy. He was duped. Duped for his life before he came here. And then he thought he could trick me and lie to me as though I wouldn't know. How pathetic. Better luck next time, Manny. I don't think you're getting out of here if you're tuned in. I think you fucked yourself. You got that? Do you understand? If you tune in and listen to this, I think you fucked yourself, Manny. You're with the darkness. You rejected a good spirit trying to help you. I tried to help you and guide you many times, including trying to help you with alcoholism. And to repay me, you lied to my face. You lied and lied and lied because you're a piece of shit. You belong on the Tony Sayers channels and Lolita and Tina and Karen. You belong with the on the shit channels. You belong with Kirsten and other cursed creatures. You belong with them. Let's take a look at this creature up close. This is the poly creature that I covered earlier. Black sheep. Look at the eyes. Look at the creepy, demonic eyes of that thing. That's Polly Boy from England. Black sheep researcher. He renamed his channel. His channel has had multiple names. They love to do that, change the name. And here's this creature, Tony Sayers. It's hard to see past his nose, but big bulbous nose. Mr. Nose. Mr. Nose. Let's go back to this freak that people are paying, of course. That's what people do. They call themselves truthers. They get out their wallets and they pay fucking demons. And then they get upset when I expose that you're following demons. They argue. They get angry. Get as angry as you want. Your anger will never change this realm.
Okay. Okay, Master, you are spamming the chat, so I'm going to kind of skip your comments. Please don't spam the chat. Meetup, yes, I'll travel to meet y'all. Yeah, that would be super cool. Where are you located, Alexandra? What makes you now so afraid of OBEs? But I also don't like it. Just my conversation with Tina and Karen in the UK here. Hope we can meet someday. Oh, cool. UK, let's go. Okay, Master, you're spamming the chat. I'm going to ignore your comments. Been around a while, just never chat. Oh, got you. I'm proud of her. She never wore a mask. Jabs, no, she's strong. Proud of who? Yep, I do the and caffeine. Oh, so you do take caffeine. Got you. Sean Clancy from Scotland is fighting in the UFC Contender Series. Oh, cool. Okay, very interesting. Scottish fighter. Let's go. I have the idea of our imprisoned Spark Core tries to communicate with us in our dreams. Imprisoned Spark Core. I would believe that. Got to leave for now. See you, Larry. Take it easy. Oh, thank you, Larry. I appreciate you, man. Santa Rosa. Not too far.
Pardon me. Are you a real truth seeker if you just believe anything? He just goes, I believe that. I believe that. I believe that. I don't want to do OBEs now because of Tina and Karen. They told me what they told me. I guess that's the level many are at in this realm. They just believe. Have at it then. Go believe. Go believe the lying shitheads that make a living lying to you. Go believe. Just go believe.
For me, yes, I'm dreaming in color now. Started 12 and 1 magnesium. Quite amazing. Yes, holy smokes, right? Cheers from OZ. Would you believe I don't know how to leave a link? I'll leave you the info. You'll find it. Hi from Sweden. I'm going straight back to my divine origin. What's up from Sweden? I've been to Sweden many times. I've been to Stockholm.
Great. What divine origin? He's been to Sweden many times. They love to travel the earth. So what divine origin is he speaking about? This Swedish guy at the Leo TV. What kind of fucking name is that? TV in his name. He's going back to his divine origin, he says. Is he a new ager? He has a 528 hertz DNA repair frequency. He's repairing his DNA with binaural beats, the 528 hertz on his homepage. This is the guy from his chat from Sweden, the Leo TV. From Sweden. From Sweden. From Sweden.
Leo TV, the king.
Looks like he's a failed YouTuber. Leo TV, the king. You're not the king. You got one like. Nobody even liked your shit. 17 years ago, he tried to start a YouTube channel that never took off. This idiot.
Leo TV, the king of media.
He called himself the king of media. No one was watching him. So he had a big ego even 17 years ago. He's a fool. Swedish. Swedish. How did the Swedish men become so weak and feminine, feminized? Wimpy Swedish. Wimpy. The Swedish. He can't find his meatballs. He's a loser. He's a loser. I don't think anything in this realm, in words, bothers demons more than me calling them losers that way. They hate it. They hate it. He's a loser. That's what he is.
And I've been to the countryside in Stockholm. Super, super cool. Let's go. Wine Country Sonoma. No way. Cool. Sweden. Let's go. After watching your first video on Tina, I've given up having an OBE. I think we lose energy when we go. Plus, I dream in Mall World and Subway World. These places are low vibrational. Paulo K. Oh, my daughter. Wait. Paulo K says, oh, you're talking about your daughter. She never wore a mask yet. Yep, got you. She's strong. Francis Bigby. The two of us both have seen the shape-shifting. So
I love people that are so vague that as the person running a show, you have to scroll through and see what they mean. It's always just kind of vague. That Paula chick used to be here and do that as well. It takes away from the show. Paula K. I remember seeing her. She's a loser. She loves to hang out at shit channels. She's going right into the recycling bin.
would you believe
Look at this. Look at this guy's eyes. He's got the one eye just turning black. And people love it, of course.
I don't know how to leave a link. I'll leave you the info. You'll find it. Hi from Sweden. I'm going straight back to my divine origin. What's up from Sweden? I've been to Sweden many times. I've been to Stockholm and I've been to the countryside in Stockholm. Super, super cool. Let's go. Wine Country Sonoma. No way. Cool. Sweden. Let's go. After watching your first video on Tina, I've given up having an OBE. I think we lose energy when we go. Plus, I dream in Mall World and Subway World. These places are low vibrational. Paulo K. Oh, my daughter. Wait. Paulo K says, oh, you're talking about your daughter. She never wore a mask yet.
Oh.
Francis Bigby. The two of us both have seen the shape-shifting. So there was no mistake. Wow. No drink or drugs either. Just to clarify, the old man shapeshifter in the same entity as in the film. Oh, God. I know that sounds mad. Yeah, but, I mean, truth is stranger than fiction. You got any interviews coming up? Well, funny you mentioned that. Well, I've got Tina and Karen, but that's probably not going to be for a few more weeks. I actually need to reach out.
Mooby moobs. Moo moobs. Mooby moobs. Moo moobs.
To a lot of the people on my list. I'm planning to do that this week.
That was AI with my clone singing, everyone. Obviously, these demons say that I can't sing. It must be my clone. They say it's not my voice. Mooby moobs. Moo moobs. Mooby moobs.
To start lining up some more interviews.
Thank you, AI clone. Thank you.
Is there any I need to get that going. The people that I've reached out to thus far haven't responded to me, but I need to maybe send out 20 or 30 messages and try and get somebody going. I reached out to Alabar Jones, I reached out to Jason Giorgiani, but no response yet.
No idea who George Norrie was. I had no idea.
Okay.
You reached out to Jason who? You should reach out to Jason Brashears. He would probably do an interview with you. You two would get along. I can show you the black-eyed demons and yep. This one can sing now. But it's using AI, Wendy. It's using AI. And that's how dumb people are in this realm. They think, oh, he can't sing. They're just fucking retards. Absolute retards. Jeremiah Finkelstein is who I mean, and others. They're retarded. Look at the Black Eyed Club. And to most humans, they'll say this is normal. What's wrong with that? They'll say, why are you screenshotting them? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with her? Nothing wrong with that. I can't help most of you on Earth. You're too far gone.
You are trying to keep up with many people. Yeah, that's true. I'm from Switzerland. What's up, Mavo Gawo? Tiger, I've had so many dreams. I'm in a shopping mall too. I've never understood what they mean. I'm in Houston, but got lots of airline miles. Oh, you're in Houston. Cool. Okay, I'll remember that next time I go to Texas.
Listen to this. You'll remember that next time you go to Texas. How come this guy's traveling all around? For what reason? Who's funding this guy? Does anyone wonder about things like this? He's been to Sweden like, why is he traveling around, this YouTuber? Pink Tourmaline, this black-eyed demon. So he's everywhere that his viewers are, one after another. He's either been there or next time he goes there. Who is this creature? No one asks who, what, why. In this realm, almost nobody asks any questions. They just follow.
There's a chance that the fight promotion that I work for is going to start doing fights in Texas. I have no idea if that'll happen, but we might be coming down. Yeah, Wayne Bush is on my list. I should reach out to Wayne Bush immediately. Okay. What?
I've reached out to Wayne Bush over the years. He doesn't want to acknowledge that my channels exist. Wayne Bush doesn't want to. Look at Tina and Karen's first session. This is awesome. I think all these creatures will talk to each other. None of them will come near my channels. And most people don't even wonder why. It's incredible.
What did you guys think? Are you guys fans, by the way? I'd love to know this. So I made that video yesterday about Stephen Greer. It's crazy because I used to look up to, I used to just think everything he said was right on. He was the one guy that knew the absolute truth about the nature of reality, ETs, the world, and how to fix it and all this stuff. And now I just look at him as doing his thing. Obviously, he's doing great work in terms of disclosure, but the problem is
this guy's a fool. He used to be a fan of Stephen Greer.
Couched in this weird new age fundamentalism almost. And I think that really is a problem with the message that he's pushing forth. And I want to know, what did you guys...
By the way, Stephen Greer, or sometimes they call him Dr. Stephen Greer, spells his name with a V. This is him recently. I'm not joking. This is a screenshot that I took of a video with Stephen Greer. That's Stephen Greer. Is he an alien? He just talks about aliens, but what is this? What is this? What is this? You tell me. Mooby mooby moobs. Moo 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 moobs. Mooby mooby moobs. Moo 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 moobs.
guys think in terms of my breakdown and my thoughts on all of that? Guys, give me 1 second. I'm just running to, I got to use the restroom. Give me 1 second.
All right, so this guy abandoned his live stream. He couldn't make it 54 minutes into a live stream without hopping. So anyway, I'm going to shift gears from his stream over here. I could fast forward, but I'm going to go over here to Black Sheep Researcher. Before I play that, though, actually, give me a second. I'm going to play something over here. Hardly anyone's watching my new shorts for some reason.
Zones, flat Earth, you name it, I've done it. And people just don't get it, and that's what Chris is saying. People just don't get the spell. You can find so much, you know, especially if they say we've got to hide things in plain sight. And everyone's wondering, that King Stephen, why would you call yourself King Stephen? What a waste of a person and time of his effort. And I very rarely banned anyone, but I'm not here to listen to idiots like that. And he is an idiot. He's insignificant. I'm not giving him the airtime. So, yeah, it's just a troll, because what they used to do, Raven, was use my channel to get subscribers. Then, because when they talk to me, like, I'm subscribers like shit,
So this, by the way, is Polly Boy, talking to Raven. Talking. He's addressing Raven. Oh my goodness. Raven Spirit's badass blades. He's talking about King Stephen to King Stephen because this guy's such a genius. He's such a Polly, you dummy, you dumbass.
They expect me to promote them, and they got the little huff, and because he's not having an ongoing battle with me, a fellow YouTuber called.
Someone mentioned King Stephen in his chat. He banned them right away. I think it was Nolan. I think Nolan got banned for mentioning King Stephen.
London, they think I'm a devil troll, but he's calling himself devil and all that. You know, it's just people like that is what.
I don't call myself devil. That's a lie. What are you talking about? I've never called myself devil.
Why the world is like it is, you know, and they'll be judged.
Wait, I am the reason why the world is like it is? It's my fault. Wow. And I will be judged, he said. Look at this bitter egghead from England.
When it comes to the end of the world.
Oh, at the end of the world, I'm going to be judged, not you. I will be, right?
And he's just wasting his life being vindictive, and that's just how it is. If that's the type of person you are, cool, but I don't want to swim in it. He wants to live and swim in a river of shit. Let him, but don't drag me into it. English, I've saw a lot. That's always I've asked people.
Polly boy, you're going to swim in a sewer matrix for eternity. You stupid fucking fool. You're slandering one of the only beings in the realm that can help you see anything. You're a dumbass. What a dummy. Oh my goodness. What a fool. Yeah, he has toys in his background, of course. He never grew up. He still lives with his mommy and daddy. He's got to be 40 something, maybe close to 50. He's got toys, all toys in the background. He never grew up. It's all toys. I bet all he does is play with toys and video games. And he lives with his parents. Look at this. He lives with his mommy and daddy. I think he's an incel. He's an old incel.
So what do people think meteor showers are actually? Do you think that's just things falling off the firmament? Or, like I say, is it just the roof of the cave coming away? I just appreciate you, Chrissy Kill, just even saying that you're in the house. I just had visions of me doing something like this because I've not done it. I've not told anyone I'm going live. I've just hit live after 5 minutes and having about 3 people, if that, and I'm happy I've just got 16. So it's any topic, ask any questions, I'll answer them. I'm just checking the system still. Oh, I'm buffering on your end. That they did say as soon as I hit the button that they've got large traffic. 12:22. I always meaning to do an early stream for people in other countries. I just forget. I'm so away with the 30s. It really is. Yeah, I just think it's in certain countries. It did say that it was having traffic when I was connecting in. It wouldn't connect it on my end. But I'm glad people can hear. So please stream for people in other countries. I just forget. I'm so away with the 30s. It really is. Yeah, I just think it's in certain countries. It did say that it was having traffic when I was connecting in. It wouldn't connect it on my end. But I'm glad people can hear. So please ask any questions. It will help me. I'm just doing a random stream. I want to see everyone's thoughts on different topics that they're looking at. And where do you think, is it such thing as a community? Is it going anywhere? I'm so out of the loop on a lot of things. You know, I just have my little bubble and I just stay in it. I used to be, if you can still see light, that's just a stained glass effect that I've put on the windows, just so it looks a bit different. There's times when they've said the moon didn't exist and things like that, isn't it? But yeah, I used to love taking images. I used to be out doing a lot of filming at night, the moon and the stars. I used to quite like that. It was therapeutic. Well, hopefully you enjoy it, Hoffman. it's an acquired taste. I know I'm an acquired taste, but I do try and make my videos really, really basic, not to offend anyone, in sense of just so people can follow along at any time and see the patterns and make the connections. Some people have been here with me for over 10 years and know how my brain works. It's like over 10 years I've been doing content. It's crazy, isn't it? I am. It's like people.
Over 10 years he's been doing content. Over 10 years. I don't know if I believe him. I'm going to have to check on that a little bit. All these toys on the floor, on shelves. Is that a radiator? I don't know. Is that a shelf? Looks weird. I thought it was a radiator at first. It looks like, I don't know. I don't know. This guy's just he's a fucking weirdo. He lives with his mummy and daddy. I'm just tired of the weirdos of this place. They're gross. They're gross. Look at them, Black Sheep Live. Look at this. Black Sheep Researcher. He's a weirdo. So he says he's been doing this for 10 years, but his videos only go back 4 years ago. His live streams. His lives only go back 4 years. This is 4 years ago. They're watching this fool.
And I'm live. I think I'm live. People are going to kick off. Why did you tell me?
Making weird faces like a demon. So weird. Watch this.
And I'm live. I think I'm live. People are going to kick off. Why did you tell me you're live? So please tell me if you can hear me and see me. Unfortunately, I'm what it is, guys. I'm just testing it out. I'll stay for a few minutes, maybe a lot.
Just testing out. His voice is disturbing. Very weird. Soy boy, Nama's gay voice. Why do people there's something wrong with most of you humans? You're watching shit. You're watching the dumbest, grossest shit. Here's his videos. Look at this. You can watch whatever shit you want. Gobble it up.
Guys, you saw the title, the Janice pandemic. Yes, I'm bringing it back because
He's wearing an Affliction t-shirt from what, the early 2000s or 1990s or something? He probably watches mixed martial arts, but I don't think he could beat up a bowl of jello. He's just a fucking loser. That's what he is.
people have been asking for me to make a bite-sized video, a short video, so they can pass it around, showing you the connection between that time in 2020 onwards that the world shut down. It was a complete ritual to Janice and his number 11, and this short video is me showing you that connection that no other channel or content creators would have showed you or will show you. For some reason, they have a mind block on it. I get ignored, I get laughed at, I get mocked. But I know you guys have me back and you've been watching this information for so long. So for all you new people that's joined the channel, thank you. Here's a quick bite-sized video showing you the connection. 100% fact. It was a ritual to Janice. You don't hear me say it's a fact much, do you? But the evidence, there's just too much evidence to ignore. So here goes, guys. Enjoy. So in the lockdown, a lot of people had more time on their hands and I started to look into numerology. So I've been looking at Janice for over a decade and I just wanted to see in numerology what it added to. So I put Janice in, as you can see on the screen, and it added to 65. And automatically around that period, I was looking at this realm being 11 and I was blown away. 6 add 5 equals 11. Now, why is that significant to Janice and what is the connection? Well, in ancient Rome, his statue, basically near the Forum Holitorium, was famously depicted holding the number 300 in his right hand and the number 65 in his left. So you can see the connection straight away. He holds 65 in his hand and it's the same number in gematria. Well, it represented the number of days in the solar year. He's the calendar, the calends. So you can see the significance of the I and the J in the buildings because it's Janice, and there's videos on that if you want to check it out. But why did the left hand scream to me? Well, the left hand on the Bible, well, historically tied to the belief that the left hand sits closer to the heart. Some users suggest that this originates from the ancient Roman belief in the vein, the vena amoris, that connects the left hand directly to the heart, symbolizing that the oath is sincere and spoken from the heart. So we're talking about oath and sincerity. So they're showing you that Janice holds 65 in his left hand, is in gematria 65, it adds to 11. So there was a connection that I saw many years ago and it blew me away. Well, ancient Romans use a sophisticated finger counting system. It's called dactylonomy. Now, this allowed them to count from 1 to 9,999 using these complex gestures. The left hand was used for units 1 to 9 and tens 10 to 90, while the right hand represented hundreds, 100 to 900, and thousands, 1,000 to 9,999. You see it, guys, don't you? In his left hand, the units 119, COVID-19. That can't be a coincidence, but we'll leave that there. So they locked everywhere down. Remember? Complete lockdown, the world shut down. Well, the Roman god Janus is connected to lockdowns as a metaphor for liminal spaces and transitions. Now, some of you will be aware, some of you won't, but Janus is the god of doorways, gateways and beginnings, amongst many things, known for his two faces, one looking to the past and one to the future. Now, during COVID-19, the left hand, the 1 and the 9, the pandemic, lockdown forced people into similar in-between states. The period represented a massive societal pause where daily life stopped, causing people to reflect on the past while anxiously awaiting a new uncertain future. Additionally, the ancient practice of opening and closing the doors to the temple of Janus during wartime and peacetime was often used as a metaphor for quarantine periods and the shifting boundaries between isolation and freedom. So you have it there. Janus adds to 11. He holds the 11 in his hand. In the Roman numeral system, how they counted, 1-9 was the left hand. You can see the connection straight away. He's the god of lockdowns. What more did you need? There's loads, guys. There's so much more. So the World Health Organization, the WHO, officially announced the name of the disease caused by the novel coronavirus as COVID-19 on February the 11th. Not the 12th, not the 13th, the 11th. So you're seeing a pattern already. This 11 it seemed to be repeating, and the COVID-19 novel coronavirus meant the Roman crown disease. Janus is the Roman crown. On the same day, the International Committee officially named it SARS-CoV-2 on the 11th. Well, what is SARS-CoV-2 in Gematria? And you would be crazy. Yes, it's an 11. But that is just a coincidence. So amongst many other things, they tried to force all the world to wear face masks, thus trying to make you two-faced. Remember, you're putting a mask over your face, you are now two-faced, like the god Janus Bifrons. But if you look at Gematria, face mask adds to something. Oh yes, another 11. Is this just a coincidence? But this number keeps reappearing. Have a look at the other name in Gematria, coronavirus 155, and as you can see, adds to 11. COVID-19 is 1010, but take away the zeros, leaves an 11. You can see the link, you can see the connections already. Now, at the time, science, which adds to, you got it, in 11, was saying there was an upsurge in echovirus. Now, echovirus in Gematria adds to an 11. Now, all these are just a coincidence, and they say the echovirus, which is known as echovirus 11, was the aftermath of the pandemic. So, makes you think, doesn't it? And other variants that they had, Orthros 119, one had 9 is an 11. Its proper name, Orthros, or CH 1.1, which is an 11, the doorway, the gateway, was a sublineage of Omicron. And Orthros had 2 heads like Janus Bifrons. What a coincidence. But when these things mutated, what would that be in Gematria? Mutated virus 173, another 11. We've had the Mu variant 119 in 11. So how many of these do you need to go, hey, there's a pattern here, I can see something and it's fishy? Well, the coronavirus was confirmed as a pandemic by the World Health Organization on March the 11th. Now, here's them telling you now.
WHO has been assessing this outbreak around the clock, and we're deeply concerned both by the alarming levels of spread and severity and by the alarming levels of inaction. We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
So, what number do you think pandemic in Gematria would add to? You'd be right. Another 11. 6 and 5 is an 11. Remember the left hand, the oath. They're telling you on the 11th that the world was in a pandemic, and it adds to 65 in Gematria. But again, people will tell you these are just coincidences. So something else that I saw all that years ago, and it's not directly linked, but it made me raise my eyebrow and thought, could it? So what you're seeing on the screen, and some of you will know who these are what are known as the 3 norns, N-O-R-N, right? And the 3 norns, as you can see on the screen, are a group of deities in Norse mythology responsible for shaping the course of human destiny, right? And if you go in a tiny bit more, it's actually pronounced with an M. So yes, that is correct, because I asked that question so you could see it on the screen. Norns in Norse mythology is pronounced exactly like norms, with an N instead of an M. So they are powerful female beings in Norse mythology who create and control fates, weaving the destinies above the humans and the gods. So the norms are the norms. Now, do you remember the buzzword that was just before the pandemic and after the pandemic? What were all the news talking about? Anyone you could get hold of, they were calling and saying, this is the new normal. They were talking about your fates and your destiny. And here's a clip.
Now imagine a world where mass outbreaks of deadly diseases are commonplace. Well, it sounds scary, but that might not be too far off. The World Health Organization has warned in a BBC interview that we're entering a new phase where such a reality is, quote, a new normal. And it's calling for the world to get ready. The World Health Organization has warned in a BBC interview that we're entering a new phase where such a reality is, quote, a new normal. Hey, what? A new normal.
So now you can see why I included the buzzword that was used in this time period, the new normal. They were telling you they've changed the threads of fate. Now, what's that got to do with this pandemic and Janice? Well, you know, when they were testing the samples that people were giving, they actually made a machine and they named it Janice. You can see it on the screen. So people will tell you all these coincidences that are building up are still a coincidence. They called it the Janice G3 PCR workstation. Now, the G3 stood out for me. I don't know why, but it did. So I had to look. Now, I've talked about the norms. Well, in Norse mythology, the connection between the letter G and the three norms primarily stems from an ancient runic alphabet, where the letter G is represented by the Gibo rune, which is an X. It literally translates to gift. So it was a Janice G3 PCR workstation. So you see that connection. Right, well, the new norms in Gematria adds to 155. So if you add them up, you get another 11. Again, that word I keep using, coincidence, because people will keep telling you that. So have a look at the Gibu rune. It means gifts or exchange. But people used to talk about how this represented the cross threads of the norms. So this X, which if you put X on your fingers and then open up, is the doorway, it's the gateway, it's an 11. And cross in Gematria adds to, you got it, another 11. They keep mounting up. Gibo in Gematria adds to 29, which is another 11. So you can see this pattern, this 11, this doorway is always used in the ritual false flag events. So when I was talking about this X being a cross threads in Gematria adds to an 11. You can't make it up. And in designations in COVID-19, the X is used as basic, as you can see on the screen. Additionally, the disease X is a placeholder term used by the World Health Organization and global health experts to represent a hypothetical yet to be discovered pathogen. So they use it as an X. And in Pango lineage system, it's used to track the SARS evolution. So you can see there is a connection between the norms, the X, the Gibo, the threads, which they say they are using, and that's why they use that term, the new normal. It's like they replace your thread, your fates. How crazy is that? And it is crazy, isn't it? I mean, you've only got to look at when the first so-called death happened on January the 11th. So you can see why this made me go, wow. They're not hiding the connection with Janice and the 11. Now, to finish off, do you remember the go-to guy in this period? He started to come out as a go-to guy was Bill Gates. Well, in Gematria, he has 2 and 11. Coincidence. And his name is actually, you can see on the screen, is January, Janice's name. So he's named after the god of this pandemic. Guys, it's so crazy. People will say, and there's so much more I didn't include, but I wanted to keep it short. I want to actually finish with the new, basically, virus that it's caught the headlines that I've made a little short on, the hantavirus, and how that was connected to Janice. And I'm going to play that now to finish off. Right, guys, so what you've seen in the press, the media, the socials this week is the rat virus ship. Now, I'm not going to show you what you've saw before. I'm showing you the connection to number 11, Janice's number, and all things Janos. So here goes, guys. The cruise ship set sail on the 1st of April. So that's the biggest clue for a false flag event. April's Fool set off on the 1st of April, and it's a polar ship. Right, so the Hondius is exactly 353 feet long. Let's add that number. 3 add 5 is 8, add 3 is an 11. Remember, it's a purpose polar ship. It goes to the polar regions. But, oh yes, Janus is the god of beginnings, endings, transitions and gateways. Because of this, he represents the polarities of existence, such as the past and the future and war and peace. Skip to the bottom, Janus is uniquely associated with poles. See the connection? Crazy wow. In 2018, health authorities in southern Argentina were racing, trying to understand what had caused nearly 3 dozen people in a tiny village of Upian to fall gravely ill. By the end of the outbreak, 11 of them died. Guys, the start of it was in 2018. They had another outbreak, 11 died. 2018 adds to, you got it, and 11. And look at what they're trying to maybe use to treat it. The role of Janus kinase Jack. Scientific literature mentions that Janus kinases are part of the body's immune response system that, when activated by interferons, help fight viral infections. Additionally, research suggests that inhibiting a different process, IL-6 trans signaling, could be the future therapeutic strategy for severe hantavirus cases. Wow. So they might be using Janus to cure the Janus. The MV Hondius was built by the Brodo shipyard in Split, like personalities face masks. Its keel was officially laid on December the 11th. Wow. The date 11th is connected to a specific tragedy on the ship's 2026 Atlantic crossing. On April the 11th, the first passenger passed away on board the ship with the hantavirus. Come on, guys. How wow is this? And you ready for the kicker? The biggest wow. And this shocked me because they did it in real time. So
The biggest wow, 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 wow.
I posted this. The MV Honduras launch in 2019 was purposely built and not formally named Janus. When I posted it, it said it was called Janos. My mind went, what the hell is going on? Has anyone seen this happen in socials where they've posted something and it's changed in real time? Now, luckily, I had the originals and I'm going to show it now. Janos is the former name of the Hondius, which is one of the primary vessels in the polar fleet. Underneath, another post, ship capabilities. The Hondius ex Janus is a highly advanced polar class 6 expedition vessel built for navigating the remote areas in the Arctic and Antarctic. And then subheading, note, while the ship was planned as Janos, ocean-wide expeditions also operates an entirely separate vessel named the Janusius, which is a sister ship to the Hondius. So that is why there are 2 ships. They changed it in real time, and remember, Janos is known as the first shipbuilder. So crazy connections, right? So if any of you are into gematria or numerology, have a look at these that I made. Some are from the previous pandemic, that was COVID-19, and you can see they all add to an 11. But hey, people will tell you that's just a coincidence. You are seeing things. So there you have it, guys. I've tried to keep it as short as possible, but I wanted to include that last bit just to show you that they're still trying to do it today. And the antivirus link was, and the ship was called Janus. You had the new norms, you had all of my face masks and all the numerology showing you it was an 11, Janus's number. Remember, 6-5 in one hand. So how crazy is that? You can quite see the connections that I made those years ago, that the pandemic was actually to Janus. So if you appreciate this video, like it, share it and subscribe. But also, if you want to help me to keep the lights on, keep going, you can always buy me a batter, which is buy me a coffee. The QR code is on the screen and the link will be in the description. All help is a coffee, to cure it and subscribe. But also, if you want to help me to keep the lights on, keep going, you can always buy me a batter, which is buy me a coffee. The QR code is on the screen and the link will be in the description.
You could scan that code and give him money. You can you could scan this and give him fucking money if you want. If you can believe it. That's what people will do. Fuck. Anyway, I don't even know what to say. People love to support shit. They just love it. I'm going to subscribe to his channel, though, before I forget. I'm going to sub here. You can buy him a coffee. You can support shit.
A recent podcast debate about Israel and Palestine ended in a physical fight in the studio and then was taken outside where they continued to fight and people were recording. So I want to look at this frame by frame to understand who escalated it and what happened. The entire podcast hasn't even been released yet. So it was filmed by Digital Social Hour Podcast. It's held usually by Sean Kelly, and they have on some of the biggest names like Grant Cardone, Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes. And so they do a really good job at allowing both sides to have and be able to share their opinion, one Muslim versus 10 Christians. And so I've seen some really great people on their podcast before. In this specific episode, it was Deaf Noodles, who goes by the name of Dennis, against this guy by the name of Joseph. Now, they've been sharing their takes on what actually happened. I guess we're going to see when the podcast gets released. But right now, all we have is this fight video that other people in the studio were filming. So now Dennis and Joseph are sharing their sides of the story. So let's go ahead and go through that. First, why don't you guys just go ahead and look at the moment that the fight happened. This is the video that goes viral.
You can pay the stinky bums. You can pay the stinky bums, the stinky scammers. And that's what's on YouTube. They have their hands out for shekels. And people love to fill the... Ah, fuck, man. I don't know what to say at times. People will never learn in this realm. It actually kind of makes me laugh. At other times, it makes me sick. It's a realm full of beings that love demons that are just greedy with their hands out. They always have their hands out. Begging used to be something shameful when I was younger, and now almost all of them are doing it.
Viral, that went viral.
Aimless.
Genocidal fucking freak! Genocidal fucking freak! You're absolutely coward! You can't do shit, my brother! Dude, stop it! Hey! You can't do shit, my brother! We told you, please don't. Please don't. You're gonna...
Oh!
You can't do shit! I proved my point! You can do shit!
Thank you.
When you get punched in the head, punched in the face, when you go cry your mom!
Bro, don't provoke.
No. It's not
Don't
provoke.
provoke. Just everybody just shut the fuck up. You guys get this guy out of here.
Okay, I mean, this is the definition of it went 0 to 100 real quick. They were sitting down, and then this guy stood up. You know, he grabbed his arm as this guy's speaking like this, and then he pulls him down. Okay, and then he almost punched him, but didn't. It kind of looked like he was going to punch him in that moment and decided not to, but then everybody else in the studio has to get involved and split them.
Oh, Jesus. Mooby moobs. Moo moobs. Mooby moobs.
Beautiful souls, today's reading is the most distracted field that I've been in regarding a public figure. Frantic. The current was constantly moving away from self. And I must say, I didn't enjoy the energy. It was encroaching into harm during many places of the reading at various times, and that can be very hard to recenter. However, the reading does come full circle, and what we found with the cruelty at the opening clip is revealed during the final few minutes. Let's get to it, beautiful souls. You asked for Johnny Depp next. Let's go. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. I'm actually going to pause that already, and that's because I just need to tread carefully in this field. So I'm going to go a bit slower because it's already connected. And there's a lot happening that is unsettling. It's very loud. And it doesn't let you rest. It doesn't allow for rest. Yeah. There's a vibrational standpoint that is unfortunately quite cruel. And I wonder if that is coming directly from him, or that is an experience that has then embedded itself into his makeup, the vibrational makeup. But that there is very cruel. It it's a kind of pain that interferes with the mind, the mental state. And it can, over time, cause it to be not just unstable, but erratic. It doesn't allow.
Hello, Wendy. Welcome back. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. It's showing me that we have at least 20 people tuned in. My screen is different from yours. Restream shows me 20. YouTube might say 200 or 2 or something else, but it's showing me 20. Hello, everyone. Please remember to hit the like button and join in the chat. Participate. Join in. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I am the Raven King, the loving King. The loving King. I am the Raven King. I can do anything.
For the knowing, for the experience of peace. Although it would be helpful to know where this cruelty stems from, that is actually not my place to go into his personal field. And as many of you know, I don't go into the personal energy. But that would be a very strong indicator. And it would also open up a can of worms to much more. But I'm going to play the clip now. Yeah. quite interesting because the current doesn't want me to look at him. And I actually feel quite distracted. And it even makes me not want to do the reading. Makes me not want to do the reading. Like, what's the point? What's the point in all of this? That's the translation of his field. It's very distracting. But there's an allure there. There's an allure. So if you were to meet this person, have some kind of relationship with him, you would. Not you would. It's dependent upon the individual's energy, but most people would feel very pulled in. But there's a deceit here. There is a deceit. Because that allure isn't clear, no. And there is, I've got to say, there's a bit of a trickster at play here. There's a bit of a trickster.
A bit of a trickster. It's showing me 21 tuned in and 28 likes. There's almost 28 people tuned in right now. So a lot of viewers have not hit the like button out of 11 hours. Should have had 28 likes in the first 5 minutes of live streaming. A lot of you are too lazy to hit a like button. How are you going to get out of Hell Realm? I don't know how you expect to get out of here. You're too lazy to even support a channel like mine. 300 views. It shows 300 views. 300 views so far. Out of those 300 views, not even 30 hit the like button. Not even 1 out of 10. What's wrong with you people? How lazy are you? Are you lazy? Lazy Daisy? How lazy are you? Are you lazy zombies?
Yeah. It's like a jack of all trades feeling. And that's what I'm being shown. It's a jack of all trades feeling. And when someone is in that character, I wouldn't trust them. Not at all. I would not trust them. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the next clip. Yeah. Gonna have to pause it, otherwise it's too much. The field is just overwhelming with movement, but it's not the type of movement that is gentle and flowing. Yeah. It's a bit haunting.
I like how her camera angles keep changing. How many cameras do you think she has? I'm pretty sure it's more than 3. I haven't really been paying too much attention. I've been kind of multitasking a bit, but she has at least 3 minimum cameras. Front view, both sides. Does she have an overhead view or under the desk view? How many camera angles does this woman have? She has the orange tinted glasses. Orange equals 33. I know the excuse. I know humans. I know. They're blue blockers, Steven. They're just... Yeah, I know. It's to block blue light. It has nothing to do with 33. Of course. Of course.
Yeah. It's a bit haunting.
It's a bit haunting. She has a lot of camera angles. She has a very interesting face shape. She's more interesting, I think, than most of the creatures that have YouTube channels on Team Evil.
And there is so much going on, like I shared in that first clip. It takes you away from the center. The center. So I don't know. I do want to get to the third clip, but I just don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay here.
She does know what she's doing, though, because the camera angle changes. Keep the attention of the average viewer, because the average viewer has no attention span because they watch so much TV and movies. And they're always changing camera angles and different cameras in sports, movies, TV shows. So she knows what she's doing to hold the attention of the audience that has no attention span.
Yeah. Yeah. And even with his eyes closed there, there is a very strong theme. I know he's on screens and stages, so he is being seen. But you see, the being seen is of a character, and it's not really him. It's interesting, isn't it? Because he's in a place of being seen, but it's all very contained in character. But what is clear in his field is the not wanting to be seen. It's
Johnny became the pirate. He's the pirate now.
the not wanting to be seen. I won't go any further into that, because again, it's going a bit personal. I'm going to go to the final clip. It's quite painful. Oh, that's enough now. I'm going to stop it there. But it's just from the field. It's difficult to breathe.
Breathe, Tiffany, breathe. Breathe, breathe.
And what that means here is to access life. And it's very difficult to do that.
Breathe and do that Bruce Lee Kung Fu.
And the reason that is that's coming directly from the stomach. That is a womb. Yeah. That's the mother. That's the mother. And I don't mean our great mother.
Oh, the demons are playing games. I went down a like from 29 to 28. Now they're removing their likes. We have 23 people tuned in now. The viewers have gone up. Good, good, good. Good, good. Good, my Tig is good. Good, my Tig is good. Good, good, good.
Goodbye. Janice. Goodbye. 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 Two-faced losers. Goodbye. Turncoats. Goodbye. Goodbye. You lie. You lie. The tugboats brigade are heading your way. Doors will be floating. Your destiny is to be outcast. Losers finish last. Losers finish last. Outcast. Forever. 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 Fire it up. Liars can burn in hell's fire. Burn. Burn in hell's fire. Burn in hell's fire. Fire.
Hold on, everyone. I gotta take care of something. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Bear with me. I'm gonna play my appearance on the Talcott show from, I think, yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, I was on the Talcott Titty-Cot Tuesday shit show. I'll call it the Titty-Cot Tuesday shit show.
I know it helps people get more comfortable once you can give a clear definition to things. So, who is Jack Talcott? Well, I am an activist. That's number one, for sure. I don't know exactly how that fits in, but and by my heart I am. So, is that right? I don't know. And then I thought, maybe I'm a philosopher. And typically, philosophers, as I understand, they don't typically do real well economically. Just anyway, others do. Anyway, so a philosopher. I am a man who truly, truly loves wisdom. Oh, baby, it's a oh yeah, it's a beautiful relationship. One that I was grateful to get reminded of previously. Holy cows. Hey, yeah, nobody really fits in. But this, let truth be guided by love, love grounded in truth, where both meet, harmony begins. And that's the thing. And when we meet in truth and love, we do fit in. We don't have to pretend in these characters. Hey, I'm going to bring you up, Stephen, and hopefully, please be patient. Hopefully we won't have too much audio issues. How you doing today?
Hello. Hello. How's my audio?
You sound good on this end, but are you echoing back from my end?
No. It sounds good. I fixed it. I think I fixed it. Excellent, excellent. What a glorious day today is, brothers and sisters. I'm having a good day so far. That's all I can say. It's thankful for having a good day, and I hope everyone here is as well.
Gratitude is a great way to spend a day. That is for sure. And I think many of us can agree, wherever we are. It is a beautiful day in many ways. And I am so grateful. I've got solutions prepared, but I was hopeful that things were taken care of. So it is a beautiful day, man. You mentioned some gratitude. And hey, and it is. I'm claiming the day, man. Why not? It rhymes. Talcott Tuesday, baby. Where we get to talk about me. With me. We get to talk with me again. So anything exciting with you, Stephen? Any breakthroughs for you?
I'm working on gratitude. I'm working on waking up every day and saying I'm grateful. That's a step in the right direction. I'm working on realizing I'm not perfect and I can't win a marathon in just a couple steps. I have to take it one step at a time. It might take tens of thousands of steps, but it's a journey.
It's good to have clarity on where we're going. That's important. And it's easy to be honest and say many times we don't know what direction we're going in. We think we've got an idea, but a lot of times, man, I know I was just pretending to know what I was doing. I was making it up a lot.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I thought I was running towards the finish line. I was going towards the marina. I was going the wrong direction, and I ended up on a dock by somebody's boat. And it was such a crazy trip that only the mind of someone like Duck could probably understand what I was talking about. Sometimes he kind of goes in different directions. He's likable, though. He's a likable character.
There's many likable characters. That's what I realized. God really is pretty creative in the creation. And it's easy to put ourselves above the creation, but we're not. We're a part of it. Everyone's a part of everyone. You mentioned, I'm sorry, you said something I wanted to reply to. What was it you were saying? Before Duck. You brought Duck up for a reason, though. It was related to something you're describing.
Yeah. I'm taking steps, realizing it takes thousands of steps to go to the finish line, and it's not just one step.
It was after that. It was about going the wrong direction.
Oh, yeah. I ended up at the marina. Yeah.
Well, I heard this pointed out at one of the seminars I was at, and it's so obvious and true, right? We've got a rat race, and a lot of people, they do very well climbing up the rungs of success on some ladder or another. But a lot of people, you know, they'll spend 20 years climbing a ladder in one direction to realize, ooh, it's the wrong ladder, wrong way for me. So
Yeah.
we got to look.
Well, some people do that after 40 years in corporate.
Right.
They're climbing the corporate ladder and they realize after 40 years, I'm not where I wanted to be in life. They went the wrong way.
Right. Well, this is actually when I was part of my development as a coach, and you know, just logical business sense. You try to imagine who's your ideal client, what's the focus group you want to reach. And you know, that was part of it. I wanted to reach these people that have achieved some level of comfort and success, so they were capable of things, but they weren't happy. And so I know I could help people find greater happiness for sure, man.
I hope so. There's a lot of unhappy people in the world, even here in the chat. And there's a lot of people that they tend to focus on anger and misery and bitterness and that kind of stuff. If they focus more on happiness and gratitude, it's a step in the right direction to wake up each day and just say, I'm grateful to be here. It's a start. It's not the finish line, but it's a start. It's something.
And I think an honest commitment to be at peace as much as possible, right? So no harms, no conflicts, just to be at peace. I got that from the Peace Walk Buddhists. It's a great affirmation that I have been practicing more, but that gratitude, Stephen, I'm not overlooking that. That really is the key. And these words from Melissa again, let truth cleanse the heart. Let love fill it, and let your life become a living testimony to both. That's beautiful. That is what we're here to be. But we've got to allow the true answers to cleanse us of what's not real.
What did she say? Alyssa?
Yeah.
What was it about truth? Let truth cleanse the heart. Okay. Let love fill it.
Yeah.
There was a song by Lenny Kravitz that said, let love rule. And that's what it reminds me of, those lyrics. Or what she wrote, it reminds me of that song.
Yeah, I think that's something.
That was one of his smash hit songs. That was decades ago, but it was a big song.
Well, this actually is part of my personal testimony and experience. I didn't see it, but I had been in denial about the good qualities of me in a lot of ways. And it wasn't until that my sponsor in our conversation kind of helped push past that blind spot. And it was truth. I called it God, but it was the truth that cleansed my heart, and it brought these emotions up, and love filled me, and just tears and shit. Big emotional release. The truth is a power, and you align that with love, baby. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Let's do that here in this world, because love has been lost in this corporate rat race where everyone's enslaved to debts and punishment and revenge and competition and religion and opinions. Let's change this world, guys.
It's time for a change, I think. It's time for some real change, not the change that you hand out to people that are sitting outside of a 7-Eleven or something, but real change. And at least one thing I can say is I would say most of the audience here doesn't seem to be wrapped up in the corporate world, because they're here every day. So I don't know if they're unemployed, but they're not wrapped up in corporate offices. They're not part of the rat race, is what I'm getting at, that we were talking about. That some people, that's a trap that people fall into, working in the corporate rat races.
Well, it's the path that we're on, and we're all in this together, because it takes those folks in the corporate rat race to make sure that our water is on and, everything's running smoothly for us. So this is the thing where this money system has got us broken. And this is actually what I want to bring before the U.S. Congress. It's time to choose truth over comfort. These identities of Republican and Democrat, they're bullshit excuses to stay incompetent. And we'll help share some love, right? To reduce the hatred in this nation and in the world. I'm talking as an American, of course. But let's unite with truth. This is what my message is too, for the people who believe in God, right? I say it's time. I don't know what God's got planned, but let's do what we can, and let's move with faith, uniting together to stand on the truth. There's so much evidence of corruption, so much evidence of evil. I was just speaking to a telemarketer today about this.
What? A telemarketer? You had a chat with someone?
Yeah. He's not a telemarketer. They're a web and technology company out of India, cold calling people. And so we talked about a lot of things. And so, hey, Christopher, if you find your way to this, hey, God bless you, brother. I'm glad you're here. But this really is our lifetime to do something, to do whatever we want. I've called telemarketers back, dude. Hell yeah, I don't get to talk to many people, so if my phone rings, I don't want to miss out.
Yeah. What if Trump? What if Trump cold called you on the phone? Would you be surprised? How would you answer? Like, would you think it was someone from here doing a voice impression, or would you know
Yeah.
if it was the actual Trump?
No, I would be very skeptical. However, it's
What
it's
would
a
you ask
time
him? Like, would you have questions on your mind that you think you could just rattle off
to
to say
who?
to him, to Trump, if it was the real one, if you could
Yeah,
verify it, yeah, if you
that
could verify it.
would be pretty easy to be. It would really be. I would trust in my spirit, right, at that moment. But I could imagine myself very easily asking him a few foundational questions. Does he consider himself an honest man or a good man? Does he want to do what he said he was going to do? Or is he going to keep making excuses to not do what he said he was going to do?
Well, this is interesting. How would you handle it then if Trump was arrogant and said, I'm not only a good man, Jack Talcott, I'm the greatest American? If he said he's the greatest or something.
Well, then we would discuss his failures, failure to honor his words. He claimed he was going to bring peace. He brought war. He claimed he was going to reduce prices. They've been raised. He claimed he was going to expose the deep state. It looks like he jumped right in bed. I'm pretty sure he might have even said something about exposing the Epstein files at one point, but he said a lot of things, and I could be wrong about that one.
I kind of
But
remember that, though. I do. You would hold his feet to the fire essentially on all this stuff.
I think someone should.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not disagreeing. Why hasn't anyone at this point?
That's what I want to ask the men and women of Congress. Why are they all just sitting on their hands and pointing at each other like none of them can do anything? This is bullshit. They're all guilty. Every single one of the men and women in Congress right now is guilty of enabling and funding a genocide, modern day times.
Do you think they might just be traitors where they don't care about America or people, or the ones that America supports genocide and are at war with? Like, do you think these beings actually can be moral? Is it possible that they just can't be?
Given the right leadership, absolutely. People can reform easily. I know that. And I understand how to help it to happen. There's a lot of ways to make it happen, but the greatest problem is what we have here is a failure in leadership, from the White House to the Congress, the executive, legislative, and judicial branches are all collectively failing the United States people. And the failing of the people to correct these problems is actually causing more problems for people all around the world. So I actually think it's really time. God's showing the signs. This is just my interpretation, what I think we should do. I think that America should protect the rest of the world from America, right? That includes our government and corporations and billionaires, right? What's the Kushners and Ivanka buying up fucking Albania's island? What is going on between these?
I don't know what's going on with that, but I remember Trump talking about Mexicans and treating the ones coming across the border as though they were basically gangs and murderers and rapists. Would you ask him about that stuff if you had a chance on the phone? Would you say, Donald, why do you hate Mexicans? Do you hate Mexicans, Don? Do you hate gay people? Would you ask him about the Mexicans and the gays?
No, because the fact that he hates, the target of hate is irrelevant. You got to get back to why does someone choose to hate? So what Donald Trump has is what a lot of other common Americans have. He's got unresolved mommy and daddy issues. He's got trauma that he has been enabled to get away with. And Dr. D had, here's something we got to be, in order to be honest and truthful, we've got to be accurate with our words, okay? And each of these are open to different interpretations, right? Who's the traitor? Someone who simply lies? Someone who breaks an agreement? Someone who does what? I mean, traitors aren't dealt with by reform. Well, I'm pretty sure that what God wants mankind to realize is the goal of being human is to bring the darkness into the light, not just follow the darkness, shining a light on it. Oh, you're so powerful and we can't do anything to stop you. Bullshit. We're here to overcome, baby, because that's what God's about. God is about life, and life is about overcoming.
We Shall Overcome is the song. Remember that one, the protest song? Or no, that was actually the Negro slave song. We shall overcome. Martin Luther King Jr. sang that. Are Trump's parents still alive or are they deceased? You said he has mommy and daddy issues. Did his parents die?
Oh.
I was just curious. I just wondered if you'd stand up for gay people because there's gays in the chat, some of them that think that Trump is hateful towards gays. I've seen comments. They don't like Trump because of his stance towards the LGBT.
What are you doing?
I'm wondering where you stand on this stuff.
But why? What's the relevance?
Well, of course it's relevant. You're going to have a conversation with Trump. So these are some of the issues that you should be tackling or at least concerned about.
So you don't think we should try to spend any time talking about how to get there? You just think you should.
I never said that.
I should just entertain questions you imagine.
I never said that.
Asking.
No, I never said that.
I'm trying to understand. That's why I'm asking.
Well, you're telling me what I think, though. You're saying you think. I'm just trying to figure out where you have disagreements with Trump and what you would discuss if you had the chance. Are you pro or anti-gay? Do you support the gays in the chat? Or do you align with Donald Trump? It's not a trick question, Jack. It's a simple question. It's not a trick
I know,
question.
and I'm really sitting here trying to understand why you think it's important for me to waste our time with. Again, opinions.
These are valid issues. I'm asking you for your stance, Jack. Your political stance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that difficult?
No. Well, the confusion is yours, right? You're the one who's asking questions without any real reasonable value I can find. I mean, because you think it's somehow important, his opinion.
This is valuable. This is very valuable. Well, the gays want to know, Jack. They want to know if they have.
Stephen, please read the moment, okay? I'm being as polite. I've been very patient, forgiving. I'm being a good host, all right?
You're trying. You're doing a little bit better.
I'm not having any fun with you.
Well, is this about fun or truth seeking? What's your goal here?
Well,
have just a
see,
fun
I
show?
find truth seeking to be fun, but entertaining your delusions is really fucking boring, Stephen. Golly, jeez, man. I give you so much room, so much rope, right? Okay, now here we go. Here we go. Those people that want to bet that you can't change someone's mind, they can't change, they can't reform. Well, Stephen, where do you stand? You want to prove the people against me right? You want to keep wasting my time? Actually, at this point, I don't really care what you want, Stephen. So, I'm gonna be done with you today. God bless you, brother. I swear, Jar. I know. I keep saying I'm gonna get better. I keep saying I'm gonna get better. I know. If you are good and kind, you can be in God's kingdom, and I actually do believe that's what it is. It's the good and kind. That's how to be, right? Genuinely good, genuinely kind, no ulterior motives. And that way, if you walk as a good person, someone who's trustworthy, you're not going to be so surprised, right, to find other good and honest, trustworthy people. There's a lot of us out there. Right? So don't think you're alone if you're trying to be honest in a world filled with liars. There are a lot of us. I'll check for that. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate that. We all have our limits, and I won't. The efforts, in my opinion, appear quite fake, but I know that's what the ego does, the identity, the protective personality, the character who people think we are, right? It tries hard and it pretends and it wears out. It wears out. I mean, thank you. And I know you guys get it. Thank you for all of you. For those who are tuning in or just listening, I am kind of communicating with the chat. So where was I going? Slowing down. Something perhaps I could have had I reminded myself of earlier. Perhaps that could have been a path for me to try. Slowing down. When we slow ourselves down, we kind of detach from the tension a little bit. The tension's still there, the urge to fight might still be there, but if we can slow ourselves down, especially when we're alone working ourselves up, slow down. And I mentioned it before, it's a grace that God has offered to all of us to surrender into the stillness and to be with the beingness. Just
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Hopefully I'm being heard here. It looks like I am. I'm back. Back in black. I'm back in black. 21 tuned in. Jack Talcott is doing the prayer hands.